Doki sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not receiver with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires one on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam, picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but oh, with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural season of the Northern Premier League. I know this is new. It's going to be, hopefully, a lot of fun. But before I break it down and tell you what's happening, here's an old face that you might remember. We've got Fluke to break it down for us and give us a real insight of what this league has now become.
Welcome to the Northern Premier League. The UK and Nordic Championship leagues have merged to form a new league, which means bigger games and more teams vying for glory. 10 teams will compete, 6 from the UK and Ireland region and 4 from the Nordic region. The league starts in April, with a break in May, and the playoffs will begin in August, with the finals coming to a head at the end of August. The group stage will consist of a double round-robin format, which ends when all teams have played each other twice during the season. The top 2 teams will move straight to the finals, with the teams finishing 3rd to 6th heading into the playoffs to try to earn their spot in the finals. These last 4 teams will compete in the finals, with 2 spots in the European Challenger League up for grabs. To qualify for the NPL, teams of all levels will be able to earn a spot in their local subdivision. For the UK and Ireland region, there is UKIN, and for the Nordic region, there's the Nordic Championship. The Northern Premier League is the new pathway to the European League and beyond. It's a chance to make your mark on Rainbow Six Siege Esports and improve your skills against teams from new regions. Join us by competing in official competitions or by watching the action-packed weekly broadcasts. Thanks for watching.
Well, there you have it. That is what we've done to the 2 national leagues, UKIN and the Nordic Championships, combining to make one super league in the Northern Premier League. I also have combined 2 talent from one region to another. I'm going to be bringing in Jack and also our newcomer, Thomas, to the show. Welcome very much, gents. Thomas, we'll start with you. Nordics, hello. You're away from Nordics. You're a true Brit now.
I'm away. I mean, I've spent too much time bringing all the UK talents over to the Nordics. You can see whatever the heck weird guys are doing over there. I'm now coming back in true Viking fashion, of course, to the UK to take part of all the treasures and great things that are going on over here. So it's excited to work with you and Jack again, of course.
Yeah, Jack, you're here again.
I am.
You know,
that's true. Not as exciting this time. I'm back.
How you feeling, Jack? You know, I think you kind of debut season's gone. Now you're here now. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The magic's gone.
And do you know what? I genuinely I have a lot of love for both the UK region, obviously. I love the UK region. I'll do anything for the UK 2-3 teams. Absolutely love it. But also Nordics. There's a lot of I obviously coached in the Nordics. I was a guest caster once in the Nordics as well. So, the fact that they're both together and they're both here, it suits me. It's right up my alley.
It's going to be new, and it's going to be fun to see how everything kind of joins together. Obviously, these have been 2 regions which have produced, some great talents. You think of all the UK players that have came up through and competed inside of Tier 1. You think about the Nordic players that have came up through and have competed inside of Tier 1. And, we have some of those players playing here tonight, both on the UK side and also on the Nordic side. And one team that kind of has a bit of both in many instances, but obviously we'll get onto that as we dive deeper into the night. But let's show all the teams. Let's have a look and see our beautiful 10 teams that we're going to be having featured here in the league. Like Em said in the video, it's a very, very long league. We've got about 3 months or so of action to find out who's going to be the best. Jack, we'll start with you. Break me down the UK teams.
Oh, so we're going to have some familiar organisation and names. Obviously, we've got Navi, M&M Academy, Victus, Viperio, TENSTAR, and Heroic. Navi and Heroic are the EUL rosters that you see week in, week out in EUL. Heroic obviously just qualified to the major, first team in the world to do so. M&M, it's not going to be their main roster. It's an academy roster. It's a very exciting roster, but it's not going to be their main roster playing in this competition. Victus have picked up the old LFO roster that qualified up to UKIN from UKIN 2. Viperio 86, they've, it's a name and it's a brand that we've seen within the UKIN region for, years at this point. They've got some player changes, but they're back once again. And then TENSTAR, who also qualified up alongside the old LFO roster. TENSTAR have qualified and they won UKIN 2. Great little roster there. So there's a lot of stacked teams coming out of our UKIN sides.
And Thomas, the Nordic teams, you've got 4 of them, not as many as the UK teams, but
it's a bit lopsided, I would say, but fine. We're in, we're in England, we're in the UK, so when in Rome and all that stuff. But we do have 4 Nordic teams here, and I can talk us through the 2 first ones who were given a spot beforehand, and that was of course Ambush and Riddle, familiar organization names. Yeah, historic names. I was going to say, just like you pointed out before the cast, these are names that would be familiar even throughout the tier 3 scene, regardless of whether it's Nordic or the UKIN. But we can start off with Ambush, a team that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. It's an all-Finnish roster that is really, to me, it carries the essence of the Finnish tier 3 scene. If you've ever watched the Nordics, or you've ever heard me alongside Des or Ollie, I keep harping on about these Finnish teams and how they do things right. They always go in with a team-oriented mindset, and they have just, they just keep showing over time that they keep building and that they keep building strong rosters with individual talent, and they just keep punching above their supposed weight. On the other side, we got Riddle, a Norwegian org with this time a Norwegian roster. So don't confuse this Riddle with the Riddle that you saw in Challenger League the previous season with Usus and the boys. Shout out to them, and Assassin, of course. This will be a completely different roster, but the name will be familiar. Now, Ambush and Riddle were both granted a spot in the NPL due to their performances in the previous season of the Nordic Championship, but Jack, me and you, we got to cast the close qualifier for the NPL from the Nordic side, and we got ourselves 2 juicy teams, I would say. RCTIC, also a Finnish roster, and Coalesce, who at the time were known as LFO due to Lance.
Yeah, LFO due to Lance have obviously been picked up by Coalesce, and there's a lot of names on that roster that you might recognise that have played in and around, not just Nordics, but Benelux as well. And there's people like Zeus and Kane B and Noah on that team, Pat as well. It's a good roster and a very underrated roster. And then obviously RCTIC, who qualified the all-Finnish roster. I think teams will actually sleep on RCTIC potentially a little bit. I know people are going to think they might struggle a little bit, but the one thing that I will remember is South Park on the alibi and the Maestro on the shotgun, and just clicking heads so well with that gun. So they're a little pocket team that will cause some upsets in my opinion.
I have to jump in there. Demo has been a guest caster in the Nordic as well, and I just remember him in between the breaks. It's just I didn't want to bring this up. It was a bit like, what on earth are you guys doing over here in the Nordics? And we're going to bring South Park with the alibi with a shoddy. And the guy, Jack Slide himself, he can shoot. So if you give South Park the alibi, you can expect some spicy stuff from the Nordics as well, of course.
So, 10 teams, that's where we stand. Obviously, we'll have to see how all these teams are going to play. It's all good, us sitting here in theory. But, Jack, something I always like to say, it doesn't matter how you've been in the past or how you've done a week ago. It all depends on how you show up on the day. And speaking of the day, let's see the graphic. Let's see the schedule of where we're at. And we'll see all of our matchups for this evening. There they are. We've got 5 best of 1. So if you're familiar with obviously Nordics and UKIN, it used to just be 4 a night. Now we're moving into 5 nights, similar to what obviously NAL do, EUL do, LATAM do, APAC do. All the actually not APAC, 'cause they're still 8 and 8, aren't they? So but yeah, same format. We've got 5 matches to get through, so plenty of siege for everyone. Start off with the first game, Coalesce versus 86. Nordic versus UK team, just to kick things right off. Maybe that'll set the tempo of, hey, maybe we could do a fun little thing, Thomas. Maybe it could be how many Nordic teams are going to beat UKIN teams, respectively.
Well, you mean like tonight, or you mean like in total?
Overall, across the board.
I just be warned, and I've warned the talent about this. I'm not gonna hide my Nordic colors whatsoever. I know what the expectancy is out there like, oh, the UK massive and all that stuff. I don't buy into that narrative at all. I think, like Jack, a lot of people are sleeping on some of these Nordic teams. I'm not saying that they are necessarily going to be the strongest teams throughout, but let's just look at this lineup, or sorry, this schedule for an example. I think Coalesce would actually be in a very good spirit to beat Viperio tonight. RCTIC, I think it's going to be a much closer matchup for Victus than a lot of UK people would assume. Ambush versus M&M, for instance, is my matchup of the night. I think Ambush is going to stand a massive chance to beat M&M, the Academy team, of course. And of course, Heroic counts as a Nordic team to me because it has a Norwegian coach.
No. They've got a British analyst. They've got a British analyst.
A Norwegian CEO overruled. There you go. Riddle versus TENSTAR. I'm gonna give that one to TENSTAR.
Oh no! I mean, everyone's allowed opinions, no?
Yeah,
you might be wrong, but you're allowed your opinions.
My freedom of speech is all through here. Like, I didn't come to the UK to respect you guys. Like, when has ever a Nordic guest come to the UK and been respectful? It's all about taking our plays.
I hope you enjoyed his last show today, Jack.
Broad shoulders and everything.
News, we're looking for a caster for tomorrow.
I mean, I wore out Dez. I wore out Ollie. I'm going to wear down all of you guys.
Send applications to inchambers@gmail.com. He deals with all that.
But yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night. I mean, Jack, my eyes are straight away to Navi Heroic. I'm sure that's probably the one that you're probably looking at as well, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's an EUL matchup. At the end of the day, as much as we're talking about this being a Tier 3 league and it qualifies teams into Challenger League, these are the two teams that are EUL teams. They're not bothered about that qualification. They just want to win this thing. And they have already played each other in EUL, with Navi actually already winning against Heroic in EUL, the only team that's taken Heroic down in EUL. So there's a big matchup going on there, and I'm personally, obviously, that for me, that is my game of the day because it's just two high quality teams going up against each other.
And don't underestimate the winning mentality of Mr. Officer. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking from experience.
Also, Jack, what about young TENSTAR, a team that I know you've been fixated on for quite a while?
I mean, you can join me, Demo, and I'm going to put you on the pedestal here with me. We believe that they're next up. And in my subjective opinion, TENSTAR should be the team that get one of the two Challenger League spots from this league. They had an insane progression through UKIN 2. I know that they've started scrimming a lot of the EUL teams. I know that they're beating EUL teams on the regular in scrims, and they're really showing a lot of progression. So this league for them, it's their absolute everything to get into CL. So they're going up against quote-unquote weak opposition today. So I'm hoping to see a statement from them to kind of go out and just put their mark on this particular Playday.
Thomas, one thing as well that we have to keep in mind is the format, is how long this league is. You're playing 18 best of ones throughout the course of the next 3 months. That's a lot. That's a lot of stamina that you need to have.
I mean, there's actually two talking points I think I would bring up there. Like, first of all, the best of ones, right? We're all sitting here talking about which are the best teams, and like you said, you already said it, Demo. Like, we don't know who shows up in a day. We don't know who's going to have the best map, or if they're going to have the day and just hit every head. You know, to quote Dez, time and time again. At the end of the day, it's a shooter game. If you don't click heads, you're not going to win games. The second one about the stamina, I think that's a good point, but we also have to remember that there's going to be a long break. There's going to be a month-long break, and I would be surprised if not. There's no transfer window in the middle of this season, so the rosters that we're seeing now could be, like, from the experience that I have had with the Nordics at least, look very different by the end of the season. So I mean, we've seen before, like for instance, seasons of Nordic Championship where Ambush lost Chris to the PG Nats, for instance, and he performed well and admirably over there. So yeah, it's going to be a very long season, 18 best of ones, like you said, but I would be surprised if these rosters look exactly the same at the end of the season.
One thing that you don't often see inside of Tier 3 leagues, like we say it's 18 games long, so a really long Tier 3 league. Normally it's like a single round robin approach where you play one team once and there's 7 fixtures, they're quite condensed, they're thick and fast. There's a lot of teams on this roster, and I'll go back to TENSTAR, that are quite heavily invested in like analytics and counter analytics and support stuff. You've actually got a very long period of time to start studying your opponents, studying the teams. You get to play them twice as well. So when it comes in the latter half of the stage, when you're kind of playing against the teams you've already played once, you've seen them play maybe 13 games at that point, there's going to be a lot of like map banning strategy, operator banning strategy, counter analysis that goes into it. And it really sets the bar high.
And that really benefits the teams like Demo mentioned earlier as well, with the coaching lineup, of course, of TENSTAR, etc. That it's going to greatly benefit the teams that has a proper sort of support staff behind them to help them out with this kind of stuff. And that's why, you know, that's why I'm a bit concerned about my own sort of Nordic region comrades of Riddle. I was going to say, like, I know that they have some people to help them out, but like, how long are they going to be able to live on this sort of like underdog sort of staple and be able to punch above their weights and have players like Ket or Ketal, sorry, or Serpega or Perry, you know, landing shots on people? Because sure, you have to be mechanically at the same level as the UK teams, but you also have to have, like Jack and Demo said, the stamina to endure throughout the season as well. But that's what I like about this league, that it's long enough, because we're giving away 2 Challenger League spots, and we want to make sure that we're giving it to the absolute 2 best teams.
Let's have a look at predictions. So we're doing the prediction graphic again for all of the talent this season, which is always a good bit of fun. So there's the 5. You two have went for Coalesce for the first one.
Nordics. I mean, I'm surprised to see Jack standing this much for Nordics with me. I was a bit hesitant with Coalesce versus Viperio, but I thought, you know, I talked to Zeus and he's so confident, and when he's confident, I'm like, I gotta stand Zeus. So I had to go for Coalesce.
You don't know much about me, do you, Snur? Because
I don't.
I've got a curse. I've got predictions curse. So really, I'm just doing my UK teams a favour by predicting all the Nordic teams, and I don't think I can help out TENSTAR because they're going to be fine. But, no, I mean, it's predictions, it's fun, it's a little bit of fun, but also Coalesce, as you say, they might be slept on. You know, Zeus, they've got a decent amount of experience across nationals. If there is going to be an upset, it will be in that very first game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I always just have to say as well, you don't know me either, because I also got a caster curse, so we kind of like, I don't know if like 2 like similar things are gonna be like opposite, if you know what I mean. Like my caster curse is gonna cancel your caster curse, and these are actually gonna be the correct predictions. That's how it's gonna go.
I very much doubt it.
I always predict Navi to lose. I always do that to Navi. I always say they're going to lose, because every time I say Navi's going to win, they lose. So I just.
Do you remember when we had to do it at 6 Invitational? Though?
Yeah, that was actually it. They started off the first 2 days. We predicted Navi. They lost both, and then the next 2 days, whenever they played, we said they'd lose, and they won. So you can't go wrong with that. You can't fault that. So yeah, there's our predictions. We'll see who's going to win at the end of the season. And yeah, I think that's pretty much us done for our pre-show, guys. I think we've kind of broke down most of it, but obviously there's still a lot more to get into, a lot more of the rosters we have to take a look at, a lot of the players we have to highlight, and all that will be coming up after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for our pre-death segment before the games go live.
final dance. Shut down, inspire. I'm here to take your call. New soul to higher. I will despite you all. Mother, treat me with your
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills, all E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back, everyone. After our short break, we're now ready to jump into our first matchup of the evening. We have got Viperio 86 up against Coalesce. Let's see how this one is going to break down. Of course, I've got my 2 analysts from the pre-show. I've got Thomas and I've got Jack. Who do you want to go to first? Let's go with Jack first. Jack, tell me, what do you think? Predictions, please.
Oh, I mean, we've both predicted Coalesce here, and I think the thing is we both saw. So me and Snow, we both casted this team through the qualifiers, and sure, you can say it's Nordic qualifiers, and there were some weaker teams in there, but they performed exceptionally well, especially Coalesce. They didn't drop a map. They played every map really well. 7-2, I think, was the maximum kind of scoreline they got.
7-3, I think it was.
Experience. 7-3, there we go. So we've got a lot of experience coming into this. Players, individual experience. Like I said, we've seen Zeus. He's played.
Let's see the players. Let's see the graphic. Let's have a look, and you can paint the picture, and then you'll be able to kind of pinpoint who it is we're looking out for.
At the bottom.
There it is. So we're seeing Kane, we're seeing Zeus, we're seeing Noah, we're seeing Pat, and we're seeing Lurie. So it's names that you will recognise. Pat's been playing a lot of FPL. As I say, Zeus has been in every national league seemingly at this point. Noah's got a massive fan base of people behind him, and he's a really smart individual player. And whilst we can come into this roster and we can talk about 86, we will talk about 86's strengths. It's Coalesce, they can cause an upset.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, you think about this side that you've been able to see, and obviously some of the players that have came in from, different areas, different national leagues, different experience. Surely that's something that's going to give these guys, a bit of belief saying, we've been here before, we can do this.
I think this is a team with a core that has been together through a lot of ups and downs in different national leagues due to different reasons. And, seeing someone like Pat, who was an absolute force to be reckoned with in the Nordic Championship, was alongside with Ludi as well, who's also a great Swedish talent, and Zeus as well, with all the experience that he has, and Kane. Like Fresh said, these are 5 very talented players who have now been together as a roster for a while. They feel good, they look good. Jack raised a couple of good points during the qualifier about how the drone game was on point, and it's just all the small things that we can probably discuss more in detail later about what really separates tier 3 teams from each other really came to show when Coalesce played the other team. So I'm really excited to see them against the V86, but I do think that Coalesce might have the upper hand just a little bit.
Let's have a look at 86 now. Jack, a team which has obviously went under a lot of changes since we last seen them inside a Challenger League. We've seen some of those changes come in during the Rumble, but they've also made changes since then. Yeah,
and we've not unlocked Vito there, as you can see in the player pictures. He's still locked away for a later day, but obviously it's Curly, Astro, Vito, Grubby, and Noodle. Vito is a player that I worked with, particularly on Chaos Esports. I'm sure Snow will, obviously know of the player. I've cast him many times.
Who?
Great player, exceptional player. I saw him a lot inside scrims. In officials, he never really lived up to that kind of expectation that I saw from scrims. So I'm hoping he can have a good stage. Astro, he's been a name around the UK scene. And, but for some unfortunate, stuff going on recently, the past 6 months, he would have been in tier 1. I can say this kind of for certainty, potentially a little bit of inside information. He would have been in tier 1. And Grubby as well is a name that is feared in the ranked arena. I will have to say. So there's a lot of talent on this team as well.
I think regardless of like whichever way you look at it, we have a great, massive first matchup here to start off the NPL, and I think it really highlights the best of two regions. About, you know, to see the matchups between the two. I think there's going to be a lot of people who's going to be biased towards the UK scene, of course, for obvious reasons. And the UK, I mean, I've talked about the UK region for years in the Nordic Championship about how I looked up to how you guys have been developing talents and teams, and players such as Astro and other talents have been rising the ranks as well. You know, such as Sloth, and this is exactly why we need this region. And I think two top heavy regions have now merged into one region where you're now going to have 10 really strong teams, which is why you can't, you know, picking Coalesce over Viperio doesn't mean that I think that Viperio is a lesser team. I just think that Coalesce might be, per now, a better team in a best of one. But yeah, that remains to be seen.
It's a best of one, and anything can happen in a best of one. You know, anyone could just rock up and, you know, kind of, I don't want to use the word fluke, but it could happen. You know, that is something that can happen in best of ones. Let's have a look at the map video. Let's have a look and see what map we're actually going to be headed to, because obviously this is, you know, quite an important thing, isn't it? You know, whenever we've got a 9 map pool now as well, it's a lot to take in many instances.
Yeah, Coalesce, they when they were LFO due to Lance in the qualifiers, they played Bank particularly well. They were absolutely unstoppable on that map. They were good on the Skyscraper and the theme park as well. And I say that, and we're going to Bank. I absolutely promise I had no idea on the map bans before this. But we did cast them multiple times in Bank where they were running through teams. They had an excellent drone game, excellent drone network, particularly on the attack. They were getting in, they were taking space very quickly. And then they were just setting up their own executes every single time. And it was a pleasure to watch them on Bank. So I do worry a little bit for 86 though.
I was going to say though, like, I don't really know so much about the support staff here for V86, but they might have been able to see the VODs. They might have been able to see what we've been seeing from Coalesce on Bank and been thinking like, we can counter this, we can play into this, because there were teams arguably during the qualifier who thought that they could take Coalesce to Bank and beat them there. But especially now, seeing we're going to Bank, I'm even more confident that my prediction is at least going to be a lot closer than I think a lot of V86 fans would suggest beforehand.
Well, thank you very much, gents. We're going to throw over now to our caster pair. We've got Grace and Dino ready to fly us into Bank.
Thank you very much, Demo. What a wonderful death section to start us off. And I just want to get things out of the way here. Just, you know, get things nice and squared away. We are biased UK casters. We are going to say everything we can about how good the UK teams are.
Oh, 100%. I mean, no, to be fair, I think the roster of Coalesce is really good, and I will point that out beforehand. But of course, yeah, we are going to be a bit more probably UK side, especially now we've got Astro and Viperio 86. Like, that is so exciting, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, Viperio 86, we've watched them since their first days, Grace. Their first days in their little qualifiers, and they've come through to this point now. And they've always been a team that they've thrown together a roster, and it's been, oh, are they going to be able to make it? And then they always do well in every single league, every single season. And I'm going to expect more of that this time around.
No, 100%. I mean, I think it's, again, the fact that we've got Curly from the CL kind of stance that they did. You've got Noodle and Groovy, who are obviously in Rumble as well. Vito has joined now as well. Astro joining is amazing, obviously playing in a few different teams, but obviously most recently was Gamma, and again, as Fresh said, potentially was going to be a T1 pickup. So going into this, if you know that someone's of that standard and that quality, absolutely perfect pickup for Viperio 86. They know what they're doing. They always pick the nicest rosters, I swear. And it's for a reason. Again, they have that name behind them now, and they want to keep that momentum. They want to keep that kind of reputation that they have. Coalescence as well, Dino. Again, you know, Zeus as an example, being around the block a bit at this point, I think we can all safely say. And, you know, a very young but talented roster. Benelux experience. You've got Noah as an example. I think he's only like 18, but he is such a gunner in his own right. So, again, although we will be maybe a little bit more UK bias, I think, you know, Snurrel's completely right in saying, like, don't have a little bit of a poo-poo towards the Nordic teams at times.
Well, he was also hyping up Coalesce's performance on Bank, so we're going to have to see if that holds true, as we are going to be going there for our first map of the entire tournament, Grace. How exciting is that? A map that we haven't seen a lot of recently. Well, it's not been in the map pool recently, so now that we're coming back onto it, there's a lot that could change with these teams, a lot of different strategies that they could bring to the table that we've never seen before.
There is to an extent. I do think there's still some points where you can kind of use the oldie but goldie situations again, and especially when it comes to like surface stairs holds and things like that, you can just kind of cheese it a little bit with those old school op vibes and setups, like the Ella shotgun with the shields and the ADSs. We still see people cheesing
Glorious
it like
days.
that nowadays.
Glorious
Which, yeah,
days.
exactly. Glorious days. It's what you love to see. And what I love to see even more is us getting into this ban phase. Again, assuming maybe a little bit Thatcher to begin with, but no, we're actually going to see a Jackal. We are seeing the Jackal bans come through a bit more frequently nowadays in that attack.
Yeah, and that works out because Coalesce is starting on the defense, and you want to get rid of the Jackal on a map this big because teams won't have the time to drone everything. They'll have to find other ways to track down these roamers, and Jackal's a really good example of that, but we're not going to see the Thatcher ban come through. Instead, it's going to be Hibana. It's going to make getting those hatches a little bit more difficult, but at the same time a little bit easier. If they put any electricals on there, you've got the Thatcher to deal with it, but you will have to be a bit more sparing with how you use those hard breaches.
You will, absolutely. And again, that is food for thought. I'm wondering if 86 will actually bring the Thatcher though, or whether they'll just run with their scrim lineup. Again, it's sometimes preference as to whether teams decide to go with that Thatcher pick. Sometimes you see them just carrying on to run with their Maverick, Flores, things like that. The Valkyrie and the Mirror, I think that's pretty classic and by the book. The Mirror one interesting too, because again, typically on Bank, I would say that you can still use Mirror in a really, really, really strong way, especially on that basement hold. We still see that quite a lot too. And looking at the lineup on the attack too, we still got that lovely nade meta going through. And, Bank's still one of those maps where you can use that to your advantage as well, especially when it comes to verticality between the second and third floor.
Yeah, and I mean, the Valk, there have been changes, so you can't now throw the cameras outside. They will lose signal and you won't be able to use them, but Bank is massive. And the ceilings are so high, there's so many corners, there's so much debris everywhere that you can be really, really sneaky with those Valk cams, keep all three of them indoors, which is in fact what a lot of teams and players would do beforehand anyway, and gain a lot of that intel. And that just goes to show that even with those changes, Valk is still one of those really powerful operators that you want to get out of there as often as possible. But we are going to see a bit of a middle floor hold coming through for a basement defense.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the Oryx, which again, maybe personal preference. I understand Bank has like a lot of hatches, and that's going to allow for a really fluid roam game, especially with the vertical, movement that you can do with the Oryx. I just think sometimes it's a little bit risky biscuits. You lose that operator, and you lose the ability with it too. Fair enough, you have those box alert mines, but it's still just a little bit too risky for me, I think. And I'm interested to see what Kane B can do with it, to be honest.
Oh, Noah, with the intro, Astro take a seat. There's going to be the Thunderbird on the top floor. Rome getting a cheeky kill to start things off, and there's going to be no retaliation coming through from Viperio 86. No one in a position to go for that refrag. And that's going to be a really good start here for Coalesce.
It really is, especially a gunner like Astro being clean yeeted from the board. That's the 2 nades, it's all that drone utility as well. So fair enough, it was a bit of a cheeky spawn pick, but you've got to watch out for those, especially in this first round. People will be trying all kinds of shenanigans on round number 1, won't they, Dino?
Oh, absolutely. That's the round to go for the shenanigans. That's when no one's expecting anything. You can set the tempo. And, I mean, that is a very common peak. That is a very common peak that you see a lot inside of ranked and unranked. But you're not expecting to see it in competitive. And Vitaline getting a good little bit of intel and an angle, but not going to be able to take down this Aruni. She is going to escape for the time being. This presence throughout the middle floor from Coalesce is really slowing down the progress from Viperio 86.
It is a little bit. This thing, half the round gone already, and they're still struggling around this kind of second and top floor, trying to clear out this Aruni and this Thunderbird around the open area. So I want to see them try and clear that as soon as possible. Noodle opening this long line of sight pretty early on, but no effect just yet. Vitaline, however, taking down Lurie finally, so that's at least 1 kill going in the favor of Viperio 86. Just need to get 4 more on the table and you're good to go. Make it sound so easy, don't I, Dino?
Oh, absolutely, but there's a lot to get through. Not only do you have this middle floor setup, you also have the fact that the basement is the most defensible site on any map, and Noah is going to make things so much easier for Coalesce as he gets his 2nd kill in the round, taking down Curly. That's the hard breacher gone, and now it's going to be Pat to follow with 1 more onto Vitaline and taking down Noodle as well. It's all left up to Grubby. He's good for 1. The nade's going to come on out, bouncing off the angles, but Not going to land anything as Noah had backed on out, but it's a 1 versus 3. There's 30 seconds to go. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand. He's just going to have to drop and see if he can get something to go. The Echo Drone is going to stun him. The swing's coming on through, dealing a bit of damage. The LMG, no need to reload, but he's got nowhere to go. The Echo Drone's still playing around, slowing him down, not giving him any room to work with. He gets the flick onto Kane on the stairs, aware of the other player inside of the garage. Does potentially have another Finker boost, but there's no time left. He's got to go for the longest reload in the world, and Noah's not going to let him finish.
Absolutely, that's very cheeky, Noah. That's very cheeky. Do you know what? Okay, it is only round number 1. We did say that we may have a potential bit of bias, but bias aside, that was slightly disappointing from Viperio 86. They really didn't come through with the speed that I thought they would, clearing the entirety of this map. You know, they got that top floor control, and then they just kind of faffed around a bit trying to clear that open area. I'm not sure whether it's because they figured that they try and go a bit more direct and then got caught off guard by those players in mid. Perhaps that is the thing, but it's just leaves a lot to be desired at the moment. But again, we are going into round number 2 now. We're seeing a similar kind of setup coming through from 86 in terms of how they wish to attack. So again, maybe they just are going to try and go at this with a bit more speed this time, to be honest, Dino.
Yeah, potentially. They won't have the second layer of the basement to deal with, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a bit of a top floor extension coming through from Coalesce. We are seeing a little bit of them stretching their legs out into tellers, the castle barricades, and the reinforcements going up, as well as this bulletproof cam from Zeus. That's going to be pretty difficult to deal with, because getting over that sort of bar inside of the main lobby requires covering a lot of ground, and there are many angles that you can be challenged from, and it will provide a lot of info for a long time for Coalesce. As it stands, we're not actually seeing a dedicated presence up on the top floor, but we'll more than likely see a bit of a slower start here from 86, making sure they don't get caught off by any spawn peaks.
I think this is the thing, isn't it? It's you know, they haven't really left too much upstairs to deal with the approach of 86, but they do still have that pulse underneath as well, feeding intel constantly, and people can always rotate in retaliation to whatever intel Kane B is going to give them. There is always, of course, the chance of a C4 for the floor, but there is only one C4 on Kane. Nobody else really has a C4, so I think that's a bit of an interesting one. It looks like this pick is more to do with the intel right now, and well, Kane actually taking a lot of damage. That intel and information and gadget can be taken away very, very quickly if this goes any more hectic for them.
Yeah, I mean, the 1C4 only, no one else even has impacts. There's no sort of shotguns that can be used to get that verticality. So it's definitely just an intel call, and Pat did not want to do that, I'm pretty sure, but he is going to take advantage of it. Sneaking on through, Noodle seems to have an inkling of an idea. The yellow ping is going to come on out. Vitaline not wanting to get too aggressive and finding himself caught out, but just being here is going to slow down things, but Pat overextends. Noodle gets the opening kill of this round. And we have Noah and Kane on incredibly low HP. In fact, Kane's on none, as Vitaline from upstairs is going to finish him off with the buck.
Finish him off. Indeed, and these tin can openers can go firmly down on that janitor closet hatch, and that's going to apply a little bit of pressure to Lurie, who, well, certainly now they will be aware of that sound cue, and that hatch is nice and open, so they need to be careful of the small office area, which is why Zeus is now holding this nice crossfire. But at the same time, again, a minute or so on the clock, barely opening this wall. Well, actually, there we go. Yep, actually being open now, and they're going to start making their way for this collapse into sight. So again, if it was Zeus, you really need to find your P's and Q's and try and find the heads of the attackers before they start piling into you.
Grubby, though, is going to get the kill onto Zeus. As soon as you say that, Vitaline spots one, doesn't realize it, but swings back around to take down Noah. And now it is just Lurie left on the Maestro. Lots of bullets, and he's going to drop the diffuser. Good damage going over towards the buck, but it is going to be Vitaline with the 3k in the round to secure it. As that was a much better attack coming through from 86. Much better all around.
It's much better in the fact that they actually got within the distance to take these gunfights relatively quickly, and then they were winning these gunfights. Again, it's just the speed of round 1 was a bit janky, I think, and then this time they were a lot more fluid with it. Again, not having to clear the entire map could be something to do with that, but I think that was, yeah, definitely a lot better from them. And I think that some of the shots they got were really nice as well. Mechanically, it's feeling a little bit fraggy today.
Yeah, but it's 86. Like, they're always feeling a little bit fraggy.
This
they're
is
always
true.
up for it.
This is true. Any iteration of 86 is always going to be feeling fraggy. Again, I genuinely have been so excited leading up to this matchup, because every time 86 produce a new roster, it's like, okay, who are they going to bring in this time? How is that going to pan out? And I was really excited when I saw this one announced. So yeah, pretty hyped for this one. Don't have any popcorn, but excited nonetheless.
I've got a question for you.
Go on.
Does 86 pick up players that can hit heads? Or does having .v86 at the end of your name make you better at hitting heads?
I mean, I'm more than happy to conduct a case study on this by adding .86 to my name and seeing what happens, but no, I think 86 are just very, very good at securing a good roster under their belts, to be honest. Hats off to Chris Sword. But yeah, it's really pleasant to see. At the same time, Coalescent so far being quite surprising. I think, exceeding my expectations going into this already, even though they did get slapped about a bit on that last round. And I think going forward, it's going to be interesting to see how these rounds pan out. I do think the questionable setup around Banana is something I've never really seen that often.
They got one round and you're saying that they're exceeding your expectations. That is heavy bias, UK cast. Even I'm not that bad.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I love this long line of sight that they've got running through the top as well. It's just, again, how are they gonna contest that? Because you do have, as we say, gunners of 86 coming at you, and you're giving them those long lines of sight. So as soon as they start to pinch you out, and someone could even hold that against you, it could be quite risky biscuits. And here we go. Ooh. Already KB falling. So that is the Aruni gone. Those gates still will be up though, and Vitaline also has gone as well. So no more buck verticality. Actually, that's quite a deep. I'd say that kind of favors Coalesce more than it does 86 right now.
Yeah, you lose the util on the buck. You won't be able to get that verticality, and we see these hatches. They're soft, but they can't be opened without using grenades or gun sixes, and that's important utility that you'd want to clear out Malusis and Maestro cams, and instead they're going to have to be used on these hatches. You see Grubby get one open, and is actually going to spam down Noah through the wall. Nice little double kill already in the round for him, but with a minute to go, 86 still have a lot of control they need to try and take, and these long lines of sight that have been opened up by Coalesce are just going to make things really difficult. Somehow Curly snuck his way on into the site. He's going to be going for the plant right next to the archives door, which can be covered from the top of the square, as Astros is going to push on through, get a free kill onto Zeus, and now Pat trying to gain some control over Lobby, but Noodle is going to be there to eliminate Lurie. Now just the Maestro once again. He may have 81 bullets in that Alder, but still got to try and find and win 4 consecutive gunfights. The pings are going to come on through from both sides as the drone is at Lurie's feet, but it's going to be Noodle with that AK-12 to land the shots, and another round going the way of Viperio 86.
Yeah, very, very solid. Again, considering how far back they pulled in that post plant, sometimes it can be a little bit risky, but it worked out really, really well for them because the side of Coalesce had to actually chase them down there. And I love how the opening picks, though, are like a really lovely trade, to be honest. I think that's definitely setting the stage for how the rest of this map's going to go.
Defenders, protect your bombs from...
I don't know. I think even though, obviously, Viperio are around ahead, I do think Coalesce are playing this really, really nicely. I would like to see a little bit more util used instead of the thing like the Oryx, as an example. Again, maybe it's just personal bias, but I just really dislike it when people bring kind of operators. We had the Pulse on one round, which didn't really get much action either. Yes, it was giving early round intel, but
this is the
it's
Oryx
again
map.
The idea.
Which
I understand,
map.
But it's again the fact that you lose that operator, and it's like, well, the utility is not available anymore. That ability, utility, at least you have, as I say, get the prox mines, but it's still just a little bit like, okay, very, very situational. What is the benefit to bringing that long term over bringing something else, You
get to hit a sick flank and ace around, and that's it.
If Kane does it, then yes, I'll agree with it, but I'm waiting for you, Kane. Bring the thunder. Bring the thunder.
But if the Oryx isn't there in the first place, then you can't go for the sick flank at all.
If the Oryx flanks in the woods, does it make a sound?
Exactly. Probably because he grunts as he does the dash. So,
if no one is around to hear it,
well,
does it make a sound? Only time can tell. And well, speaking of time, 86 making a pretty good time of getting this Canto wall open nice and early, and that's going to mean that Noah's going to actually pick up the Thunderbird utility and rotate back to site with it in pocket. And I really love that. I love the not only picking up utility and placing it in a different place, but the fact that you're going to kind of fall back a little bit with that utility so it's not wasted. And that's what I'm talking about, Dino. I don't like to see utility wasted.
Oh, well, I like to see Grubby on the Nook inside of Garage. Got a drone going on. So typically you'd have some kind of camera in Garage because it's such a big space that you can't hold it. So you throw a cam in there and just someone checks it periodically. Being on the Nook, you can then get up close without anyone seeing you on the cam with that ability, and you can try and land these shots. It is going to be Vitaline, though, to get the opening kill of the round, taking down Lurie, who was on the roam. Now Noah is going to be feeling a little bit trapped inside of this staff room. The pressure isn't piling on just yet. He's going to have to be concerned about all of those potential angles. And there we are. We see the Echo Drone coming on through. It is going to spot Grubby when he didn't have his gadget on. And in fact, they're going to get aggressive inside of Garage. Kane, a little bit of a pre-fire coming on through, trying to spot the feet underneath the ambulance. And just so close. No one's quite getting the angles, but it's going to be Zeus with the assistance to tie up the man count, as that's going to be Grubby, the second player to fall in this round.
Yeah, getting a little bit naughty there around the ambulance on both sides. I think that was a little bit of a funny gunfight to see. But as you say, Noah's still in this open area. They have been droned out, or have they actually? I don't think. Well, they certainly would know about them now. There we go. Vitaline responding in perfect timing as Noah falls. And the tin can openers once again coming through. And as we say, now that the Thatcher's on the board, we're not actually seeing the Kide pick come through from Coalescence. And I'm wondering if that is due to the fact that Thatcher is on the board. They're kind of thinking, oh, it's not really worth it. But oh, look at this. Beautiful shot there by Pat, the patient of the saint, just waiting for someone to dare and push down the server stairs.
I mean, yeah, Noodle is going to follow up, though, and take down Pat, but Kane still available, still on this flank. He can come through and ruin the round, but it is going to be Astro prepared and waiting for it. And now it is just Zeus left on the Echo inside of the vault. Just going for the spams. Probably doesn't have any of those yokai drones left available, but we know what this man can do in a gunfight, and it's so close, but Curly is there, ready to hit the shots, and that is going to be another round. 3 now in a row for 86.
Yep. 3 in a row, and 2 more to go. Can Coalesce get any more of these defensive rounds and bring it to even Stevens potentially before they go into that attacking half themselves? The debate's still open a lot of the time as well when it comes to Bank nowadays as to whether it's attack or defend decided. I really do think it depends on the team, to be honest, but again, I think certainly again in this nade meta, I do think it has a little bit of an attacker edge at times. Especially when it comes to this basement site. I really do think the basement site's probably the slightly more tricky to defend historically, especially as a defender, but I'm liking the creativity we see now that it's back in the competitive map pool.
Yeah, I think that typically people say bigger maps, more defender-sided. Villa is a perfect example.
Yes.
But I think the thing with Bank is that it's so big that it manages to wrap back around to becoming attacker-sided because you can't reinforce every wall.
Yeah.
You can't watch every line of sight. You can't defend every single corner. There's stuff that you have to give up. And if you give up the wrong thing, or if you maybe aren't holding something quite as perfectly as you should, it then gives a lot of control over to the attackers. We've seen the impact that Vitaline has had just because not all of those hatches have been reinforced. You can just buck them open, bang, bang, quick kill coming through.
Exactly.
And that is where sort of it comes back around to being attacker side, and this is where, Coalesce, they're going for this middle floor hold, and if they can draw a lot of attention to it and force you to fight them on the middle floor, it can burn time and win them rounds, as we saw in round 1. But what we're going to see here is Viperio 86 being able to just completely ignore it, as they can just go straight for the site. Those site walls aren't reinforced. They can quickly buck in and just get a plant down. And we are going to see Curly with the Oster shield able to just go for this plant. And that could be the round basically sealed right off the rip in the first minute.
I mean, I'm so confused why that wasn't opened initially. And again, this is the exact setup we've seen in Pro League use as well. That Osa, so powerful now when it comes to attacking what already, as I say, is a very attacker favor. Then Coalesce actually turning around, taking on Astro, Baseline, and Groovy. All in one go. It's all left down to Curly and Noodle. Curly managing to finish off Noah, but Noodle also getting one onto King B, and it's a 2 versus 2, but look at the health on Curly. You tickle him and he falls. And this is the awkward thing actually right now. A post plant, but they're trying to contest the hatch. The Osa shield at the bottom of server. You love to see it. This is Rainbow Six Siege, Dino. This is Rainbow Six Siege. It brings a tear to the eye.
It's glorious. I mean, I didn't even realize that the diffuser had gone down. Curly did it in the middle of the night, in the darkness where no one could see.
I love it.
But it just spurred Coalesce into action. And yeah, they were able to get 3 quick kills off of it. And it was, well, maybe this round's going back their way. But in that post plant where you've got people just able to hold the angles, you have, you know, the player sitting on that server hatch. You can't go for the defuse. You just can't. You have to kill them. You have to force them off that angle. Unable to do that. Viperio 86 4 rounds in a row and, you know, potentially going to finish this half on a 5-1 split.
And this is it. That is certainly risky biscuits for Coalesce, but this is what I love about Bank. And again, I really, it was one of my favorite comp maps, and now they brought it back in. And that exact attack and that post plant situation is why I love it so much, because you do have all of these angles that can be held against you. It's not just the bottom of the server itself. If they had a bit more of that CC control as well, like maybe then, yeah, it could be even worse. But it's the fact that you've got those hatches, as we say, yes, the defenders can utilize them from the get-go, but as soon as it comes to that post plant, you see the attackers use it in their favor. Wow, chef's kiss. It's what I adore about Bank as a map.
Yeah, like the defenders can rotate round and use it, but if they've not been forced out of their initial positions, they've then got to, you know, make crosses and flanks that are entirely unreasonable, as Noodle is going to be entirely unreasonable and get the opening kill of this round yet again, and that's going to be Pat hitting the floor. And another strong start here for Viperio 86. We know how important those opening kills can be, and they definitely picked up the momentum in these last few rounds, as Astro is going to follow up with a kill onto Noah. Not going to get caught out by that cheeky little peek again, as Slurry... I'm just imagining a well-placed nade from Groovy landing right at his feet, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It might not just yet, but don't count your chickens before they've egged, Dino. Like, again, it could take a cheeky drone to be able to see where that positioning is and the nade coming through. But for now, again, 86 is applying pressure with this verticality and having a great time doing so. Again, they really seem in control now. And as you say, Groovy looking for a kill into that archive area, but Lurie... Alder in hand, as we say many times, it's like a hot knife through butter, so they're ready to contest anything that could happen. Astro taking down KB though, and that's going to leave 2 members of Coalesce left. We'll make that 1, Dino, as Lurie finally falls. The Alder doing nothing for them there. It's all left down to Zeus now in a 1 versus 5. He gets 1 onto Astro, but can he get 4 more? Ideally, trying to bait out into these 1v1 engagements is your ideal way of trying to deal with this situation. But there we go. Vitaline is going to take you down, and a very strong start there, if not borderline overpowered start going into this defensive half for 86.
I would have hated to be Zeus at the end there. It's a 1 versus 5. You're being droned out. There's a buck above you. The hatch is being opened and just everyone swarming you. That's like fever dream levels of pain. But I mean, Viperio 86 are going to come through. Strong opening half, 5-1. Definitely making a statement, but now how are they going to be able to do on the defensive end of things? As we've argued that this is an attacker-sided map potentially, so now we need to see if Coalesce will be able to come through with their attacks and secure a victory, as we are going to see a bit of a change coming through. Noah is going to be on the Thatcher 4 now. Now there is the attacker repick, so he can switch off during this drone phase, but we aren't seeing the Kaid being brought out by Viperio 86, so the purpose of that Thatcher is sort of lost.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It is a little bit, yeah. I mean, again, what would that really do with looking at the defensive line of 86 bringing? It is really mostly just those echoes, isn't it? And
yeah,
I think that's the interesting mental game here. Is similar to how 86 had it. It was like, well, they probably won't bother bringing the Kaid, so do we even need to bring the Thatcher, or vice versa? Like, if the Kaid's on the board, or you assume Thatcher's on the board, do you even bother with the Kaid? One thing I do want to point out, obviously, we have just had the update today. Ying now has 4 Candelas in pocket instead of 3. Still got the 2 tin can openers in pocket too. So Zeus the gunner that he is on this Ying with 4 Candelas could be quite a frightening sight right now.
Yeah, the balance to that is that the Ying flashes don't last for as long. I think you're blinded for 1.4 seconds as opposed to something like 2.4, 2.5. But it is going to be Pat with the opening frag. Astro immediately with the trade after Noodle got taken out. So that is going to be some good pressure applied onto the middle floor as we are still having Kane coming in upstairs and getting a bit more control. In fact, getting this nice angle down on towards the teller's door. Astro has to be careful where he puts his feet, but he is going to be safe for the time being. Working his way on into the hallway, and the timing on this, Lurie almost had a moment, but not going to be the case.
Almost had a moment indeed, but again, being quite patient with how they're clearing this. I think the Mozzie drones and Mozzie pests rather on the stairs is certainly going to put a bit of a stamper in the works, because it means that they have to kind of be really careful about where they're droning now, and intel is everything when you're clearing a map as large as this. And still see this verticality come through from Kane B, but I think a majority of Coalesce have kind of pushed themselves back to a safer position right now. So again, it's just about making sure that you're wasting time now and again by maybe getting a bit cheeky around the staircase. But again, they're falling back a little bit. I really think 86 are playing this a lot more passive than I thought they would be. I thought they maybe go for some spawn peaks and cheeky jugular shots like that, but it looks like they're actually being quite sensible here. They're waiting for these shots to come through, and then they're kind of delaying the attackers just through the mental game, mostly because they're still having to clear every nook and cranny, and they've already pushed back to site to be defensive and passive. So it's really quite nice to see from 86, actually.
Yeah, going for a little cheeky engagement, then running away and wasting more and more of Coalesce's time. As losing that Maverick means that they are just down to the secondary hard breach gadgets of Zeus and Kane B. They have been able to open up all the hatches, but we're not going to see a server take coming through. Instead, probably going to be a bit of a backdrop coming down into Vault. We do have Vitaline nearby as Noe is going to drop on down through elevator. Zeus inside a Vault. The smoke canisters, the Ying. Candela's coming on through, and it's going to be Zeus to eliminate. Curly is pushing through the smokes. He gets stuck on the doorway. Vitaline good for 1. Grubby is good for another. It's a 1 versus 2 now. It's all left up to the Vigil, but the diffuser is down on the ground. He can just try and play a little bit of time here, but the punch on the wall is going to give up his spot, and Kane with the pistol is going to secure this round for Coalesce. Probably didn't realize that diffuser was there on the ground. Could have played that differently, but it was a good last second take coming through from Coalesce. They did the old sort of vitality thing of let's wait for the last 20 seconds and explode.
Yeah, and I think that certainly benefit them, and of course they've got another round in their pocket, but the issue is they've got 3 more to bring this to even Stevens. That can be a bit of a chug of the upward hill. So for them, they have to try and do it relatively the same. The thing is that I'm slightly worried about is if 86 do decide to get a bit more bolshy with it and kind of go for these more aggressive pushes, not being as passive when they're going for those gunfights and then falling back. How is that going to change things up? Will 86 end up losing those players in the early and mid round, or will it actually throw a spanner in the works with the way that Coalesce have been attacking? Because again, they have just had a few rounds on attack now, and it's this idea that if you get used to a certain playstyle where it is like, okay, they are being a bit more passive, and then suddenly they jump out from nowhere and they're having all these ratty spots, that can catch you by surprise.
Yeah, but I think that the way that 86 played that round was actually really on point. It just came down to the util usage at the end. I mean, Curly, if you'd been able to throw that smoke deeper right underneath the hatch, then it would have dealt a lot of damage as these players dropped. Maybe we wouldn't have had the Ying of Zeus being able to get that kill onto Curly, still had an extra canister left in pocket. Then it all just becomes this delay game. But that 1 kill from Zeus on the drop suddenly changes up the entire situation inside of the site and gave Coalesce the round. So it's tiny little things like that that stopped 86 from winning that round. But I think if they just stick to their main game plan, they should be all right here.
Absolutely, we're going to see Pag getting a little bit swingy on this western wall. And this is the thing too, one thing that I just noticed that was quite interesting is how reactive Coalesce are actually being to the intel that's coming from the drones. We saw a quick pre-fire through the Kanto wall as the drone had spotted out one of the players of 86 kind of lurking around it, and that's a good sign for Coalesce right now if they're being as reactive as that and they're trying to go for these engagements that are relatively safe to make as soon as they're called. It's just, of course, again, 86 being quite passive as soon as they are spotted out, they are falling back. And again, it's a safe way of playing. Kane actually being downed there, Dino, so unless someone can pick him up, that's the verticality taken away.
Yeah, the revive is going to come on through from Noah, so there is a bit more verticality left on the board. I mean, I do like this adjustment from 86. I think they actually did it in the last round as well, but they've got the main hatch inside of Teller's or open area open, so that when the pressure starts to be applied, this castle can just quickly drop on down. But it is going to be Vitaline to get the kill onto Pat. A minute and 15 left in the round, and that's when the first frag comes through. It's now a lot of the pressure is being solidified around the middle floor. Grubby is still hanging around, but as we've seen, Noodle has been able to successfully drop back onto site, and it looks like Grubby's going to do exactly the same if he can avoid all of those bullets. And now he's nice and safe, and you've got to deal with 5 players hiding inside of the site in the last 50 seconds if you're Coalesce.
Absolutely, and even though you do have those hatches open, again, they have that long line of sight from the garage as well, so if someone should drop without droning it out quick enough, that could catch them off guard as well, and it could be a really easy prevention of that collapse as well. It looks like they're going to try and take a little bit of server as well, and start to apply the pressure on that server stairs, maybe get these walls nice and open, but again, potentially waiting for Lurie to come down and open it himself.
Well, Lurie's only got one of those secondary hard breaches. He either gets this wall or he gets the hatch. He's going to go for the wall so they can tuck in for the plant, but Vitaline still has this echo drone here. There is still... Oh no, there's no gas canisters left available, but they have to try and go for the plant. Curly is good for one, and Noodle's good for another. And now there's just no time at all. It's going to be a rush job. The diffuser's down on the ground. No one's able to pick it on up. Noah rushes on in, eliminates the echo. Lurie trying to go for the plant, but gets killed at the final seconds, and it is going to be 86 winning on time in that one. That is now them on match point? Or is that 5? Yeah, no, that is match point. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing though too. It's like, yeah, 86 are doing a really fantastic job, brilliant, love it, mwah, mwah, mwah. But like, Coalescence are actually doing a really stand-up job themselves, to be honest. Again, especially on this attack. Like, in my opinion, the defense was a little bit squiffy at times, especially in terms of util use. But this attack has been so on point. And it is just the fact that 86 have been so patient with it. They're willing to fall back when needed. As you say, they have those hatch games going strong. I think that's working out really, really well for them. I'm curious to see if they'll do a similar thing here now. You know, have that kind of stock hatch just nice and open and maybe play around that a little bit. But I don't think they will. I think they probably will end up reinforcing it. There we are.
Yeah. They're not that crazy, surely. Surely 86 aren't that wild with it.
Yeah, you're 6-2 match point. I think you can afford to get a little bit crazy with it, but I understand if they don't want to. But again,
it's a long season. Just get the wins. Just get the wins on the board, and then have fun later on once your position is secured. But there's plenty of time for you to lose games like this, and you know there are tougher opponents coming up for 86.
This is
yeah.
I think that's an exciting thing too, in terms of how the rest of the season's going to go, because I think Playday 1 as well, there's like, sometimes it can be a bit strange for some teams, but as time goes on, you see everyone just getting more concrete and hunkering down, and it's really beautiful to watch as time goes on. Again, the intel coming through now, once again, the pulse being brought to the table, this time by 86 Groovy, with that heartbeat sensor on hand. Very aware of Noah's positioning. No one actually playing in the lobby to go for a cheeky spawn peek either. I think they, once again, playing it very safe, playing it very patient. I'm not going to say I'm disappointed by that. I would like to see it, but I understand why, again, you are on match point. You just want it over and done with, really, don't you, Dino?
I mean, slow and steady wins the race. You don't want to go do something stupid and give Coalesce a lot of confidence, give them a lot of momentum in these rounds. You just want to get these wins in. And it looks like that's going to be the mindset here, as that's going to be a bit of an early C4 coming through. Doesn't catch anything, but Grubby with the follow-up is going to be good for one onto Noah, and Vitaline, who's having an impressive game here, going 11-6, is going to get another kill onto Pat, who he had a strong first round, but could never really get the motor going after that. Now with a minute and a half on the clock, it's a 3 versus 5, and Coalesce have it all to do.
To do indeed. They do have the diffuser in hand still though, and once again, if you can debate yourselves into these 1 versus 1 engagements, I think Lurie is very, very aware of the player on the stairs. As Zeus actually going for the pinch, and Votaline is actually taken out now. So again, that's kind of even up the playing field a little bit, as will that Astro falling too. So Dino looks like a 3 versus 3 with a minute to go. Looking pretty nice for Coalesce right now.
yeah, they've been able to pull it back. Kane has the diffuser in hand, and there is plenty of time for them to work with, but there's a lot of intel coming through from the side of 86. Kane going to send in one of those Flores drones, see if he can destroy any utility or create any new lines of sight. Just trying to get something to give his team a little bit of an edge in this round, but the mute jammers are going to slow him down. There's a Maestro cam watching the entrance, but no one's really in a position to deal with it. I think that, yeah, the RCXD might have blown up that Maestro cam. Zeus is going to be coming out through with the thermite breach. The mute jammers might try and slow him down, but it's going to be the impact trick. It doesn't work. It doesn't land. And now, just caught out in the open, Kane is going to get the kill onto Noodle. It's a 2 versus 3 the other way. Curly trying desperately to get an angle here as Grubby has managed to find his way back on into the site, but Zeus gets the kill onto Curly. And now it's a 1 versus 3 post-plant situation. The drone gets killed finally. That must have been given so much intel, and Kane popping off in this one. Going to secure the round for Coalesce.
That is fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. They went for that collapse. They got their ones. Perfect stuff there coming through from Coalesce towards the end there. Again with 86, I think actually maybe Noodle thought that it had impact tricked, because you with that first impact, you kind of heard like a bit of a nothing, to be honest. Yeah. You heard nothing, and there was the awkwardness of them kind of being like, okay, and then they heard they saw the X-Firm, and that's when the second nade came out, but by then it's too late. That hole gets opened and someone is just ready and waiting with that line of sight for you. So really unfortunate stuff there, and at that moment that was almost the catalyst for that collapse to come through, and it was really beautiful stuff. Again, Coalesce really doing a good job of pulling this back. The pressure really does come on when you're on match point, and they've already pulled this back to 6-3, so 3 more rounds to go, potentially, question mark, Dino?
I mean, potentially. They are going to be defending the same site again, going for a similar looking setup, if not actually identical. So they've got faith in their strategy, just whether they can make those in-round adjustments for it to really be the difference. But then even if they lose this round and it gets to the 6-4, we will have 86, you know, being able to go back down on into the basement. We've seen them be very strong 2 times. Yes, they lost it once, but still a strong round from them. And so I think just based on that and that alone, 86 should still get this one, even if they don't get this round.
Yeah, I love the fact that, again, Coalesce are going for the Jugular very early in terms of utility clearance. They're sending those Flores drones nice and early to deal with that castle reinforcement on the open area. And here comes the second one to deal with the double castle, I'm assuming. Yep, there we go again. So, again, this utility is being taken away pretty quickly. And then it's just a case of clearing the top floor. And probably they're going to go for the same vibe here. They're going to try and go for that, you know, lobby take, not lobby, skylight take, and try and get that wall open again. So, Maestro Cam gone too early this time, Dino.
Kane is incredible with those Flores drones. Uses 3 of them, gets rid of 3 key pieces of utility, 2 castle barricades, and then a Maestro Cam gone within the first minute. I mean, that is a very good, you know, go of it coming through from Kane, as now Coalesce, with all their players still alive, are in a very good spot to get this round, really. Curly is waiting patiently with the C4 to try and go for a timing. Noah is right there if he were to throw it on up, but it gets shot out. Noah, with the reaction, shoots the Nitro out of the sky. That's going to be a bit of wasted utility there for Viperio 86.
Just a little bit, but again, this is what I mean. Like, both sides being pretty patient with the way they're going about things. Coalesce just having kind of a little bit of walk in the park. Again, this utility clearance coming through so well for Mers. Noah takes down Groupie, and Viceline is also going to fall down because Pat's feeling himself today. And again, that wall nice and open. This time 86 pulled back into open area. They're not going to try and immediately contest it too soon.
Yeah, gonna take a little bit of time now. They've got those 2 opening kills. They don't need to rush it. And that's sort of the big thing. They don't need to be aggressive at this point. They've got 40 seconds left to work with. They've still got, you know, a bit of utility that they have to try and burn through. And 3 good players on the side of 86 that they need to kill to get this round to go their way. So taking their time is a good thing, as we are going to have Noodle get aggressive and goes for the swing, but Noah is there ready and waiting, and so is Pat onto Astro, and now it's just Curly left 1 versus 5. He goes for the spray. He takes Lurie down to barely any health, but isn't able to secure the kill. Denies the flawless round, but that's going to be all he can do, as Coalesce are going to take round number 10. And, you know, this one's starting to look a little bit scary if you're an 86 fan.
It is a little bit, isn't it? Just, again, Coalesce, these attacks are just absolutely on point. They're clearing it really well. The utility clearance is probably the main thing that's a bit of an exclamation mark for me, to be honest, because again, we consider how much is being cleared within that first 30 seconds directly on site, just from those Flores drones. And I think that's where 86 need to kind of be watching themselves a little bit and be more mindful as to those drones coming through, you know, doing the amount of damage that they are. Again, they have chosen to go to basement now, so this could be the potential time for them to secure this win. But again, Coalesce, they've really got to the point now where they're feeling comfortable attacking, and I think they might throw a spanner in the works again. The fuse coming through.
I don't know how much fuse... Oh, no, there was the change. Fuse can now go through reinforced hatches.
Yes.
So, there is potential here.
Oh, wait, no, it looks like... It looks like it's actually being repicked onto the Ying, which, you know what, I actually think the fuse could have worked there, so, again, but it looks like the fact that that's been repicked onto the Ying shows that perhaps that's just their attack strategy that they have for that site. They like using the Candelas for that utility clear. You know, you do have those ADSs, so if you're not going to try and contest the server stairs, of course they do have Noodle swapping onto the Warden, probably for that reason as well, but it's more the fact that you've got those 4 Candelas in pocket to easily just clear out those ADSs where you need them to, and the YMI magnets on the table too, so extra util in pocket for clearing things like that can always be quite beneficial.
Yeah, we are acting, as you say, 86 go for that server stairs hold, and now Noah being on this stature really comes into play, because there are 3 ADSs stacked up there, and it would disable Warden's goggles, so you just need to throw 1 ADS right next to that wall where Warden can't do anything about it, chuck in a Candela with the perfect timing, and then that's Noodle dead. You have control over the stairs and can start making a real serious play onto the site itself. Now it's going to be the case of, can they get that, you know, to work exactly as you imagine it in your head when you say it, because it sounds oh so simple, but I think Coalesce, they have the potential to get that done if they time it right, and if they so choose to go that way. Remember, last time they didn't even bother going towards server.
They didn't know. It was pretty much a kind of vault main stairs push, which looks like what they're going for again. And Astro being caught off guard a little bit there, Pat getting that opening kill for the round, but Team B potentially about to start contesting this server spot, but the drones have come through. They've spotted that setup, and again, it's an oldie but a goldie to have the ADS and shield set up there. So I think they know what's in store, and again, Noah stacking up a little bit of Zeus should be able to just throw ADSs against that corner wall just to the left there, and that's exactly what we're about to see, I think, Dino.
Well, they want to burn the Aruni gate, throw a nade on in. That's going to get rid of all of that utility. A follow-up nade to try and catch him if he's sitting close. The server hatch has been opened on up. He is between a rock and a hard place. He's going to get nothing from it. It's going to be Kane with the shotgun getting that kill onto Noodle. And now it's another 3 versus 5 situation. And Coalesce have all of the advantages. Curly with the smoke canisters can go for the deep throw on in, but it is going to be just a little too deep. Zeus can actually go for planting here without that smoke canister affecting him at all. He is going to back on out. Maybe heard the rip of a C4 or just being cautious. Instead is now going to go back for it as Lurie gets the frag onto Curly. Grubby as well going to get one onto Kane, but it is now all left up to Vitaline. He's had an exceptional day so far, but it's going to be one hell of a clutch for him if he wants to win this round for his team. Diffuser is down, and it's a 1 versus 3. He's on the Wamai, going for the long rotate around, takes down the Capital. 1 versus 2, 30 seconds to go. Has the potential to try and isolate these gunfights. There's one player playing above on the server hatch, one player at the bottom of the server stairs. There is an angle where he could go for a long arm, and they would have to push on in and get aggressive. And if he just 6s, there's nothing they can do. But Zeus is going to drop down from the server hatch, and this has gone from being a 5-1 to a 6-5 scoreline. Grace, Coalesce in the process of bringing it all the way back.
Do you know what? The fact that this is the first match of this season has me absolutely just losing my mind right now, because we're already seeing so much from all of these teams, for the UK teams, the Nordic teams. It's again, I think Coalesce have really come in and kind of probably surprised a lot of people here. Again, it's the utility use on this attack is absolutely on point. It's the fact that, yeah, they were burning out some of those smokes, and then they got the pick onto the smoke. As soon as you know that that smoke is gone, you know there's no more toxic babes to come out, you can try and stick the plant. They had the Capital sending out firebolts as soon as they knew where the Wamai was to try and chase him down. At that point, it's like, yeah, you know that he's going to go for that long rotation. It was just, oh my god, beautiful stuff from Coalesce. I'm really impressed, Dino.
I mean, yeah, they've shook 86. They've gone for a timeout. They want to get this round right here, right now. If this goes to overtime, then you don't get the full 3 points. And points, as we all know, mean prizes. You want to get those 3 points all the way through in every single game you can. So this round is very important for both of these teams. If Coalesce win here, they're guaranteed themselves at least 1 point. If 86 win here, they get the full 3 to walk away with. And they're going to mix it up. They're going to be going to the top floor. This is the first time that we've seen this site get defended directly. I think we saw Coalesce go for a bit of a Archives Tellers with some presence on the top floor, but not a full top floor hold in its, purest form.
I think it's again, they're bringing the Warden again. I'm not sure if that's the right play. They're bringing Warden C4 this time as well. So it's like, okay, maybe again to deal with potential Ying Candelas, but Coalesce aren't even bringing the Ying this time. Again, they're bringing in the Osa. We've seen how powerful Osa can be on bank, not just with these two teams, but across all kind of tiers at this point. We've got the Flores. We've seen how quickly Coalesce clear utility with that Flores. Again, I really want to see 86 mind their P's and Q's here and be watching out for those drones and shooting them out before they have the chance to clear this utility, because they haven't been doing that so far, and it's I think when they watch this app, they'll be frustrated about that, to be honest.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of a change up in the utility being brought from 86. There are no Maestro cams, Vital lines switching on over to the Echo, so they're all safer from those Flores drones, but there is still, mute jammers and Wamai discs and ADSs that can be eliminated. We are going to see Noah go for the Claymores. Yes, you now get 2 Claymores, ladies and gentlemen, so Noah can watch both of his jump outs, both of the main jump outs, a little bit easier. If anyone does get the kill on him, they're going to meet an explosive end. Those Claymores sitting right at the bottom, as we are going to see those infamous drones make their way on in once again.
This is it. Yeah, they're claiming utility. They're only claiming barbs for now. So yeah, you lose a bit of a sound cue there, but you've still got that shield facing towards the skylight area as well. So it's not too much of a, dangerous early util clear as long as that shield is still there. Again, they should have had a little bit of a sound cue from the lobby as well, so they know this is a bit of a split push going on. And it's again just making sure that we see how 86 are retaliating to that. It looks like they're holding underneath for now, and they'll probably rotate up later. But again, my fear there is if Coalesce decide to go for the jugular, what's going to happen? Looks like Pat's on the hunt for someone, though. Zeus takes down Astro, and this is the thing we could see. There we go, Groovy! The line of sight held. Patient of a Saint. Pat will fall, so that's traded very, very quickly, Dino.
Yeah, good trade coming through, losing that Thinker. That's Nade's gone, that's his boost gone as well. You have lost Warden, who is a operator that can only be useful if they're alive. It's selfish utility, but it's not the end of the world for your team, as Curly is going to be aware of one of these players repelling on the windows. Deals a little bit of damage and actually lands the headshot onto Noah. 4 versus 3, 45 seconds to go. And 86 just need to hold on for a little bit longer. Grubby is downstairs along with Noodle here, and Noodle still has his C4 available. You can just wait for this plant to come on through. They've opened up the soft side of the wall. They reinforced the northern 2 walls, but didn't reinforce the southern. It does sort of indicate the angle through which Coalesce are going to attack, but when Kane's got this control over the 90 hallway, is going to get that kill onto Curly. Suddenly their options open up a hell of a lot more, as Grubby trying to get the timing here, trying to go for a flank and get these kills. Some early shots coming through. He's going to benefit from the first. He's going to fall to the second, as Vitaline just needs to get the timing on this one. The Osa moves at the last second. The C4 forcing her rotation, and it's down to the final second of it. The Echo stun coming through, and that is going to be Viperio 86 winning our opening game of the NPL 7-5.
Blimey me, Dino, blimey me. But again, 7-5, Coalesce actually coming in and doing a stand-up job, I think, compared to what most people were predicting at the start. And I think they've done a really good job of making us all bite our tongues here, because it got very scary for 86 here. Yes, it is Playday 1, but I think they have a little bit of ironing out the kinks to do.
I was never concerned. UK massive. Biased UK caster, Viperio 86, just... I mean, yeah, no, jokes aside, it was a bit dicey. Coalesce had the opportunity to win that. They had the opportunity to take it to overtime and get those rounds and, you know, steal a win here after Viperio had such a strong start, but wasn't the case. And I think, like you say, Coalesce, they've definitely already established themselves as a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Their bank game is definitely nothing to trifle with, as they can definitely start to clear up when they move on to that attack.
Back game hella strong, but also the fact that, you know, we're potentially noting a little bit of a weakness in 86 right now, where they were just not able to deal with that attacking utility at times. And I think that's where I'm a little bit like, ooh, okay, I'm going to see how that progresses again with the Flores drones, especially taking Flores against them and how quickly the utility was getting cleared. That's a little bit of a risky biscuit for me. And I think going forward in these play days, I'm just going to be like, okay, I want to see them maybe deal with that a little bit better if people do bring similar utility in future.
But then is that a Viperio 86 problem, or a sort of a
Flores being
trademark of
good.
playing bank?
Well, true. Yeah.
We spoke about how big the map is and how difficult it can be to control, and that sort of throws it back into the attacker side. And I think that game sort of establishes that we are seeing a bit more of an attacker side of bank coming through, as both of those teams had very strong attacking halves.
Yeah, I think it's again, especially given that we are in that kind of fragmented meta, things can be a little bit more skewed towards the attackers in certain situations, but bank certainly so, especially again on that basement. Now that we've got that OSA coming through, we've seen it at tier 1, now we're seeing it in natties, and it's still working very, very well in that post plant. The setups you can do with that shield is just like, mwah, chef's kiss. So yeah, lots to think about going forward.
Yeah, and well, we're not going to be the ones thinking about it. It is going to be Demo, Fresh, and Snurleaf to think about all of that and explain it all to you in their wonderful, wonderful words.
Thank you, Grayson. Dino, fellas, that was close. Very, very close near the ending there. I think us three were sitting thinking, 5-1 split for 86. This is it, a massive team difference. Everyone firing all cylinders. Vito, massive plays from him during the opening half. But then it started to slip away from them. We started seeing Ying getting thrown into the mix. And Jack, that caused some issues for 86 multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think it really was a game of two halves. 86 just had enough quality, as you say, but they were really struggling to deal with the Flores. They were really struggling to deal with the Ying executes. And in the end, of course, it would come down to just one Echo drone that wins them the round, that wins them the game. And I think, 86, they felt in full control, and then it slowly just got taken away from them. And I want to give props to Coalesce, but I also want to criticize them in the same breath, because it was a nice comeback, but to be 5-1 down because you're doing the same stuff over and over and over again, that's really where they lost this game, in my opinion.
And I just want to follow up on the sentiment as well, because me and Fresh, we could just be sitting there in the background, just be like, oh, okay, Pat's doing the same thing that it did in the Nordic qualifiers, and against, with all due respect to the Nordic qualifier teams, but against lesser teams, you don't really get punished for it. But when you have all these VODs available of Coalesce playing on bank, and you're playing against a stronger team with stronger individual players, such as Vito and such as Groovy, etc., you are going to get punished for it. And I think V8, I guess this was just like a game where we could see that neither team were really good at defending, or the other team was just really much better at attacking. And again, like Demo said, I think one Echo drone from going to overtime is really what we can bring out of this game. I think that really speaks volumes of how close this game was, despite the 5-1 half.
I mean, Thomas, overall for Coalesce, are you happy with the quote, kind of how they kind of took it in their stride today? Obviously, it's still a loss of the loss, but I would say have definitely done better than I would say what majority probably would have expected out of them.
And still, I think both me and Jack are probably a little bit disappointed, actually. But like Jack said, I think they gave away too many rounds easily in on their defensive half. I do think that there's even more so to this Coalesce team, which is why I think a lot of teams have put them sort of highest in end of the Nordic scene, and I would agree with that. But I am surprised, positively surprised by how they were able to come back from a 5-1 deficit. I think that speaks volumes of what really lives in this team, and that we're able to come back and see great individual performances by Kane, of course, like on the floor strolling, like Jack brought up earlier with the clearing the utility. So I'm actually I could see why UK fans or neutral fans would be like a bit surprised perhaps by Coalesce, but I'm actually a little bit disappointed, and I think Coalesce would be kicking themselves as well for at least not getting overtime here.
What do you think, Jack? Do you think what Tom's saying is right in the money?
I think so. I think realistically, if Coalesce could, I wish I had a little bit more substance. They're doing the same strat over and over again with limited adaptation. Literally, if they just adapt a couple of times in a couple of strats, they win one more round. They force at least overtime. And, they've gone toe-to-toe with one of the teams that we expect to be a better team in this tournament, challenging for that CL spot. And, they've left something on the table. They've left something in the server there because they've gone away, and they've gone away from out thinking, we could have won. I wish we'd played our defenses better. And that's kind of my frustration with them. But our winners 86, they played a great game. They played a great attacking half.
Absolutely.
And they managed to find a way to win, even when there was some alternate siege coming at them. So, full props to them.
Yeah. Well, let's jump into our interview now. We'll get the wise words from 86 and see how they feel about their performance. PX, pleasure again to be speaking to you. Win's a win. It was close for the boys, but you still got the 3 points. I can hear you, yeah.
Bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
I can see you, though, but
you can see me, can't hear me.
Hear you.
He can't hear me. Oh, dear.
For some reason.
It happens. Do you hear me now?
Oh,
PX?
there we go.
Yes.
That's good.
It was close. It was very, very close, but you got the 3 points, PX.
Yeah, we did. A little bit close. Like you said, but that's what matters in the end. 3 points.
Obviously, there's been a lot of changes since we last seen the side inside a Challenge League. There's been, 4 changes in the roster. The only person sticking around is Curly. You've brought in experience, professional experience. You think of Vito coming into the lineup, Astro coming in from National Leagues. You've got 2 kind of up-and-comers as well. It looks like a good blend. How has the professionalism kind of changed with the team? You bring Vito and you bring Astro, and how have those 2 blended in?
I mean, as you said, I wouldn't say it's about professionalism. That's not the reason why we brought them in. We brought them in because of the experience, of course. It can help with quick shot calling, having ideas during the game. It's it's different than the lineup we had during Rumble with a lot of upcoming players. They have talent, of course. They have you have firepower, but at the end of the day, sometimes people just cannot make decisions for themselves, and it's not really the case with this lineup. So that's pretty cool.
What is it about Bank and the defense half for you guys? Because that's where we started to see you struggle. Was it the Ying that seemed to cause you issues? The Flores seemed to cause you issues? Is it just something that you guys need to look back on and try and figure out a plan? If you play Bank again, you'll be ready for something like that?
Maybe. I think we lost a little bit of steam, to be honest, a little bit of momentum, especially after this 5v3 round that we had on what was it, Tellers or Open Area? I can't remember, but we had this this round where we had two opening kills. It looked good. We let it slip. Not ideal, of course. And then we kind of started to run out of steam, run out of momentum, but we picked it up in the end, and that's what matters in my eyes, and probably in the team's eyes. So yeah, that's okay. Yeah. We'll talk about it, but yeah, nothing to be worried about, in my opinion.
Okay. That's good to hear. PX, anything you want to say to any of the fans out there, people who support the team?
Nothing. Just thank you for your support. It's always nice, and we'll try to do as best as we can this season.
All right, wish you the best luck for obviously tomorrow's game. PX, you're back into the thick of it again. Wish you the best luck, and who knows, might see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, take care, PX. So, he said that the momentum was the real shift for them, Thomas. Stuff like that happens, I suppose, for teams which are... It's still new. It is still a new team. This is the first official game where we see these 5 players. Stuff like that's going to happen. We're going to have these minor slip-ups, and then, the heads start to drop, but it's all about being able to pick yourself back up.
It's about being able to put the pedal to the metal throughout the entire game, really, just to be able to keep that up and not let it slip, like he said himself. Like, you got a 5 1/2, it might have been a little bit more comfortable, and then to be able to have players who are able to keep it up and not lose their heads.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, he seems to be very calm. Obviously, we kind of highlighted, yes, they were struggling with Ying and Flores, but he seemed as if it happens, but we still got the win. You know, he kind of took it in his stride.
I mean, you're never going to do that as support staff, are you? You're not just going to throw your players under the bus and be like, oh, we were terrible against Ying and Flores, because come tomorrow's game, that's what they'll be against. But yeah, no, he's a very calm talker, I think, and you know, he's got to reassure his players, and ultimately, whether you win 7-0 or 7-5, you still get 3 points, and that's all that matters, especially on the first play day.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big win for 86 to kick things off with the first win. But please come back because we still have 4 more matches to go. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back for game number 2 shortly.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement, so I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after being to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, you know, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but blood just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to jump into our second game of the evening, where once again we have another Nordic side up against another UK side. This time I've got Grace and I've got Dino with me. They're just off the back of their cast on bank, and now we're ready to dive into our next matchup. We've got RCTIC versus Victus. Grace, I'll come to you first. We've got kind of, it's difficult to say, like, obviously RCTIC's a new team, but Victus, it's a new roster, but it's a roster that we know.
Certainly so. Again, I think a lot of people going into this are going to be like, oh, it's the LFO roster, so, you know, it's going to be good. But there have been some little changes. We have seen the addition of a cheeky pickup from Jay Lings in Skeptic. And again, the fact is that they've picked up a new coach, Jake Southster, and that can sometimes be quite beneficial as well to get that kind of new blood in terms of coaching. And I do think personally, not to be biased, but I do think Jake's a really good coach. He's very committed and passionate. So I think that's going to be an interesting one. And again, it's going to be really exciting to see Oscar frag out again, and not to be too to the point with it. But I do think this is potentially going to be a little bit one-sided. I don't think that's too early to say so, but I'm just going to say it anyway, dear Demo.
Dino, she knows what she wants. She knows exactly what's going to happen. Dino, is there, you know, is this going to be it for Victus? Is going to be a runaway, perhaps, for them?
I don't know. I think that they're definitely the favourite team coming into this. I want to see Oscar pop off and do Oscar things. We saw it so much during Yukin 2 and the Rumble. We know exactly what he can do. We've seen Skeptic have great performances over the years, and I'm fully, wholeheartedly on the side of Victus here, but I don't think RCTIC can just be immediately counted out of this.
Why so? Explain everyone why. Why is this a team that's came up through a qualifier who is very unknown? What gives them an element that, you know, you can say, you know what, they could maybe have a chance here?
I mean, these are some points that have come from Cerberus and sort of things that he's said, and that, I mean, South Park and Kusik, they can go out and frag. They can go and get kills, and they can really be sort of the leaders on the team in terms of the scoreboard, but it's Monks who is the key one to look out for. If Monks is having a good day, because he's normally in more exposed spots, more difficult to hold spots, and if he's having a good day, if he can hold down what he needs to do and do that well, then it really helps the rest of the team, and we can see them have strong performances. But, you know, if it just comes down to an on-the-day type situation, this is a best of one. Monks just needs to be good for one map. He doesn't have to try and force it over a best of 3. And we saw through the qualifiers that, you know, this team could perform throughout best of 3. So there is the potential that they can come in and steal a couple games here.
Grace, has that swayed you at all?
No.
No? Oh. Why do you...
I'm sorry. No, I absolutely... I loved the LFO roster. I think they got something special about them. I think that the pickup of Skeptic is really good because he is a gunner in his own right. Again, obviously, things, you know, weren't working with the J Lings roster, but with this one, when you consider the amount of energy that they have behind them within this new Victus roster, I think it's going to be beautiful scenes. It's going to be like putting gravy on chips. It just finishes the job.
What about the maps? Because the maps coming down to a lot of it, doesn't it, Dino?
Yeah, I mean, the maps entirely change everything. You know, you have some teams that work really well on like the more complicated maps, some teams that work really well on the simpler, straightforward bread and butter maps. And I mean, we know that Victus and some of those players, they're good at your you know, Oregons and Clubhouses and that kind of thing. And I think for most players, RCTIC are going to be a bit of an unknown. What maps are they going to be good on? You could inadvertently pick into something that they're really strong at, and we're just going to have to wait and see how the map ban goes and how the actual game goes.
Fire up the veto. Let's see where we're headed to. Obviously, 9 maps. We were actually very close to getting either a skyscraper or I think theme park in the last poll, but then somehow we ended up on bank. And we're going to Villa is where we head to. In terms of bans, Grace, nobody again really wanting to go to those new free, you know, the skyscraper border theme park.
Yeah, I think a lot of people still want to maybe iron out a few kinks within scrims with things like that to get it firmly under their belts, maybe save it for late season. It could be quite nice. I think we'll probably start seeing more of those in that late season as well. The fact that it's actually landed on Villa demo is quite interesting. One, of course, in the Rumble, we saw, especially historically, that LFO roster, they actually have quite a good run of it on Villa. I think they only had a bit of a squiffy one against Wild in January because Wild were kind of just throwing these ridiculous goblin plays at them with like the cat can spawn C4 situations that kept happening. So again, if Arctic are going to do that, maybe that could throw a spanner in the works, but I don't think they will. I think if Arctic are going to be sensible about it, they know who they're up against. They know they're in a David versus Goliath situation, and they're going to play this very by the book, and they're going to play this very safely.
Yeah, I mean, Dino, Villa, it's a map that's really developed into, in my opinion, a bit of an attacker-sided map compared to what it used to be very defender-sided. And I think maybe that's just how the meta's changed, where obviously attack at the moment with LMGs are extremely strong. Do you think it's going to be an attacker-sided?
I don't think Villa will ever truly be attacker-sided, but I definitely think we're going to be facing more 3-3 splits, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Arctic start off on the defense, that we walk away with a 3-3 split to start things off.
All right, well, let's throw it back to the caster desk. We're going to throw over to Jack and Thomas. Fellas, have fun with this one.
Thank you so much, Demo, and the rest of the desk, of course. And we're going to have tons of fun with this one because unlike Grace, who hasn't seen the light yet and embraced the Finnish swagger that is Arctic, both of us have gone for Arctic in this one. And Fresh, can you sort of back me up on this one? Why are we sort of leaning towards Arctic in this matchup?
I felt a little bit, just a little bit offended by Grace saying that was a David versus Goliath game, because I don't see it that way whatsoever. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that, it's going to be difficult for Arctic, don't get me wrong. But the way that we've seen these teams, I've seen these teams, this core has been together quite a long time, through kind of Finnish League, played in Nordic Championships, etc. And I think they play really good. They play a really good brand of Siege. And I think I've described them as they play Pro League Siege, but without the Pro League shooting element of it. And I think if they can start improving that, and we saw right in the qualifiers how they could, sure they're shooting against other Finnish teams, but they were shooting really well, particularly Salwak on the on the the Maestro Alibi shotgun, the auto shotgun with the 2 times. Absolutely incredible. So they're definitely here, they're here to cause an upset. They're not here to be rolled over, as Grace kind of set it up, I think. So I think it's going to be a little bit more competitive.
I do think it's going to be more competitive of that image that was painted, but of course Grace did admit that she was quite biased, and I am going to be a Nordic biased shrill or whatever for the rest of the season, so I don't care. I don't have any shame on flaunting my colors. But let's fly to Villa, and again, just to elaborate as well, Villa is a typical sort of like, I would say, Finnish map. You have your villas, you have your cafes, you have your Oregons, and there are teams such as Arctic and Ambush who just love to throw in some random new stuff. Finnish teams are not afraid to go creative. They're not afraid to try and be innovative, and so I really don't know what to expect to see here from Arctic, but what has to be mentioned with Arctic as well that might be the biggest issue for them right now is that they currently lost their coach, Randu Sandu, to Ambush, their countrymen. So that might also, of course, impact them. But we're going to go into the bans here, and we're going to start by banning Flores.
Yeah, and just a quick word on Victus as well. You talk about Arctic losing their coach. Grace alluded to it, is that Victus have picked up Jake Southster as their coach.
Great
for
guy.
This, he's a great guy, and I've had a little bit of experience close hand with him, in some of the project teams he's been involved in, and I've crossed paths with him a couple of times. And I think all round he is a very good coach. And I'm hoping that this roster kind of gives him the shot that, he deserves to go into CL. I know he's been there before as well. But yeah, good coach. And Victus, when they were LFO, I actually saw them play this map a couple of times in a different tournament that was just for money, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually. And they were having a lot of fun with it. And I'm not saying they'll be having a lot of fun today, but particularly Oscar was playing things, such as hiding in the bathroom in, next to Trophy. Really, ratting around, playing in these random little corners, cap cans, having a lot of fun with that type of stuff. And I think we might see a little resemblance of that again today.
And the sad face, of course, with the Clash ban, because someone has probably mentioned that someone on Arctic likes to play a little bit of Clash. And we have to, of course, mention the fact that Oscar and Flexi have both participated in the Nordic Championship in previous seasons as well. So these are, you know, Flexi really, and Oscar as well, of course, really fragged out in the Nordic Championships. I'm not, you know, individually, they are definitely great players. But again, one of the things that really troubled me a little bit with Flexi back in the NC days, and he said he's no longer that sort of like fragging player. I talked a little bit with him before Playday #1. But I'm just a bit worried that if he doesn't land like running with his feet running, he might be sort of like impacted by that mentally for the rest of the game, and I'm a bit concerned about that aspect. I hope for Flexi's sake that that is something that has improved. But when it comes to landing shots, he's an incredible shot.
He's a young player, right? You know, again, it's another person I've crossed paths with.
You crossed paths with everyone.
Inside of Delta Project, because obviously I was involved with them for a little while, and you know, the guy's got so much talent, so much raw talent. But it's more about the mentality, the confidence, the resilience of the individual player at times where he can just go missing, even though, you know, inside of scrims where there's less pressure, he's absolutely insane. And it kind of seems disrespectful saying that he's a scrim player, because he's not, but that's where he has flourished more. So I'm looking at him to really step it up inside of this tournament, because I feel like this is a really good testing ground, particularly for him.
Would be an amazing testing ground, and like I said, I recognize sort of the high highs but the low lows for Flexi, absolutely. And let's see here with South Park on the entry here then, and you will, as for the casual viewer who might not be familiar with these Finnish teams, one thing to look out for when you're looking at these Finnish teams, I mean, you alluded to it with saying like, okay, you know, Arctic, they play pro level sort of siege, but they don't shoot like them. But Finnish teams have a tendency to push together as a team. They usually have a very one-dimensional sort of attack, but they will be together as a team. They will commit to this sort of push or strategy as a team. And as Flexi is playing here in the stairs, let's see how well Arctic can adapt to this hold with the intel game that we're playing right now.
South Park playing the G36C rather than, you know, the ARX, which is so common on Iana. I actually had to do a little double check to see if he was actually on Ash there. I was like, whoa, what? I'm not used to hearing this. And we're seeing quite a slow main stairs clear out. They're just looking to see if anybody's playing the vertical, looking down towards main stairs before they start nading out from below and trying to make their ascent up towards Flexi and Skeptic. Obviously, there's a couple of ADSs protecting, so the burn's going to have to come out, maybe the Twitch drone, and then there's going to be a 3-2-1 call, and it's all about that fight between Flexi and Skeptic and the rest of the team of Arctic.
A lot of gathering intel here and clearing some utility here from the side of Arctic, and Victus, of course, are more than happy with that sort of scenario playing out, because time is on their hands, and we're already down to 2 minutes into the round pretty soon without any kills coming through. But now we're going to see things happening from Arctic, but it's going to be Skit from Victus to get the first opening kill here, and it's going to be a big one. Oh, unfortunate South Park as well, with that one ricocheting off of the wall here, but the push is going to come, and Flexi is going to find the first 2 kills. No, it's actually Oscar, but look at this. All of a sudden, everything explodes in this round, and everything seems to be going Victus's way, and this is not the execution that you want to see from Arctic.
No, and it's all up to NW now on the rappel, the upside down rappel outside the balcony. Victus are going to have too much to peak this. You know, they're not going to peak this, and realistically, that's round 1 for Victus, and I think between Flexi and Oscar and also Skeptic played a really good role in just shutting down that push as and when it came in. Oscar peeking towards the study side, Flexi peeking down the main stairs. And it was really nice. A little bit unfortunate with that nade that bounced off the wall. And I think that's a great example there of Arctic have a clear plan. They know what they want to do. They want to go for that main stairs push, but the execution at times just isn't there. The skill level at times just isn't there. And this is a perfect round of just... It's a perfect example of just how teams can more or less outshoot them, even if sometimes, you know, they might not strategically beat them.
It's a shooter game. Who would have thunk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple as.
So I actually I had a reminder, and that was actually from Mirando, the previous coach of Arctic, who did say that NW is Nicky Wood, and he was more than happy with. Yeah, so people were more than happy with like calling him Nicky or Nicke rather than saying NW, so we don't have to stumble our tongues and lips or whatever. So
yeah,
we can
I actually had a very little you know, I said I've crossed paths with everybody.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Tier 3 teams. I was on a UK org that I will not name, but they actually picked up an academy roster at the time, and that contained Nicky, Kusik, and Monks. So when I say that this roster as a core have been around forever, we're talking 2018 was when I first interacted with this core on Arctic. You know, at least as a free, there's different players have come and gone, of course. But they've been playing together a long time, which, you know, they've finally gotten to a nice, decent level in, you know, you can call this tier 3, tier 2.5, whatever you want to call it. They've got a chance to compete for, you know, CL, and they're going to go up against the UL teams. So I'm good. As much as I don't think they necessarily will get there, I'm glad that they're getting this opportunity because they have been together a long time as a core.
And this is, you know, experience. And if you do well enough in this season, you will be able to survive for the next season of the NPL. And this, I think this was a very natural next step for a lot of Nordic teams to get to duke it out against what is arguably the most top-heavy in terms of competitive teams region in UKIN. And so for the best Nordic teams to be able to duke it out against the best UKIN teams, I think it's a win-win for either region, where arguably both were quite top-heavy at times.
Yeah. So round 2, we're seeing a trophy statutory defense coming out of Victus, and they're going to start off with some false presence over towards the Aviator game side. You see Oscar top mainstairs. I don't think he's been droned. He's potentially got a double on here. Gets one as the Twitch, swings the mainstairs, sees 2, and he's going to run away.
And he gets away.
Oh, he's not going to get refragged, which means he can relocate, he can reposition, he can call for support, and more importantly, he can reload and take another one-on-one gunfight. Arctic have just let that one slip with a slight misdrone there. Oscar, they still don't have an idea where he is, but South Park just wallbanged games. I don't know if they had an idea or not. The drone does come in after the kill. And a 4-4, not too bad. They've traded out a Fawn for a Twitch. Those Twitch drones could have come in vital for clearing ADSs and utility later on in the round, but also the Fawn is kind of set and forget, so I think Victors have come out of that on top overall.
I would say so, especially with the time that you wasted as well. And again, it might be a little bit of an idea of the nerves getting to Arctic, or just a little bit of just being a bit sloppy there with the droning, because that's usually the things that we usually highlight with teams such as Arctic, that they actually do the preparation well, but the execution is a bit off. So again, the first couple of rounds, especially for teams such as Arctic, for the first time competing at a level like this, you would have to expect some sort of I was going to say a difficult word again, rather than just saying mistakes. You know, that's just how my brain works. But anyway, less than a minute here now in this round, and there's the 4v4, and again, Arctic are taking their sweet time here, which is something that could be abused, of course, in future teams. Because look at this, look at all this focus here coming in from Arctic, trying to sort of play this by like a checklist here, checking off, trying to get some opening picks, trying to declare some utility before the final execute comes in the final 45 seconds of the round. But so far, Victus are playing quite disciplined, and I have to give them credit for that.
YZN's the big key here, so they're trying to plant in the statue side, and they've got to kill YZN if they're going to try and plant in the statue side. You see the ping come out from below, the potential nade from below here onto SkyT doesn't actually land, but YZN, as the plant comes in, he can start swinging around and deny the plant completely. It's a 4v3, Flexi has managed to find the first kill, and all hell's starting to break loose inside the side. It's all up to South Park and Acoustic, who have to funnel in one by one by one. Flexi gets a 3k, YZN was never dealt with, and he picks up the very final kill of the round.
Yeah. So, you remember what we said about Flexi?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to give him the opportunity of just funneling him towards him, and he doesn't even have to move in order to land heads, because like if he knows where you're coming from and you don't really know exactly where he's sitting, you're still at a massive disadvantage when you're facing off against someone like Flexi. So I still believe this is Villa, and Villa can be somewhat defender sided. You know, I'm bringing out the cans of copium right now and opening them right now.
It's 2 rounds.
2 rounds, you know, there's plenty more Siege to be played, but this is a kind of the thing that we mentioned about, like talked about in the Nordic Championship, that could come back to bite Finnish teams. Is like when you have a really good strategy, or you have a good team play, you're playing as a team, you're set together, you have a game plan, it does really help against tier 3.5, tier 4 teams. But when you start reaching this level, that's when you need to really bring sort of pacing and adaptation into a game plan as well.
I think the problem, and just to kind of add on to that, they're inside of Finnish League, or you know, even inside of Nordic Championships, as it will be in the future, not necessarily get punished the same way that Victus have punished Arctic there, as we see YZN with the C4 spawn peak. And this is what I started saying is when Victus are feeling it, they start doing these weird and wonderful stuff. The C4 spawn peaks, as I said, laying in the bathroom, the cap cans coming out. That's what we expect from them, and that was a. I don't think Tricky's too happy about that. Going back to my original point, though, is with Arctic, they made a couple of key mistakes there. They didn't get rid of, can't remember who it was, that was playing in the master bedroom. It was Liza Den. They didn't deal with Flexi. And that's stuff that they're getting punished for because they're against that higher quality of team now than the previously experienced. And that's where they're going to have quite a harsh learning curve. That's where they will get stomped, you know, at times 7-1, 7-0, 7-2, whatever. But it's about the learning. And remember, this is an 18-game season. So, you know, you can learn from this one, and you might not have to play these guys again for another 15 games, and then you can get them back next time. And it's all about that. You know, there's a lot of opportunity for these teams to learn. If they do learn and pick up that improvement, it's, you know, it's better to them.
Don't worry, guys. We don't have to play them for another 2 months. It's okay. You know. For those who don't know, I do joke around a lot with the Finnish teams because, you know, we're all cool like that. Finnish teams are great. Let's see if that nade's going to land through. No, the 1 discs are, of course, up, and this is also another downside of taking too long in the build-up because it allows operators such as 1 to just become even more valuable with, of course, the region of the 1 discs or the metal pancakes or whatever you used to call them back in the days. But, again, we're seeing the same thing here from Arctic, and this is why it concerns me now, seeing this on Villa, that they're taking a bit too much time and not really getting any reward from it because Victus are playing disciplined. Victus know that they have a numbers advantage. They know that they don't have to go for any crazy plays. And this is what I mean, I sort of, you know, put up Flexi there as someone to watch because he could potentially go the wrong way. But this is an example of a Flexi that might have learned. He's playing way more disciplined. He knows that they have the advantage. He doesn't have to go for these risky plays. And he can still get 3K from sitting on site. There you go.
Yep, he's on the smoke in this particular strat, so, you know, Victor's really sharing the workload around, and we're starting to see the vertical come out. As you say, it's very slow. 40 seconds for Arctic to really decide what they want to go for. Are they going to go for laundry? Are they going to go for pantry? I still don't know. I can't see from this alert where they're going to go, and I think that's, you know, I said strategically they're usually good. This round they're not because they've dilly-dallied around for 2.5 minutes without really anything happening.
Yeah, and that is the concern, right? The lack of adaptation when you have a game plan and you all of a sudden you're playing against better teams, but that is the opening that you want. Staff work with an opening kill there. And look at Kusik, the bat's going to go down here. The smoke's actually being shot mid-air here, so Flexi is going to go closer to Shoddy, but there you go. It seemed okay, but then all of a sudden the collapse came in from Victus with Monks playing from above. This execute, I mean, like I said, there was a bit of dilly-dally there when the decision was made to go in for the execute. There was a fine attempt, but let's just leave it at that. 3-0 for Victus.
There was an attempt. I was questioning which side they're going for, and then suddenly they all just appear coming up from pantry stairs and planting, and they're in sight. So again, a great idea. And from a coach point of view, like genuinely from a coach's point of view, you will say to your teams, "I want you to do the right things, even if you run out of time. I don't want you to do the wrong things, but do them fast." And that's what Arctic are doing. You know, the right thing there was to go for a pantry plant, to breach the wall, to do the vertical. They did all of that, but then run out of time and ultimately can't hold the plant. And I'm gonna somewhat stop making excuses because Victus are playing very well. And Arctic, you know, they're not playing badly, and it does just come down to that fact that when these gunfights are happening, the winner tends to be Victus. You know, if you look across the board, Flex is on 8 kills, the whole of Arctic is on 4. So that's just how the drone rolls sometimes.
This is not sort of the first half that you want to give to players such as Flexi, because we did, both of us briefly mention that Flexi can be sometimes a little bit too much in his own head. But the thing is, if he's confident, he's playing very confidently. And if you give sort of like a 5.5 or whatever to Victus now here in Villa, I don't think it's going to be what we saw in game 1, where we're going to see Arctic sort of start clawing himself back into the game. I could be wrong, of course, because on the defense here, it's more down to how Victus's attacks are. But, you know, when rumor has it that Villa is a good map for Victus and Arctic allows it through, I mean,
it's an
like
excellent map for Victus.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this could just be a showing of Victus just, you know, nailing the map ban and at the same time just, you know, reading Arctic's number here, really.
Ban strategy-wise, I'm not sure why if you're Arctic, you've let Victus go to this map, because it is their favourite map. A lot of teams know that they're very, very, very good on this map. As we see YZM with another early kill onto South Park. One thing that I do like from Arctic, and I will give them the props, is that last time, if you remember, on the very first round, they went for the main stairs push-up to try and take Study. And that was their approach, was to take control of the main stairs. This time, they're pulling out their Masters clear. So they're going to go across all the way from Master side and clear horizontally across the top of the map. Monks has taken out Oscar. That's a 4v4. as much as they won't have liked the fact YZN's got an early pick onto South Park there, that's job done. They've spent a minute, they've got that map control, and they can start working across now. So I do like the substance of that they're trying a completely new attack, because the attack that they started in the first round just didn't work.
Adaptation here, and I think we saw a little bit of that in the close qualifier with Arctic as well, that they would never play sort of the same attack twice. It's nice to have that little bit of adaptation, but again, you're playing against a team here now. They're actually more than willing to shoot back at you, and they'll be like, oh, you want a gunfight? I want a gunfight. Let's see how that goes. And Tricky, oh no, the frost map, the cheeky frost map behind the deer. You thought the deer was the bait, but no. Oh man, that's unfortunate. There we go. That's the pog from Oscar. It's a pog mat. You know, he heard it. He saw it. He was like, yep, thank you. That's an easy assist for me. Thank you very much.
Yep. So now the attack's coming in. The one thing that you want to take control of if you're an attacker. So there's two objectives. First objective is 90. Second objective is study. We've got a guy playing 90 window. 90 control will be established very shortly. But you see Flexi, he's relocated himself to study. That's so that he can peek anybody that's top red area, landing area. He wants to peek them as the plant's going in. So an Arctic member needs to rotate around and deal with him. If they don't deal with him, they're going to have a very hard time winning this round, because you can just completely front this attack up as a defender. As well as them will try and impact trick, and it unfortunately won't happen. So that's Vault cleared out. So Arctic are going through the good motions, but it's that thing again, time.
Tricky with the,
He's going
rotate.
to go to study now. But
This is going to be
30
massive.
seconds, yeah, it's going to be very late engagements here.
This is going to be the most crucial gunfight here inside of Study. If Flexi is cleared out, there might be a living, breathing chance for Arctic, but if Tricky at least forces him, no he won't. Flexi says, hello, I see your game plan, but I got it all figured out. And with the late flank coming from below as well, no, the Execute's not going to be able to pull through here unless Monks can pull off some miracle plays here alongside of Kuzik. But look at the time as well. They're not even outside the vault. This does not look good at all for Arctic. Does look like a 4-0. But again, let's see here. Kuzik will, of course, be busy with the plant, and now they will have to stick it. There we go. Victus with a 4-0, but of course Kuzik says, no, you're not going to get the stats from me, and thus far, Victus, I gotta give it to Grace, she might have seen the light before I did.
Yeah, I mean, Victus, they're a class outfit, and the fact that we've gone 4 rounds without even talking about Oscar, by the way, is incredible, because Oscar has been known to put this roster on his back and carry them. He was actually doing it for me in ranks the other day as well. So, you know, the fact that we're talking about Flexi and we've talked about YZM making big plays, SkyT's another player. Once again, you'll be very surprised here, Snow, but I've had an experience with him. So, you know, but a great player again. This team is full of individual talent on Victus. I know why Grace is so excited about them, because if they can unlock the team play aspect of it as well, they really will be a roster that can go deep. Obviously, they did get promoted from UKIN 2 into UKIN. That's why they're here, because they are a UKIN representative into the NPL. And they played very well throughout that whole UKIN 2 season. They have made a roster change since then, bringing in Skeptic, you know, replacing Nixon. And it's looking good so far. I know they're up against, you know, quote-unquote weaker opposition, but the team play, they're working together, and, you know, there's some names coming up that we weren't expecting to be shouting. I wasn't expecting to be shouting YZN as much as I have today. Flexi again. So, you know, it's good things all round, and, you know, I might have disagreed with the David versus Goliath, but Grace is currently proving that to be completely correct.
Tier 1 analyst shaking my head, but there we go. But it's just what it is. But I mean, it might be faster for us to really go through the list of people you haven't crossed paths with at some point if we're going to keep this up. But let's just keep it for this one game right now. But let's.
Skeptic.
Okay, Skeptic. There we go. There's one. Okay, there we go. And I don't think I met you in solo queue, but we casted together, so it doesn't really count. So there you go. Sure. But it will. I mean, if Victus can get a 6-0 half, if they can. I was going to say, like, oh, maybe the saving grace here for Arctic can be that Victus are terrible on attack, right? Because it's easy, relatively speaking, to make yourself look at, oh, no, the jump off, it wasn't, no, they're not paying attention, he gets a filthy 3K on that! You should not let him get away with that, and where is the flank watch? And we've been saying it time and time again, that Arctic are usually so good at these things, but right now, it must be nerves, it must be all the things, and it's down from using to get the headshot as well. All of a sudden, well, okay, you may have you'll laugh at Gracie saying David versus Goliath? A question mark as well from Flexi. I mean, this, just look at this. No.
No.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Ubisoft. No.
I gotta go take a shower. That was. Oof.
Oh my god, why was it?
I haven't seen stuff like that since I saw Benja in a scrim against a Norwegian lineup on border, and he just ran out windows and went all nutty, and people were like, I don't want to scrim against Benja anymore. Right.
Do you know what?
No. Please tell me.
I consider myself a colour caster, and for the fans at home that don't know what a colour caster is, colour caster is not the shouty guy. It's the guy that breaks down the strategic element.
I'm the shouty guy, by the way.
And why? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can't do my job because why is it then just jumped out and got 3 kills and then pancaked down a hatch and got another one? There's no strategical element of that apart from he's gone absolutely nuclear and won his team the round by jumping out and making a monkey play. And I said Victus have this in their locker, by the way. They like to have a little bit of fun with their opponents when they can.
I could have no idea what you're talking about with that, and no semblance as to what you mean. What do you mean fun? C4 spawn peaks or jumping out of windows and drop shotting from a hatch and getting an instant headshot. No, I don't see what you mean.
No.
But this is sort of like that previous round. Okay, let's just hold our breath here. Nope. There we go. Thank you. And South Park is like, no, I'm not going to fall for that twice, but still. I don't think it was him who died from the C4 anyway, but still.
No.
It's just, that previous round is a motivation killer right there. It's like, oh lord, if this was a best of 3, you'd be starting like, yeah, this isn't our map. But this is a best of 1, and Arctic knows that, okay, we need 1 round. They haven't called a timeout yet, which also might be a little bit, unknown for some of the teams. It's like, oh, they're not used to actually having time to call timeouts and stuff, because I would definitely have called a timeout after that previous round, just to kill the momentum and try to get your sort of like, get rid of the negative sort of impulses that might be on the side of Arctic now. But let's see if Arctic are able to get any single rounds on attack, because otherwise the defense is going to be hella difficult.
I mean, in all reality, this game's done. But it's going to be very hard. Even if they do get a single round, it's something to hold on to, as Kusik does take damage early, gets some damage back onto Skeptic as a little bit to and fro in. We've got a laundry side take coming out this time, as Tricky gets the first kill onto Skyty. Monks is upstairs and not being gassed out by the toxic babes there, as Flexi is playing on the Astro Stars. A nice start from Arctic, and strategically, a different attack again. Last time they went for Pantry, this time they've opened up Laundry and Pantry on a split push.
Right, trade's been, the kill's been evened out here now with Skeptic picking up a kill for himself, so all of a sudden a number advantage is no longer there for Arctic, and you would argue that for an execute, if only Arctic were able to get themselves a number advantage, it would be more likely for them to be able to pull off this execute, but that's all credit to Victus. They're not letting them... with a double C4 from Skeptic as well. It's just taking too long for Arctic, and they're not gaining anything from it. They're not winning a lot of ground. They're not getting kills, and I was just going to say that's all credit to Victus, because they're not taking unnecessary risks. They're not giving Arctic these free openers that they might have gotten on a lower level. This is a level where the other team will play smart, and they will force you to get your own advantage. They're not going to be able to rely on the other team to give them advantages such as that, and I think Arctic is really struggling now to really find themselves that first opener.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed with Nicky's performance in this particular round. He's playing on the Sophia. He's not actually entered the building yet. He went from Mud Window, holding that for a minute and a half, all the way to Pantry Window to hold that for a minute, and he's gone back to Mud. He's finally made his first entrance into sight, as a Sophia no less, with 20 seconds to go. And realistically, the Pulse has given out way too much information. He's going to have to just bolt the barricade and pre-fire absolutely everything.
Yep.
Doesn't find a single one. Skeppy's on the quad. They've got to give him the eggs. He's going to come and peek this. There is absolutely no doubt about this, that he will peek this window. Does he get the kill? He sees him, and he doesn't. He gets shut down. Wiser then gets the final one. A 6-0 half from Victus there, with a run out on an SMG-11 on the mute to finish it off.
Just because Grace might be right doesn't mean that she was correct at the time that she said it. I just want to put that out for the record. I don't want her ego to get any big.
Best Analyst of the Year award after this one.
This is a clear-cut read, and biased as it may have been, she could just now call in the chips here and just say, no, this is why I said it. This is 100% a call from me. Like, oof, this is gonna be so one-sided. You guys have no idea, and we're gonna hear this for the rest of the season, right?
Do we basically become the village idiots at this point? I think that's what we become after, you know,
I
because
mean-
let's hold ourselves accountable before everybody else holds us accountable. We both predicted Arctic. in
Twitch
this
chat hold
particular
us
match.
accountable? No way.
But what I will say to Twitch chat is my prediction means absolutely nothing. And I basically just trolled it, so there it is.
Wow, way to leave me as the lone idiot. You're like the guy
and
who's
you're
like
a Nordic shill, obviously, because you've got to be the Nordic shill.
That's true.
So
That's true.
It's so true. I mean, Arctic now, and credit to them, because they're actually doing a bit of a setup. They've got a mirror play going on. We saw them actually play.
Hey, there we go.
As SkyT gets disconnected, I don't know if we'll have we potentially have a rehost. We'll get that confirmed. But we saw them actually in the qualifiers, just bringing it back on the series. We saw them really liking the mirror on this map. They liked the mirror inside of, I want to say it was inside of Astro, or it was maybe inside of Trophy facing Astro. As the spawn peak comes out for South Park, he's trying to get his own revenge. It doesn't come out. There we go. The mirror window is actually deployed in statue facing towards Master, which, you know, I like the use of mirror. You don't often see it too much on Villa.
So there's not going to be any rehost because there's been no request from Victus. And honestly, I mean, 6-0, they're thinking like, yeah, you can take a break, Skitty. You can sit this one out. Yeah. So it's like, I'd like to see from South Park the little run out there just because if he still understands that he will still have to make an advantage, especially knowing that you're playing against 4, why wouldn't you go for that spawn peak? And it's just very important for Arctic to not really, I mean, 6-0 down, you always have to try and think as a player, like it's 0-0. One round, you know, next round, let's go. You can't think it's 6-0 and we're losing if we lose this round. You just have to take one round individually. It's difficult, but it's part of it.
There's a positive as well. They've got the entry kill.
That's true.
If you want to think about it like that,
that's true.
They've got the entry kill. They've got something to play off for this round. This should be a round that they win.
Please. I was going to say, was this the first opening kill that they got? But luckily, Tricky got one in the previous round, so I was going to say. But let's see. Monks is holding the main stairs here now. 2 players on the side of Victus going to be looking here for a couple of nades or whatever. A C4 just above the head of Flexi, but to no avail, I was going to say here, as some flashes are coming through as well. Monks is going to be in heavy weather soon. And here we go with a double push up the main stairs. And there we go with the LMGs. Just hold the left button and just, you know, go through every single member on the side of Arctic, and all of a sudden the opening kill gifted to Arctic is no longer viable because all of a sudden Victus has a number advantage.
And if you want to see the difference, check round 1. Check how Arctic tried to clear the main stairs, and then check this round and compare the two. Because Victus, it was a barrage of flashes, it was nades, it was 2 people pushing up in sync at the same time, gets both kills without any damage taken. South Park's got a big role to play here. He's got to control 90. It means if he controls 90, he can control long as well. But he's got a sledge on an upside down rappel. Not upside down, whichever way. As Arctic managed to find 2 kills back, the sledge on the 90 rappel is absolutely irrelevant now. And it's all up to Skeptic to really try and find a kill out of nothing.
So that's good for Arctic. And again, as an example, if Victus stands still too long, or they're just trying to give him something, Arctic are able to shoot back. I mean, you might not think that with a 6-0 score thus far, and of course with that little gunfight as well, that Oscar just completely destroys South Park there, which in my opinion should be able to, considering that he was repelling in through the window, but it's a 2-2 here, 15 seconds left on the clock, and let's see then if Victus will be able to close up this matchup, and there we go, Oscar pushing at the same time as Skeptic, means it's a 1v2 here for Tricky. He does have no C4 left here, so he's going to have to contest this. Oh, there's an injury. I didn't notice until now. Skeptic is very low, and there you have it. Arctic at least gets 1 round, and be damned. I don't care how it happened, but Arctic at least got avoided with 7-0, and that must feel good at least to a little bit.
I mean,
I don't know.
They avoid the 7-0 for the simple reason that Skeptic jumped off the plant with a second left there. I have absolutely no idea what's happened. Here's the great entry, and here's what I was talking about. 2 players, the one I was blinded, there was just utility burn coming in. But yeah, in that 1v2 at the end, Skeptic was about 1 second away when he jumped off the plant. So I don't know what he was doing or what he heard or what the call was from Oscar.
Call from Oscar, I think,
But
that he was maybe pre-fired.
He, in my opinion, he needs to stick that, and he probably wins it if he does stick it and get the defuse down. Oscar can then feed the information. But a misplay, and it's a misplay that Arctic will take.
I don't disagree with that at all. Like, I stick to my sentiment, pros don't fake. Like, the best way to outsmart your opponent is to do the thing they don't expect you to do. And it's like, oh no, okay, I'll pretend to stick it, and then you'll actually stick it. 200 IQ right there. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's not like Finnish teams haven't been able to do great comebacks before in the history of Nordic Championship, but considering how close this one got, even though of course you have to credit RCTIC for being able to take back the advantage after losing it in that previous round, because they did get some crucial kills coming through from, I do believe it was Tricky and Kusik there. Still, I think RCTIC will just have to keep on this and just, okay, at least it's not the 7-0. Let's see if we can get ourselves a couple of kills here. South Park is very aggressive here on the alibi, and you know, we mentioned Monks initially in the desk here. Again, shout out to Ubidos for serving us with a little bit of history there, I was going to say, on the team of RCTIC. Monks has done fairly well, but South Park is the one kind of playing isolated here now, running around a little bit of alibi. It's like alibi in the home field, and oh, the stairs here. Oscar has a good drone inside of dining and is aware of South Park, so there you go. But South Park does spot it, and that is crucial, because if he hadn't known that he was caught out there, that could have been a simple kill for Oscar.
Yeah, and I think South Park, where, you know, I've hyped him up as this guy that plays the alibi shotgun, and this is 2 rounds where he's not. He's played the MX4 star, so I'm a little bit disappointed if you're watching the bod back. As Victus, they will look to make their first ingress into site. They're, you know, not to site. They're moving across from the master side. They're going to start trying to play vertically, as we saw when RCTIC attacked this. And then they pick a side, which side that they want to attack. Sorry, I thought it was defending kitchen, but defending trophy. So they're going for a complete master side take, which is take control of master, take control of astronomy, and then ultimately look for a plan in statue. Kusik gets the first kill onto Oscar, who's maybe just trying to be a little bit too funky with his play there. Hadn't
a bit too early,
because you could just see with the aim, he just didn't know he was there whatsoever. And that's a 5v4 for Victus. For RCTIC. Really good so far. It's all on Nicky now. How long can he stay alive? He's got the shield. He's got the astronomy position. If he can stay alive a little bit longer and keep them out of Astro, he's done a really good job.
Yeah, Kusik flashed out as well, so he must be playing close to Astro, and there we go, down here. Let's see if Nikki can actually get a kill. No, he can't. Imagine if you clear the Finka there with the LMG, but instead it's going to be using Skitty to actually kill a piece, and the plan's going to go down here because they know that they have the site. They know that they can try and push this, and it means it will be a retake for RCTIC through 2 doorways, and we've seen this before, but the vice versa, I was going to say, when they won the attack, but this does not look good, because all of a sudden Victus has ended it 7-1 in an absolute dominating fashion over RCTIC, and I would say UK massive. This is probably what people were expecting when they were saying Nordic, well, you're going to struggle here over in the UK.
Yeah, once again, it's just those small moments in every single round that Victus are just better versed on. They've got more experience, they understand how it plays out that little bit better, and they kind of knew what RCTIC were going to do before RCTIC knew that they were going to do it. And I think that means they're ready for it, and ultimately can just win it out from there. A really good showing by Victus. I really enjoyed the team play, I really enjoyed some of the fun stuff they did. I didn't enjoy this round, where then has jumped out and got 3 kills, and then pancakes down the hatch for the final 1. But ultimately, great performance from Victus, as expected, and they've done their job.
Wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the highlight reel is going to feature some of the gun plays and individual plays from this matchup here. Made it a little bit too easy there, but there we go. At least 1 round on the board for RCTIC, but this is absolutely not the start they wanted, of course, to the NPL. And I want to mute. Can we mute Grace as soon as we go back to the desk? Can we can we mute her face, because she's going to be
a nice
there.
big Cheshire cat grin on her face, I think.
Yeah, I said it. I called it. You know, it's just. Oh well. Is that
your best Grace impression? Is it?
No. This is no impression. Why do people think that I'm making impressions all the time? I'm doing voices. Okay. I'm disappointed in RCTIC. I'm sad as a Nordic shell. Okay. But in all seriousness, all credit to Victus. Of course, we talked a lot about RCTIC going into this and how they were sort of underrated, perhaps, by some people. I mean, the 2 of us picked them as a little bit of a cheeky pick there, but Victus sort of hammered it in and said, you know, this is the competitive level that we have here in the UK. If you want to survive at the top Premier League in Northern Europe, you're going to have to step up your game.
Yep, and that's all from us so far, so we're going to throw it back over to the desk to break it down and then into the interview.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Jack, for that cast. It was a quick one for you boys. A 7-1 clobbering on to RCTIC by Victus. Grace, comments? Obviously, the fellas there, they were saying that Grace is going to come in here and just say, yep, I was right, as I always am.
Do you know what? If I'm ever wrong about LFO winning, then I will do apology video with tears, but I'm never wrong about
Who's
LFO
LFO?
Sorry, Victus. Sorry, yeah, Victus. It's so hard to not think of them as LFO, but no, they haven't even been picked up by Victus here. Victus, I think it's going to be the same story here as it has been in Yukin 2 and Rumble previously. I think they're just going to come in all guns blazing, and we did see that a significant victory. And again, the runouts were borderline criminal, to be honest. As Fresh said, the YZN runout that happened that got him a cheeky 3K. I don't know how you're not like prepared for something like that when they're playing in the standard that the style that they are. Rather, they were being very hyper aggressive, and I think the main issue that I kind of saw there from RCTIC was the fact that yes, they were playing it very by the book and safe, which probably was the best thing for them in that situation. But it's the fact that they then clocked the fact that they were playing it by the book and safe, and that's where the hyper aggression can really, really work.
Yeah, I mean, Dino, I think Victus just read the paragraph, seen what was going to happen throughout the round, and they just kind of went, you know what, we're just going to rewrite that script for you guys. We're going to do something different. They were able to predict exactly what RCTIC were going to go for, and that's why we've seen these jump outs to really just upset them.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like everyone said. It's Victus knows Villa. They just know it better than almost any other team, within Europe at the moment, and they know what you're gonna do. Unless you go out and do something really, really out there and weird, they're gonna be able to predict and capitalize on it. And if you go for that by the book default standard play, then they know exactly what to do. And in this case, it's just jump out and take those gunfights, and it worked for them.
Yeah, well, let's jump into our interview now. We've got Oscar from Victus. Oscar, quick night for the boys.
Yeah, it was quite a boring game.
Quite boring. I'm seeing YZN jumping out of windows getting free Ks. Is that the boring play style?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even communicate it. He just, the kill feed just went crazy, so...
Oscar, obviously you guys are coming up from Yukin 2. You've got into the Victus organization. You've got your spot inside of NPL. For a lot of teams, obviously you're going to be looked at as a team who has that potential to push for that Challenger League spot. Do you think this has kind of shown everyone that yes, we can definitely push for that Challenger League spot with a 7-1 opening for your first night?
Yeah, we're definitely at least top 4. It's just whether we can actually perform against these top teams.
What about Flexi? He's someone who came into the roster not too long ago. I think we've seen him a bit here and there throughout the Rumble. What has he brought to the table? Because he went massive that game. I think he's sitting on 9 kills, 0 deaths at one point. He seems to be really starting to mesh well with the team.
Yeah, definitely. We picked up Flexi for obviously the firepower. Just got to teach him the game a bit, and then he'll be a star player.
What about Skeptic? Talk to me about Adam coming in. Obviously, has a lot of experience inside national circuits, inside of CL. What has he brought to the table? Because I know that was your kind of last pickup, wasn't it? He's been on the roster for only a few weeks now.
Yeah, it's probably been a few weeks now. We changed the IGL. We needed something new, I think. And Adam brings a lot of voice to the team, a lot of shot calling. It's very good.
Oscar, is there anything you want to say to the fans out there, the people who support you guys throughout every week?
Keep watching the games. You'll see lovely wins from us, I think.
We'll see if you can continue that trend tomorrow. You still have another game to play for this week. But thank you very much, Oscar. I won't keep you any longer. Thanks a lot, mate.
See you, man.
Well, there's Oscar. Always a man of few words, but I've grown to love him about that. Straight to the point, doesn't mess about. Obviously speaking there about Flexi, bringing him in, Grace, the fragging power that they now possess. It's something that was showcased brilliantly from Flexi.
Yeah, I do think it was. But again, I think personally, again, in terms of showcasing their talent, I want to see them go against a more favorable matchup. And that's when I'll really be impressed. For now, it's just kind of looking like a shark kind of ragging a seal about. So, yeah.
Dino, is the shark correct? Is that it? Is that Victus the Sharks?
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, definitely it was a bit of a beatdown. I mean, Oscar said himself, if you're playing in a game like that and you think it's boring, despite the fact that the kill feed's constantly popping off for you, then it kind of just goes to show how easy it was for them. I mean, the only round that they lost was the round where it was a 4 versus 5 from the start. Yeah, so we can realistically expect Victus to be very happy after that one, even though Oscar's not going to show it too much. But I mean, it is going to be how it goes when we get against these, or when they get against these more competitive and better teams, really.
Well, that's game number 2. Done a quick one at that, but we still have 3 more games to come. please come back as we're ready to prep for game number 3 in just a few minutes.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
On fire
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Sloth just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but blood just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to keep moving on the schedule. We're ready now for game number 3, where we've got Ambush up against M&M Academy. We have a bit of a change. Jack, this is kind of new territory that we're venturing into because we have our first ever Academy team, I think, in Siege, like, overall, like, in everything.
I mean, I think we've seen it a little bit in Brazil. Correct me if I'm wrong, Demo. I think there's some Latin teams running academy teams, but certainly inside of Europe, it's not something that we've often seen.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this out of the way before I go into the actual specifics on M&M Academy when the roster comes up. I don't like the tag that they're using in game because it's big M&M and then a lowercase a, and it looks terrible. So I don't know if that's org-driven, team-driven, but it's got to go, lads. You've got to just be M&M. Anyway, going into the team, and, you know, this is a team that we've not unlocked yet, and I'm going to say it again. But it's Eco, it's Skiddy, it's Erkery, it's Relaxing, it's Nerf. If you've watched even a fragment of Yukin or Yukin 2, you will have seen these names around. Skiddy's a player that I think should be at a higher level than he currently is. I think he's a terrific player. Erkery, he's been around the block for a long time. Relaxing and Eco, they're all very good players. And Nerf, he's been in the scene a very long time.
I like how Demo was setting up like this positive thing about academy teams, and Jack just couldn't wait with ripping into the smaller case A. So there you go.
I mean, Thomas, you've got, again, another solid lineup that has, I think, potential more than anything. But I do like their pickup, their most recent pickup, where they went for a carry. He's came into the lineup. That's somebody who has recent experience. We've seen him with Team 86 on Challenger League, you know, not too long ago, only back in October, November time. So there is experience for that roster, you know, elsewhere.
Yeah, so just very quickly then with Arkady, I mean, I get to talk with him a little bit before the game days, and he's very upset with me that I didn't guess his team to win today. I said, you know, eat your cereals and everything. I had a chat with him, and he really, really wants this to sort of be the tournament where he kind of becomes unlocked, you know, to sort of carry on with what Jack was talking about earlier, because he is a tremendous player in terms of skill and experience, and I've casted some amazing clutches and plays by Arkady. So to be able to cast him again, not now, but in this league again, is just amazing. But there's another lineup here just below me that I'm also just as excited to talk about. I don't know, you want me to carry that on, Demo, or do you want to do like a little throw there?
Of course, talk to me about Ambush.
Ambush, here we go. These are like...
Should we get them back up on the screen?
Yeah, get them back up, please. Come on. Jump, because we didn't even get to talk about them. Yeah, I was talking about another Finn. Here comes the full Finnish roster. There we go. Diffele, Roadrunner, Nick, Rustin, and Kilius. And these guys, I love casting them. I love talking to them. They're such a wholesome team. And I mean, Jack talked to RCTIC playing like they had Pro League strats, but not the execution. You get the same thing with Ambush, but even higher quality in terms of the individual players. A player that I believe, honestly, is severely underrated. It's Diffele. Is not the player that you might see on sort of like the scoreboards making fancy plays, but he's so incredibly smart at reading the play and making Ambush adapt around what he does. And Kilius as well, the hard support. And what I love about Ambush as well, they know each other so well that depending on the map, they might make small alterations to the roles, who's IGLing. There's such a lot of synergy and chemistry on this team with the addition of a gunner in Rustin. I'm really excited to see what this Ambush roster can do inside of the NPL.
So, Ambush, let's see if they can step up to the mark. Jack, maps is where we always have to look towards, obviously in a best of ones.
We love a map.
More importantly, this is going to be a good run out for both teams. I think these are teams that were, I would say, question marks more than anything. I suppose we can kind of have like an idea of what Ambush is going to bring because we've seen them more recently, but certainly for this Academy lineup, it's going to be really fresh for these guys to get into their first official game.
Exactly, and that's what you're saying, is that this is an academy lineup. It's a newer team of players, even if it's experienced players around the UKins. Sorry about that. Apparently, some air just went down my throat, and I couldn't process it.
You can't even like your job's to talk, and you can't.
I know my job's
You
to
can't
talk,
even
and
breathe
I
properly.
messed it up that severely. But what I will say is that Clubhouse is a map. And it's a map that you learn the basics on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fundamentals map where you are just like A, B, C, done, win. You know, every team, the first map of your new team that you learn is Clubhouse. And that's what makes it such a good best of 1 50-50 leveler as a map.
Yeah, Thomas,
I
you think about
Yes, Virgo.
Clubhouse, obviously, like Jack was saying, it's very basic. Everyone and their grandmother will know how to play Clubhouse at this stage, but it's about the individuals, who can step up.
Yeah.
You mentioned before Ambush, they have some talented individuals who could just pop off at any moment.
They do, but again, this is not a big shocker either that Ambush lets this go to Clubhouse, because honestly, they are a team that have played Clubhouse like tremendous amount of times. But the great thing about Finnish teams is sometimes look for the things on standard maps that are a little bit untraditional. Like teams like Ambush have historically not been afraid to whip out some new cool stuff on basic maps such as Borgen, as some people labeled it. But in the Nordic, it was never boring, because there was always something
Boring
new
here.
and fresh.
It's definitely
No pun
boring
intended. There we go.
We see 4 organs in one night. I think that's where it really killed off.
I
understand.
Understandably so, but I would have loved to have seen Ambush on Cafe, because that's sort of like all they now is like already like, oh no, he mentioned Cafe and Nordic in the same sentence. It's going to be one of those years again, because I absolutely love Nordic teams on Cafe Dostoevsky. But Clubhouse is also another map alongside Oregon where I think a team such as Ambush can really shine. And honestly, on your first match in a league such as this, I do think Clubhouse is a really good bet, because like you guys said, it's a checklist map, you know the basics, it's all about stepping up to the plate, and I think that might actually be an advantage here for Ambush. They have the better chemistry, arguably, than what M&M Academy have after a relatively short amount of time, but Adikari has reassured me that they feel really good about the team, and they feel like they're ready to really finish top 4 here.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be true as we're ready now to jump into our matchup. M&M Academy taking on Ambush. Grace and Dino, have fun.
Making sure I'm not muted. Thank you very much, Demo. And yeah, we will be getting on into this one in just a moment. It is going to be Clubhouse, as they've highlighted. And Grace, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm actually very, very excited, and I think that normally for the Clubhouse pick, I'd be like, heh. But it's like you've got Ambush and this M&M Academy new team. Ambush arguably one of the best Nordic teams, to be honest. And then the M&M Academy team, it's not only the fact that, M&M have obviously picked them up, so they're seeing their worth. It's the fact that we do know this roster well. A lot of them have been around the block, as we keep saying. And that's just a solid roster. The fact that you've got basically, in my opinion, Nordic's best hope going against the M&M Academy team, that's going to be quite an interesting one for me in terms of the future and of gauging kind of how the rest of the tournament's going to go, because of course you're expecting M&M's Academy team to have a specific standard, and it's having that standard go against the best of Nordic. So again, going forward, it's going to be quite telling how the rest of the season will go just off this map alone, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a proving ground for both teams. It's going to be, M&M Academy, the first real time that we've seen this particular 5 go out, and can they live up to the name of M&M going up against Ambush, like you say, you've put it yourself, Nordic's best hope. Do they actually match up? Can they stand tall against, some of the stronger EU players in one of their first outings? And this is going to be really important for both of these teams, and where better to go than Clubhouse. Yes, it's a bit of a checklist map, something that we've seen a lot of, but that's precisely the time when both of these teams, they have no excuses. We have to see the best performance from both of them, and I really think we're going to get a good showing today.
Yeah, precisely. Exactly that. It's the by-the-book standard Plowman sandwich, as I like to call it, what you're going to get. And that's a very good, even, balanced playing field for these two to go head-to-head in.
I mean, we are just waiting for all the players to get into game and get ready to get on into this one. And, well, there we are. About to get started I've not seen some of these players on M&M Academy in about a year, I think. I think the last time I really remember seeing Ikari playing was back when he played on Vexed, which would have been about a year ago exactly at this point. So
he was with 86 for CEL off the top of my head as well, but I think it's more the fact that we've got a lot of different kind of UK experience here, even players from Into the Breach most recently as well. For me personally, that's why it's most exciting. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. Love the fact that M&M actually picked up an academy team as well. I think that's really lovely of them to be honest, very community focused. Of course, UK biased casters, but I do think we have a lot of talent here, and it's a good opportunity to showcase them with the support of Nordic behind them as well. Getting into these bans in Dino, we've already got the Maverick ban off the board, and of course the classic Thatcher. So again, the by the book map so far, by the book attack bans.
Yeah, standard, not going to be throwing anything too spicy, and this is still just, you know, the group stage is the league round. It's not going to be, you know, pulling out the crazy bans at this point. The Kaid going as well, and it's going to probably be, oh, okay. Normally it's a mirror of Valk, but a Wamai makes perfect sense as well, as you normally see a lot of Wamai when playing around that CCTV cache area.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good way of still getting around the changes that they had the other year to the ADS and magnets and how they interact with each other, because you have enough space, of course, in that garage area to kind of have some magnets maybe above the door while you save your ADSs for the actual rafters. So actually getting rid of that utility means a heavy reliance now on Jaeger ADSs to delay some of this push from the attackers. And, well, even though getting rid of the Wamai and then having the Flores is an incredibly powerful combo for Ambush to be going into this.
Yeah, we're not seeing M&M Academy picking up the Jaeger either, and going even more out of pocket with it, starting off at bar and stop to kick things off. You know, after the rework, this was long considered unplayable, then it was just the worst sight, and now we're actually seeing a couple teams with a couple strategies coming through. And it's definitely one of the more difficult ones to pull off still. You have to be a well-coordinated team to get this site to work.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's it, because even if you are holding the upstairs, you need to take into account the fact that your way back into those sites are through the hatches, unless you're going to completely renovate the floor of bedroom as an idea. But again, if they go a bit more direct, or even just go for kind of a store take with the smoke kind of utility going down. They have got the smokes on the Thermite as well, so that is something they could try if they want to try and fudge it. But yeah, I just think that's an interesting one from M&M Academy. Again, though, very excited for this matchup and very excited to see what both these sides are going to do with this map. And I think already the fact that they've started with something a little bit out than ordinary is quite exciting to see. And again, it's just more of a case of what they're actually going to do and how each other is going to retaliate to that.
I would like to briefly touch on another one of today's updates and changes to the operators in that Nomad. Now, when you get caught by one of her air jabs, your recovery time is much shorter. I think it's about a full second shorter, and when you get back up, you're in the prone position, so you've got your gun up already and you're not stuck in that lengthy animation going into crouch. So it's not quite as strong as it once was, but it is still best sort of set it and forget it flank watch that the attackers have available. So it'll be interesting to see if any of those changes have an impact in this one, as Nick is already making huge progress down inside of the armory, and Relaxing is there, ready and waiting, but not going to get caught out just yet.
No, it's kind of interesting when you see things like this happen with players, where they're kind of doing a little bit of a ring around the rosy of each other. It's almost like watching two players play hide and seek of sorts, but I do think maybe Defeli is aware somewhat of a player lurking around, because he isn't quite pushing it yet. I think Relaxing is very much aware of the fact that someone's coming in from base. So Eco also to help back him up, but it seems like a lot of player positioning invested in just one player coming in through that basement, though.
Yeah, but at the moment, M&M Academy can do this. The pressure from Ambush on the rest of the map isn't too strong. We are seeing a little bit of this pressure in through the cache doorway into construction coming through, but it just gets eliminated. Ikari getting that kill. The Nomad air jump does go down, so he's now trapped behind that mirror unless Skiddy is able to get rid of it for him. But Skiddy's trying to play this aggressive angle, and the timing, as soon as he goes to get rid of that air jab, that's when Rastin, of course, goes for the peak and gets that kill. It does mean that Relaxing and Eco have now worked their way up the stairs and going to be able to impact this round a bit more directly.
I feel like, oh, well, there we go. Relaxing getting the pick there onto Brody as well. So 3 versus 4, but again, lots of utility in the pockets of ambush if they want to try and go for a bit of a safer collapse. But there's no safe collapse when Akari is ready and waiting with Shotty in hand. Again, at least kind of looking for the heads of the players that maybe look around Garage, but Relaxing already on the approach, getting aggressive here, finishing him off. And there we go. M&M Academy winning round number 1.
I mean, that was a very slow round, is probably the best way to put it, from Ambush. They spent a lot of time doing a whole load of nothing and getting not a lot of control. The only real control that they had at any point was over sort of CCTV and cache, but that was not being contested in the first place. So it's like M&M's just held off the initial push and then eliminated the actual final take when it came. There wasn't really too much pressure being applied to them in their anchor positions, and maybe that just comes down to Ambush not knowing how to attack bar stock, because it is still quite unorthodox to see a team go there, but it's not exactly a strong sign for them on this map.
No. But again, we could just say that it was M&M kind of holding on till the very end. Again, the fact that they were willing to burn out the timer and be very, very patient with that very extended roam. And it definitely got in the heads of Ambush as well. And then just Akari waiting with the shotgun at the end. Because, the thing about that site is, like, yeah, you know that collapse really, even if they take the top floor, they have to come back in through the hatches if you are on the site as a defender, or vice versa. Of course, that's where the tricky thing could be for the defenders. But it's the idea that, you know, you're gonna drop down. It's a very, very specific and thin choke point, and then if people do have shotties, it's just not a nice thing to go up against, is it, Dino?
No, but
I mean,
you know that they're in logistics with a mirror window and they're holding construction that way. No one really went roof to challenge them. They didn't open the hatch and throw nades at the mirror window. So, like, they just didn't do basic things like that, or it wasn't obvious if they did basic things like that. So,
yeah, and well, now we speak of shotguns and hatches, and I'll say the logistics hatch has been open, but yeah, again, Skiddy there with a shotgun in hand this time. So, again, nice kind of classical hold. This thing, we're getting some classical holds now coming through, even though we're going to the more standard sites. We've gone to Gym Bedroom again, which is a very curious site to go for your second one after we've just seen bar stock. So it's, again, a lot of curious things to note on the side of M&M, but I think that also shows that they're feeling quite comfortable with their setups for this map, to be honest, Dino.
yeah, Rody has also used 3 of his 4 charges, so I think both impacts and 1 of his stuns, which within the first minute is really not ideal, because you can use those impacts at range, whereas when you have a sledge, you can use the sledge to open up that exterior CCTV wall if it's soft, which is precisely what they use the impacts for. And, you know, that's just as safe and just as viable way of doing it. So maybe a bit of utility mismanagement is going to be the name of the game here so far for Ambush. It'd be good to see if they can rectify some of that, as we are going to have 2 Hibana pallets opening up this castle barricade. They'll be able to get rid of the bandit wires and then be able to open up that main jacuzzi wall if they can keep eco off and planting more. But it is going to be successfully opened up as the thermite charge is being placed and successfully detonated.
Exactly. It looks like the main collapse is going to come through that spar wall. I think they're going to try and cause a little bit of a ruckus from CC, with Rody still being there and fairly kind of waiting patiently on logistics hatch. But again, it's the fact that Skiddy is lurking about that shotgun still. And this is where the patience needs to actually turn into action. This is where you need to be like, okay, we need to start taking this plunge. We need to get that entry going. We've got 30 seconds and not even an entry kill has come through yet. They're going to start opening up the bathroom wall, and there we go. The Pele actually getting the pick onto Relaxing to start things off. As Skiddy retaliates once again with the shotgun. This is what I'm talking about with the shotguns, Dino.
Yeah, prone inside logistics. The smoke canisters helping out, as well as it's now down to 15 seconds. And Akari, he's inside of construction with the long angle on his side. Rody is going to be able to get a kill onto Skiddy, and the plan is starting to come through from Nick. But with the time expiring, just 1 kill needs to happen for M&M Academy to win this round. But they get the angle wrong, and Akari is going to be eliminated by Nick. It's now a 2 versus 2 as Nerf is able to trade 1 back. Rody holding down the main stairs forces this one into a 1 versus 2 as Eco getting killed, trying to go for the flank back onto site. Nerf does have a little bit of space to work with here. These two attackers are isolated, one outside of the gym window, one over by the main stairs. This is known. He can try and isolate these gunfights and work these players individually. The player outside on the balcony making a lot of noise, making a lot of movement, but it is going to be Rastin to get that final kill, guessing the right window at the right time. And Ambush getting around on the board.
Yeah, I respect the fact that they just went and stuck that plant out as well. And I think that's the main thing that caught M&M Academy off guard. It's that idea of like, oh my god, the diffuser's actually planted because we haven't noticed that someone's sticking that. We haven't gone for that pre-fire through the wall. And then as soon as obviously the timer is ticking more in the attacker's favor, that's when people start to panic a little bit. But Ambush getting around back. So again, even Steve and Stino, and I think that's very good going for them. Maybe M&M getting a little bit too comfortable there, to be honest, as well. And just say again, maybe the Intel game needs to come through a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I think Ikari. Well, they did have a Maestro cam inside of gym, I'm pretty sure. So maybe no one just went on it as the plant was going down, so Ikari didn't know where to shoot because they were planting on the soft wall. Ikari had a very real chance to, you know, win that round if he'd just gotten a ping as to where the plant was going down. But that didn't come through, and Ambush were able to successfully hold out in the post plant. And you're going to see a little bit of a change coming through. Ikari picking up the Valkyrie, going for more of that information game. But
Camera feed up and running.
I don't know. It felt very close, and that Ambush might have won that one. Not necessarily through luck, but through M&M's mistakes rather than their own successes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think it's the old razzle dazzle of them just sticking the plant, and it just kind of unraveled from there, because I genuinely don't think M&M were aware of that really going down till it was too late. Looks like a quick Monty push down dirt. I'm wondering if Nerf is ready for it, because again, yes, you can swing out with that shotgun, but when there's a shield going towards you, and rightly so, he is backing up, throwing out a toxic canister. I don't know where, probably Dino of the Ying behind him at the moment, which is very, very dangerous indeed, because you're going to burn out those toxic babes the best you can. As he also undershoots the shields too coming through. There are those Ying Candelas. And it is chaos on site right now, but a C4 from Skiddy, shutting down any approach there as Rhodey and Nick fall down, and it's traded back onto Nerf. But once again, Ying now with more Candelas in pocket, really causing some carnage as this collapse is attempted.
Yeah, the C4 just eliminating both of those players in blue and relaxing, knowing that he can take this space on the main stairs. They haven't been able to open up the kitchen hatch, so could potentially go for a flank, as we are going to have the plant coming through from the Monty. Relaxing, trying to work his way back in, but Rastin just holding the angle through the main hallway. The C4 doesn't land, gets caught on a bit of the debris, and now in a post-plant situation with a Monty just being able to wait this out. Going to be a tough one for M&M, but we do have Skiddy getting a third kill on the round. Now they can try and focus this Monty a little bit, as the player upstairs only has these sledge holes to work with. In fact, they are going to choose to prioritize the sledge, but they won't be able to get the hatch open. Voting all this time coming up to eliminate Defel will make things difficult when they try and go for the actual diffuser itself, and he just runs away. He just runs away all the way down dirt to come and support his teammate, and that is going to be the round going to Ambush. Because M&M just gambled wrong, and Defel gets one, but the time is going to expire. Ambush with the post plan yet again. Wow.
Yeah, that was so smart. That was so smart. It's the fact that Monty obviously gives the call, oh, they're going to come and get you. They're going to try and 2v1 you first. And then immediately Defel is just like, okay, well, I'm just going to come to dirt then, because they're not going to run outside. By the time they get up here and realize that I've moved, I'm going to be halfway down dirt. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as they make their way downstairs again, Defel just cleans up one of them, and the Monty's just kind of laughing at that point, like, I'm just witnessing carnage. I love that for them. I love the fact that that happened so much.
Yeah, that defense was a bit of a shambles for M&M Academy. They had nothing to stop the pushes coming through. They had the smoke inside of dirt, and the smoke can do a bit to slow things down, but they had no pressure in blue. Nothing. So that just got immediately taken, which then means smoke can't do anything. It was by probably as much luck as anything else that Skitty was able to get both of those players with the C4, which gave them a shot into the round. But it's just, if they'd had the preparation there to have someone sitting inside of blue, or a cam or something ready for that blue take so they could deal with it before it really took hold, then we're looking at a more likely M&M round. Instead, Ambush just exploited all of the weak spots and got the victory.
I think this is it too, like, just the absolute carnage that can happen from, yes, reading into kind of typical things, but it's forgetting that someone can give live comms like that on the shield up. And I think that's one thing to always note too. It's like, okay, if this person's seen me, they're clearly giving that call out as well. And I think often players do forget about things like that. But here we go anyway. CC wall getting open. Is it going to do a little bit of a clear down from the top yet again? Looks like yet again these hatches are open nice and early to kind of protect from above, but I'm wondering how Ambush will maybe actually choose to exploit it this time instead of just going a little bit more for the jugular.
Yeah, interesting to know, M&M Academy have changed the wall inside the logistics where the mirror window is placed. It was originally on the east half, and now it's on the west half. So it gives them a slightly better line of sight into Cash and CC, but it means that they can't challenge the angle as effectively. They have to wait for them to come through the doorway before they can take that fight. So, a bit of a trade-off there. I think I might have personally preferred it on the other wall, but, you know, who am I?
Who are you? No, I'm wondering if we're going to see Coalesce actually go for that rotation underneath, go to kind of stock and actually open up the wall there into the stage area and go for the plant there. Again, smoke's in pocket. As long as you've got that construction control and you're kind of baiting out maybe C4s nice and early, it should be quite straightforward. I feel like that. Yeah, there we go. There is exothermic charge coming through. There is a Vulcan on the stage, however. 2 Vulcans, Dino, actually.
3.
The third one is a guitar. Oh wait, no, the third one's actually at the main door. Yeah, I see that now. But this is the thing. As long as you get rid of that utility, they've got 54 seconds to work them down. They can kind of get those smokes out and go for that plant nice and smoothly, in my opinion.
Yeah, if Rhodey popped all of those at the same time, then they would have loads of time to play with. Instead, there is still one Goyo left right in the center of the stage, potentially the worst one to have left up, as that can be shot at from many different angles and deny the plant if they choose to plant on the stage itself. But going to see if that one does indeed gets dealt with, as the Fell is downstairs with the potential to flank up main. We do still have Skitty on the top floor. Is going to get the kill onto Nick, as the timing coming through on this push is going to be Rhodey to kill Eco, and Skitty with the trade immediately onto the Thermite. Rhodey picks up the diffuser as Defel tries to take control of those main stairs, but Nerf is ready and waiting with the Alder for a double up. Rhodey once again coming through with the trades, but it's not going to be enough, as Relaxing is ready and waiting for that final push to come on through. And again, this bar defense just working out for M&M Academy when the sites you expect them to win don't.
And this is it. It's again the attack that's relatively standard by the book. It is really straightforward. As I say, you just get that wall open and kind of go for like the push from the stage kind of area. But it's the fact that, you know, we saw those smokes go out, we saw the collapse come through, and then M&M just turned around and were like, we also have guns, by the way. The kill feed just lighting up at that point. And it's like, yeah, you've got to remember, you can go for these really nice strategies. You can have this really nice setup. You can go for the perfect collapse. But at the end of the day, if people are feeling braggy, if people are really like decent with their mechanical skill, it's still the gunfights you have to take going into that collapse, Dino.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is an FPS. You know, you do have to win those gunfights.
As Des says, yeah. As Des says, yeah. We have to win these gunfights when it comes to Siege, because it is still an FPS, absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, we have seen Ambush do quite well with their strategy and with their gunfights when it comes to the typical sites that we've seen for years, and I expect that trend to continue. But it's then down to M&M to be able to, you know, do the basics. You know, this is the checklist map. This is the map that everyone knows what to do all the time. So to be losing on what are, on paper, the stronger defensive sites is, to me, a little concerning and maybe an indicator for the future, really, for M&M.
Yeah, and this is an interesting thing too. As I said, this matchup was going to be probably my favorite of this evening on the basis that, as I said, Nordic's Best Hope versus M&M Academy, which is a team of capable gunners, not quite the T1 standard as the main roster is, but still of a high quality nonetheless. And it's exciting to see these two go head to head, and the fact that we've gotten even Steven so far, I actually do find that quite pleasant. Do I think it's going to change when we swap sides? I don't know, actually. I don't think it will. Brody getting a pick down to Skiddy, but it's immediately traded out by Akari, so both teams losing one apiece so far. Xkaros coming through to deal with more of this castle utility as well, Dino.
Yeah, but this aggression from Ambush, they just immediately dropped into Logi, and we are going to see Nick going for the plant just over a minute into the round. He's going to be planting on that reinforced wall inside of Jim. Rastin is going to eliminate Akari, and Relaxing is going to take down Defel, but the plant has been put down successfully, and now it's a 3 versus 3 post-plant situation, but Relaxing is downed, but not yet out. The swing coming through, a lot of missed shots there from Nerf. That's not going to look good in the highlight reel as Nick finishes off Eco. It's now effectively a 1 versus 3, and the flashbang's not going to help at all, as that is going to be Ambush getting another round off of just an aggressive quick take on the master bedroom site. They just drop Logi and then have the Thermite walk into Jim, and no one does anything about it. Oh, you didn't,
I think this is
didn't
it.
have
It's
to.
the same issue as last time. They missed the plant going down. They don't deny that plant going down because they have no intel to see that collapse in the attempt at the plant going down. Slightly frustrating. I think when we see them revisit this map, they'll obviously probably change their setup entirely. They'll avoid Jim altogether, in my opinion, because that really is a blind spot for them right now, and that's slightly frustrating. This is their last defensive round, and they really need to end this on even Stevens, Dino.
I just want to say that that was really mean of the replay op. The only highlight from that round to be the Maestro missing like 50 bullets.
Doing Nerf dirty there. Yeah,
to be fair,
unfortunate one.
When they're not looking at you, you should be able to hit that one.
This is, yeah, but it's just, again, it's a moment of, like, the diffuser has gone down. That's where people are like, oh, bums, you know, they've got the diffuser down. What do we do? We need to go for the retake. And that's when people get a bit scatty. But it's a fact, again, in my opinion, that plant shouldn't have even gone down because they missed it the first time. And you'd think they'd learn from it, but no changes were made, and it's just an unfortunate one, Dino.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Ambush have a better idea of what M&M are doing than necessarily M&M does, and you know, they just, okay, we'll just immediately push down dirt with a Monty and a Ying, or this time a Thermite. Smoke Canister does come out preemptively this time, but the Melusi Banshee is still going to get destroyed, and once the Smoke Canister disappears, Coalesce is going to be able to take a lot of this control, and Nick is ready and waiting if we do see Nerf try and go for a swing. They are going to use a second Toxic Babe already, but this is going to leave so much time in the round for this dirt control to be taken by Ambush.
And this is it too. I think the issue they had last time was the fact that they had to pull off this dirt early because of the fact that they knew that there was, you know, a Ying behind them, and you know, I guess this time that isn't the Ying behind them, but it's still the fact that you'd think there'd be some utility difference there to deal with the fact that maybe you have got this Monty coming towards you, and if that is going to be utility use behind it, maybe some ADSs, things like that. But now it's just, again, the fact that you've got this giant walking door just staring at you facing, and it's again the thing from last time. That is not just a player that is like a giant walking door. Don't just see it as a shield, see it as a player that's actually giving active callouts the entire time. It's a piece of intel, essentially, that you can't actually shoot out. And that is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, just the amount of intel that is being provided for Ambush just by having this Monty stand here is immense. They know where people are. I mean, M&M Academy are doing a good job of hiding and not sort of directly exposing themselves to the Monty. The callouts might not be as crystal clear as they would otherwise be, but it's still doing a really good job, and there goes that third and final Toxic Babe. It doesn't even land on the Monty to force him back a bit. Still going to be able to move on in at freedom. Eco is here with a C4 potential, and we do also have Akari nearby with a second C4 for when the Monty tries to push on in, so they don't have to deal with him directly. Just making sure that those C4s are effective and useful, as Rhodey is going to be stunning on out this mirror as the blue pressure is going to start to be coming on through. One player's coming in from the oil pit and some players pushing down the stairs. Rastin trying to get something happening, but it's going to be Eco good for one. Nick trades out Ikari immediately, and now Eco ring around the rosy. He is trying to get all of these hills, but it's going to be the Monty with the pistol to eliminate Skitty. The plant is going to go down in the final 10 seconds. There's no more toxic paves. There's no C4s on the side of M&M Academy. They have to win these gunfights, and it's all left up to Nerf. Once again, he's got the SMG-11 this time around, and it's a 1 versus 3. This doesn't look good. The Monty's there, and Nick holding the angle is going to make this a 4-2 split in favor of the attackers on Clubhouse.
Absolutely, and that again, historically, we would say that's a bit of a yikes sign for M&M, but of course, within the last, I'd say, 8 months, we have seen a bit of a change between whether things can be attacker, defender sided due to the current metas coming through. So I'm not going to count my chickens before they've hatched, but again, maybe M&M can pull this back a little bit. At the same time, Ambush are just absolutely on fire. We're not seeing any adaptability where we weren't coming through from M&M. Perhaps in the attack we will start to see that, but that defense, it wasn't what I expected from them. I expected to see them adapt a lot more than what they actually did. I expected them to change up their lineups a lot more than they actually did. They got a little bit too static with it, I think, and that worries me slightly going into this attack. I don't want them to get too static. I want them to, firstly, really read into the utility that they're going up against. Now we've got the attacker repick coming underway. We are already starting to see the ace get swapped out for the Habana as well. So obviously they're thinking of something, seeing the utility that they're going to go up against. But the Warden, yeah, again, we're seeing so much Warden this evening, Dino.
I like it. So the change to his gadget was that it now lasts for 20 seconds, but then it takes 20 seconds for the recharge to be completed. However, you don't have to wait for the recharge to be completed before you can reactivate it. So you can get a lot of use out of that Warden within a round, and with the extra presence of Ying, now that she has 4 Candelas and just the prevalence of smokes, it makes sense a lot of the time. We're yet to see it be really effective here tonight, but I like the presence of it. Makes for a bit of a change.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to be fair, it's going to be really interesting to see the statistics at the end of the season about that. I think it'll be quite interesting to see data-wise, but personally, I have a bit of a pet peeve against a Warden. I just find a lot of people bring it for the shield, but there's, in my opinion, better ops you can bring to still get that shield utility. I do understand if you are going against, the flash, 1,000 flashes. It's like battle of 1,000 flashes sometimes when it comes to Siege at the moment, but already as well, M&M getting that hatch open nice and quick, that's certainly going to benefit them. This additional dimension of pressure needs to come through though, so let's see what they decide to do. Looks like they're going to try and scope out maybe a little bit more. Looks like they're looking for some logistics holes just in case as well, because, well, there we go. Akari actually firmly plunked in logistics himself. Some nice long lines of sight. This is a really nice thing you can do too. You can get that really long line of sight from logistics all the way down into that site area as well. It's like a very beautiful long one, but again, very situational. Blue hatch getting opened as well. Moto hatch opened as well. It's a pretty quick setup coming through from M&M Academy.
Yeah, they're getting everything that they want open, but they're not really getting too much from it. In the previous sort of attacks from Ambush, all they had to do was open up dirt, send a Monty down, and they had most of the site under their control. In this round, it's been 2 minutes of opening, doing the standard take, opening everything up and then starting to apply pressure, but they've not gotten anything from it so far. There's been no kills, there's been no one from Ambush really forced out of their positions, and this is going to make these last 45 seconds really difficult for M&M Academy, as looks like they might have to go for a bit of a forced hatch drop, as they don't have blue control, they don't really have main stairs control. It's going to be Akari taking a lot of damage from a player situated over by AKs. Nerf has managed to find his way on in and is going to go for a plant next to that little rush wall, and it's going to go down successfully. Akari is good for the first kill. Relaxing gets traded out straight afterwards, putting us now into a 4 versus 4, but 2 quick kills from the side of M&M Academy, and it's a 4 versus 2, and there's just nothing that these final players can do. It's going to be Skitty with the double to close it out. Some nice shots coming through there from M&M Academy, and I was getting a bit concerned. I will admit. They were, in my mind, faffing about a bit too much, but they were able to pull it through. They were able to get that plant down and just go for it.
And I think that's it. It's a classic example of hair of the dog that bit you. You know, the fact that, okay, they forced a plant on Jim, like, both times, basically, and immediately got that round going in their favor. They did exactly the same, just for sneak in through the rush wall, which, yes, teams still do reinforce it, but I think at the moment, some teams will just forget about it because it's been... I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw anyone really use the rush wall too much, except from to create a line of sight anyway, so people just don't really try and contest it that much, but the fact that they were able to just go and use that rotate to their own advantage and sneak in that plant as well, I think it was, again, the idea of it's not like a fluid collapse, it's a force the objective and then just win your ones. But it worked for them. It worked so well.
It worked for them this time, is what I'll say.
Okay.
It's to me, it's not as reliable of a strategy as just truly forcing a collapse onto the site or isolating players earlier on in the round. Because all it would have taken really would have been the player who was by AKs to just stand up and peek, and boom, that plant's gone. Now you've got the diffuser lost inside of the site. Everyone knows exactly where it is. It's by a spammable wall. How do you recover that? It didn't happen. So M&M Academy won that time, but it's not exactly the most reliable in my opinion.
I mean, I did just say how the dog could bit you. I also want to point out Eco on the Monty right now. You know, again, the Monty action, the intel that can come through that now being used against Ambush. They did so well using it. Curious to see how this is going to go, especially for a CC take as well. Also want to point out the fact that now that we've got the double claymores instead of the single ones, the fact that you can now kind of claymore off all these runouts just on one operator alone. Really lovely stuff, actually. And I think that's really nice to see the changes in action for us all this evening.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be such a headache. It was, do you bring nomads? Do you bring two operators with claymores? What do you do? But now that you can just have one Capital put down two claymores, one on the door, one on the window jump out, makes things so much nicer. But DeFell has managed to find his way into Oil Pit as Eco is just all the way up on the raft as the firebolt's going to come on through, but Rhodey is going to get the kill onto the Monty. He was isolated from his team and just had no support.
Yeah, but Nick just got barbecued as Skitty gets the pick there onto Rhodey, so Ambush being whittled down to 3 players. Gives a lot of breathing room now. As half the round is gone, they still have a lot of time to set up for this collapse. And as you can assume at this point, you know where the Felly is, you know he's in Oil Pit, and you can safely assume that the other two will be firmly back on site. And if they're not, then you take advantage of that. So drone work needs to start coming through.
Do they know where the Fel is? I think he might actually be safe. I think it was Rhodey who was shooting at the Monty as he was walking up the rafters. So this Valk's position might be unknown, and Skitty's got a little bit of an inkling of an idea, and it's just enough to keep his head on his shoulders as he's going to eliminate the Valkyrie from the round. Now it's a 4 versus 2. 45 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser's up on the rafters, and Akari's going to be opening up this wall nicely so that it can just walk on in and go for the plant. And in fact, Nerf is going to make sure this is really nice and open by getting this side open as well, as Skitty is on for the ace, getting rid of Rustin, and it's just now this last player left alive in Coalesce, and it's going to be the ace for Skitty. Just one by one decimating the side of Ambush.
And a deserved ace nonetheless. That was very nice indeed. See, again, sometimes it can come across like maybe teams are like taking too much time to get somewhere. You have to remember that, you know, patience is a virtue. The fact that you're going to wait and you're just going to wait it out a little bit, see where the players are, and then you're like, okay, we'll go for the cabs who just have to deal with that player in Oil Pit. Being able to get that pick onto Defeli and Oil Pick, I think really helped them, because as soon as that happens, it gives so much breathing room, because you know that no one's going to come for a silly little flank in the late round or when you go for that collapse. You know you've got all that safety, because as I say, you safely assume that the rest of those defenders are on site. It means you can just spend all rush up garage, hold that breach wall as well. Job's a good one. Very good stuff indeed.
Teams save their silliest little flanks for their funniest little rounds. I would like to admit, I am a massive Capital stan, so I'm very happy about that last round. We got the
we
fireball
got
kill.
the barbecue. Yeah. I love that.
And
yeah.
he wasn't
I haven't
using
seen
the
that
LMG.
in a while.
He wasn't using the LMG. That makes me even happier because that commando is just no, it's the para. The para rifle is just chef's kiss, glorious. But we see too many people using the LMGs these days, and it was a very heartwarming round for me to see that from Skiddy.
Doing it's interesting because you think that I guess people might start moving away in anticipation from maybe LMG changes coming in the next few months. So it's certainly a good sign to see that coming through from the side of M&M Academy too. Getting stuck in anyway, gonna look like they're going for a top-down clear for now, going in through the spa wall. Looks like we're going to see some additional droning around dirt and kitchen as well. Presumably, again, they're going to try and take top floor just to give extra protection of logistics. So there's Kairos can open that kitchen hatch nice and early.
Is that onto main stairs? That is a disgusting angle.
It is, but will it play off? Only time can tell, Dino. Again, it's always a little bit of a holding your breath moment when you see teams do stuff like this. Rhodey as well lurking around, but unsure if they've been spotted out yet. Is that okay? I was like, are you using C4 to make yourself a rotation there, or are you just holding it in anticipation of someone maybe dropping through? And there we go. They're actually using it to create a line of sight, I believe, unless they thought someone would be closer to it. Skiddy getting the pick that onto Rhodey as well. Those drones that have been snagged up can still be utilized by the side of Ambush, though. So, again, let's hope that some of those pests have given them a little bit of information that they would need right now.
The big difference maker in this round to me is this Legion. He's sitting inside of the garage, which isn't exactly the best usage of a Legion because he's got those 3 goo mines, 4 goo mines now sitting in pocket that can't be deployed anywhere particularly useful at this point in the round. But he is on a very good flank and, you know, could catch a very nice timing and get the round-defining kills, but he needs to get a bit of a move on as the rest of the M&M Academy side are starting to go for this play onto the actual objective itself, and Nerf actually has an idea that there could be a flank coming through. Nick, though, applying pressure from the blue stairs is going to eliminate relaxing. Just make things all so much more difficult for M&M Academy.
Yeah, this is again, they just got the intel that that rush wall and that execute from the rush wall is going to be nice and open yet again to the move they want to take it, but I think they want to get a few more picks off before they do so. And again, this is a thing that's slightly concerning me because you would think at this point there should be enough flank drones from the massive distance that Defeli has covered, and Nick actually coming through there with a 2k, making it 3k as Eco falls too, and that is just disgusting from the side of Ambush. And there we go, finishing it off. Skiddy, what do you do in that situation? Apparently get finished off. A very good round by Ambush there, and again, the fact that that flank didn't really have to, you know, result in anything. They just really won their ones there.
Everyone was so concerned with the Legion flank that they just didn't have intel of anyone pushing up those blue stairs, even though that's when Nick got the kill from. He got the kill there, ran up blue, ran into stock, short jug outside, and just aligns them all up, and the intel not there.
Where is the flank watch? Where are the flank drones? This is what
Sitting
I mean.
there and complaining about the guy on main stairs, the Legion on main stairs. They're not seeing everything that's happening, and maybe 2 claymores per operator isn't enough apparently if you're M&M. Maybe you need 3.
I mean, to be fair, they're still just nipping at the tails of Ambush, and again, if they can pull this back to 5-5 and keep going in the way that they are, we could have an overtime on our hands. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and I'm not seeing any fat ladies. So for that, I think is pretty promising for M&M still. I'm not gonna, again, rush to any conclusions here. The fact is, though, I thought this was going to be a really interesting matchup, and it really has turned out to be that it is coming so close. And I think it's really interesting to see both of these teams go head to head, and the fact that it's gone the way it has, and the fact that we are seeing a lot of pros and cons on both sides already, and it's only day 1. It also gives you a lot to look forward to for the future of the season and how things are going to change going forward. And well, already Nick coming through, getting the pick there onto relaxing. So that is that thinker boost and those nades taken off the table, you know.
Yeah, And I think the biggest takeaway from me, from what I'm seeing from this M&M Academy side so far, is inconsistency. We're having Skitty having an exceptional day, but no one else has really sort of shown up to the office, as it were, and it's very apparent to see that, you know, Skitty can have 15 kills and 6 deaths and, you know, really be putting in a shift, but there isn't that same level of pull from the rest of the team that sort of, does Skitty pop off or do we lose the round? Kind of feels like the situation at the moment, and Ambush are having a bit more of a consistent showing across the board. We've got 3 players with 6 kills, or 2 players with 6 kills, 1 player with 7, 1 player with 10, and that's the sort of balance that I'm seeing at the moment. The comments that have been said by other people tonight have been about the Finnish teams is that they don't necessarily have the best mechanical aim, but they've got good strategy. And this is the case where M&M may have better mechanical aim, but the strategies and the overall game plan isn't working out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ambush are just really showing up as a very good and competent team tonight, to be honest, Dino. And again, even though we are seeing this setup come through and we're seeing the stage nice and open, it's the fact that Ambush has the 1-player advantage. And yes, there is a minute to work with at the moment, so some more picks can come through. But it's again the fact that M&M kind of stuck a little bit in a rut as to how they're going to utilize their own utility right now and go for this collapse. They are aware of where the players are. They just need someone to go and take those gunfights.
Kari on the glass. We do see a little bit of glass every now and then, but it's not, to me, the best idea. As a nice flank from Nick there is a much better idea, as Raston as well is going to get one onto Eco. Defel with the Alder eliminates Skitty, and now Ambush are on the verge of getting a 6 rounds here. 1 round away from winning this first game, and that is where they're going to stand at this moment in time, as final kill does come through for them. And M&M Academy just don't have any momentum at the moment.
Absolutely, and rightly so. You are going to see Nerf call for a timeout because they're like, okay, we really need to get this back in our favor. We have to get 2 rounds on the trot to take this to overtime. At the moment, we're not having the best of times at dealing with things. Again, Dino, I really do think the issue here is the fact that where they were going right before, in the sense of taking those gunfights and being willing to wait out to take those gunfights in the first place, they're not really taking that initiative now. I'm not sure if the pressure's getting to them or like what's going on. But again, it's they had the intel there to go and kind of go for that collapse and try and get the fights on away, and they just allowed themselves to kind of be snuffled up a little bit. And it's really unfortunate. And again, a case of make sure that you have some kind of flank utility, flank drones, claymores. Even do we swap out and bring the Nomad as well? I think maybe, you know, given the claymore changes, that can be a little bit of a waste. So I don't know, I just want to see them actually utilize their drones to the best potential that I know they're capable of.
I think to me it's just having a clear plan of what M&M want to do within the round. That's what's really been missing. So this is a good example of a round. They have realistically 2 choices. They can come in through CCTV cache and logistics and try and force that, or they can do a jacuzzi and gym take. And it's, can they realistically commit to one of those and invest all of their utility correctly? Because that's something that Ambush has been able to do. We need to see M&M doing it, and doing it as a cohesive unit.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And if they can't do that in this round, then I'm going to be a bit concerned about how the rest of the season might go.
Maybe. Again, it is only day 1. People can change things and kind of work out what their issues are and iron out the kinks very, very quickly. Of course, Playday 2 will be tomorrow, so very limited time to fix things before tomorrow, but at least between Playday 2 and 3, you have that 6 days or so to kind of get the scrimming underway if you really want to change things up a little bit and iron out the kinks, so to speak. And intel coming through yet again to try and work out if there's any kind of cheeky roam presence, because that's one thing Ambush have been doing really well, is just having those little annoyances of, oh, I thought that was going to be roadie finish, but actually surviving by the skin of their teeth, Dino. Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, the nade, good usage to help get that exterior wall open. Now they need to really question how they want to use the rest of their utility. Are they going to go for this jacuzzi wall, or do they want to open up that one cache into construction wall to give themselves that line of sight? It looks like they're going to be using the ace charges and the thermite charges to get open this jacuzzi side. And actually, Ambush didn't reinforce that second bathroom wall, instead opting to try and have the mirror save them in that one, as they've given up the control they had over CC. Nick has all of this space and this window. Oh, almost.
Oh, no!
But he actually downs Skiddy.
It is an unfortunate one. The nade's still coming through, though. Let's not get distracted by our down teammate. Let's try and get these nade dubs, but still, they are not landing. And that really is an unfortunate one. And again, Nick could cause so much chaos here. There we go. The finger boost coming through to get Skiddy picked up nice and quickly. And I think we're about to see a gunfight through the CC window if people get a bit bolshy with it. There we go. Coalesce taking down Eco. Akari trading that immediately back out, though, as Nick gets to pick onto Skiddy as well. Basically a 3 versus 3 unless someone can get roasted up, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I don't think they're going to have time to get to such a precarious position, Dino.
And it's going to be relaxing to finish him off. A 3 versus 3. All 3 players from Ambush are outside of the objective itself, as we are going to see M&M start to put the twist onto the site. There's a lot of pressure coming up the main stairs. The Defel's going to be the first line of contact, but instead it's Rhodey down below the Bandit, getting the shots through the open hatch. The C4's there to follow, but doesn't catch anything as Akari rotating into the bathroom, playing ring around the Rosie with Nick, who's actually worked his way back on into Jim, running on through, ready to take the fight head on. Defel as well, going directly for the trade, and somehow Ambush just hold on in the death of it. M&M, I said that was going to be a key round for them to really show that they can demonstrate what they're doing on a map like Clubhouse, and it just never came through.
But at the same time, as I say, you know, Ambush being Nordic's best hope, they are an incredible team. They're a very, very strong team. I believe they even played in the Rainbow Rumble. You know, they qualified and got through that with the best of most of Europe, to be honest, at the start of the year. So again, I did expect a lot from them, but I still expected way more from M&M Academy. I expected them to come through with the same kind of energy that I know these players can do. Again, it's just similar side picks. Maybe they wanted to try something different, save something for the late season, but if they went a bit more standard and by the book with stuff, it would have been slightly better for them. Ambush just absolutely running circles around them towards the end there, though.
Yeah, I think the big thing sort of to take away from this is Ambush played exactly as well as I think both of us thought they would. Ambush came out and put on an exceptional show and showed why they are one of the best teams from Nordic. It's M&M really didn't step up to the plate. Didn't step up to match and just seemed a bit outclassed at points. Like they didn't really have much of an idea as to what was coming. But I mean, it is a long season.
It is a long season. It is a long season. And this is it. Like, I think M&M Academy, they have time to iron out the kinks, as I say. And I think that VOD, to be honest, is probably going to be quite important for them to go back and look at. Good for their staff to go back and look at, because there were mistakes there that I feel personally, in my opinion, they shouldn't have been making. Again, this is a roster with lots of experience, so much competitive experience at, a few different levels there as well. So I do expect a bit more for them. I think we all do. And I think they will be kicking themselves a little bit. But at the same time, Ambush, you cannot fault them on the way that they played that. And I think that was jolly good.
Yeah. Do you think it was a bit of a balance between a team that's been established and has been together for a while versus a team that's sort of just starting out as this 5? Obviously, some of the players were part of Into the Breach before, but there's still been a bit of that change and a bit of a switch up in how things are done. Yeah,
and I think, Snarl touched on this before we got into the map, I believe, as well, where it's like, if you do have a team that have played together for a lot longer, the synergy is way more coherent. Everyone's way more fluid with each other. Everyone has that trust of each other as well. It's the fact that, again, yes, I can trust you to be watching out for that flank camera. And evidently with M&M at the moment, there's not really, a little bit of tweaking needed there as well. So again, going forward, though, I am very excited for both of these teams, seeing how they're going to progress as we go out through the season, Dino.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see how Demo, Fresh, and Snurleaf are going to break that one down. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Grace and Dino. Nordics are finally on the board. It took a while, but Thomas, you must be happy with the performance Ambush put on there.
I'm so excited. I would say Riddle to my Finnish friends out there. I mean, that was an exemplary performance, I believe, from Ambush. And I mean, we sat here in the backstage, I was going to say, talking about the game, and a couple of the M&M rounds early looked really good. There were some really good tendencies there from M&M Academy in terms of how they solved the attacks from Ambush, but they just failed at the executes at times. And, you know, barring an exemplary great performance by Skitty with the season's first ace in the NPL, I can see why you guys wanted to talk about Skitty in the backstage. I can see that. But as you said, I'm super excited to see Ambush up there, and this is exactly why I'm saying don't sleep on Ambush and other Nordic teams. I'm chuffed. There you go.
I mean, you can't go wrong against what he's saying. You know, Nordics are here, Ambush. They played massive tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I saw a tweet from Nick earlier on today who said, like, he's not being focused on streaming or playing FPL or whatever. He's just been focused on practicing with his team.
Yeah.
And you can really see the benefits of that. I think even with their attacks, obviously they got undone a little bit on the bar stage attacks. But apart from that, getting a plant down in every single round, apart from those bar stage, every round they won, they got the plant down. Utilising the Monty well on the church attacks, you know. Really having the number on the gym attacks as well. The plant spots they're in quite early planting, getting it down twice. It was a really nice game, and I really enjoyed watching that. And I think, you know, this is the Nordic as a region saying, hey, we're here to fight. We're not going to roll over to the UK, you know, quote unquote titans of this region. I know, disappointing from M&M Academy though. I expected a little bit better out of them.
Thomas, who would you say is, you know, the real enabler? Obviously, I know that Defilele, he kind of had a big performance tonight, but who would you say is like the player that's kind of going to go under the radar throughout this season, the player who makes everything happen for this team?
Coalesce. I mean, you people will be looking at the stats and they were saying, oh, Coalesce didn't really have a good game, but who was the Monty? Who's the IGL? Who's the guy doing the hard support? Who's the guy who's probably going to be at top of the plant list already alongside? I can't remember who played Thermite on the gym attacks. I think that might have been Nick, actually, which might have been why Nick was a bit slow on getting on the scoreboard there, but on the defense, absolutely popped off. But do not sleep on Coalesce just because he's not on the stats. The guy is really the hard support of the team. He has the calls, and again, though, as we touched on before, this is a team where they're starting to get to know each other so well that they're not afraid to trust each other's calls. You can see some of the rotations coming through from from Ambush during some of those rounds. These are not called necessarily by one player. This is a team effort that's been made, and I think the biggest player to sleep on from Ambush, Coalesce and Rondo the coach, probably, yeah. Or just the team in its entirety. It's difficult because they're such a good team. I know I know I'm not really answering your question, Demo, but it is incredibly difficult. But because they're such a part of a cohesive unit, and I'm sure you're looking forward to interview a representative from Ambush to talk just about that.
It's actually good that you've mentioned Coalesce because he's actually the player that we get to have an interview with. Let's bring him up and we'll see what he has to say. Coalesce, first win for Ambush inside of the new NPL. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah. Oh man, it's been
Feel
so
good.
long time since we played, you know, any kind of comp up apart from the Ambassador tournament. So it's like it's kind of monkey off the back because the first game is done, it's won, and we played it pretty much how we planned to. It feels really good.
Overall on Clubhouse, it's a map that obviously a lot of teams know how to play. What was kind of like the reasoning to go into Clubhouse? This M&M team, they're a brand new team. This is their first official match. It kind of caught us by surprise whenever we seen Clubhouse because that's a map that anyone can play. Were you guys just feeling confident that you could play it better?
Yeah, and because Clubhouse comes down to a lot of team effort, a lot of attacking especially. You need to be good as a team to know where to rotate and shots. So we felt like they are such a new team that maybe there's some errors that we can like punch through, and I think that that showed in the match as well.
Talk to me about Defilele because he had a massive game. You know, was able to really open things up for your side. You know, how much of an impact has he had on your roster?
Defilele, he's one of the key players with Rody to put up the whole project. So I mean, he has the heart of a lion, and you know, he just wants to win. It's all he's here to do, and it definitely shows of the work he does on the server.
What's the confidence of Ambush? Because you guys coming into this league, you're up against obviously a lot of UK representation coming into the NPL. You guys are usually kind of seen as like underdogs. Is this, it must feel massive knowing that you guys are perceived as this team who's not supposed to be doing as well, and you just came out and got your first win. That must be amazing.
I mean, of course, it is amazing. And I mean, we don't mind being an underdog or seen as the best team or anything. We just are here to play our own game and trying to just win. I don't know how otherwise I would say it.
Is there anything you want to say to the supporters out there, the fans that have supported you guys for a long time?
I mean, thanks for the guys who support us. It's always amazing, and thanks for Ambush for having us still for all these years.
Perfect, Coalesce. I'll let you go. Good luck in your match tomorrow. You still have another game to go for, so yeah, good luck, mate.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thanks, Coalesce. So he's happy. I think that's clear to see. Jack, question? Yes.
Why has he got 30 cans of Pringles behind him?
Stand the cans. That's where you get it. It's a Kilius thing. Stand the can. That's all about Kilius.
Right.
Likes his
Sorry. He loves his Pringles, and he does not remove it. And it's been every single season of the Nordic Championship. Whenever there's an interview, I used to be able to do the interviews with him. Get used to the Pringles cans. As long as Ambush wins and Kilius is interviewed, there will be Pringle cans, and there will be tons of them.
Okay.
Question answer, Jack?
No. Yeah, sure.
Well, you know
doesn't
what?
clean his room. What do you want me to say?
You two can talk about it, because first we have to go to a quick break before we come back with the EUL showdown. Navi taking on Heroic. Please do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this game.
My name's Nikki. I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we tried lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
mission. Have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you You're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to keep it rocking and rolling here with match number 4. It is a big one. We have the two EUL sides going up against each other. Navi in one corner and Heroic in the other. Two teams that have such a great history in, well, I suppose the UK national circuit, but overall just a great history inside of our Siege scene. One team is doing extremely well, the other just slowly getting better as time goes on. Heroic is where we'll start with first. Grace, I mean, this side has just went from strength to strength over this season, and they're going to a major because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've turned around. They've really got the wind under their sails now, and they're just powering through. I think everyone's really excited and proud of the fact that they're probably going to, well, they are actually going to the major now. So I think it's been a really lovely thing. Obviously, a slight roster change this year as well. And we also the lovely announcement video of them all kind of trekking through the snow as well, which is quite wholesome. But I think this is their year to shine, honestly. I think on paper, everything's looking really good. I think I'm excited to see them actually play within NPL as well, because, you know, finally, I think they actually have a really good chance of getting that kind of natty #1 spot. So that could be quite interesting as well, Demo.
Could be interesting. I mean, Heroic is a side that have, you know, somewhat balled it a few times before inside this competition, where they haven't really won this national competition, where you've seen the likes of Navi win it multiple times, M&M have won it even before them. You would expect now that this has to be their chance to, you know, with Navi making changes, Doki is not in the roster anymore, for the first time in forever. The main M&M lineup isn't playing. You would kind of point all fingers to this has to be Heroic season.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have Doki, the guardian of the UK National League, it sort of does open the door for one of these other top-tier teams to come on through. And like you say, the M&M main squad isn't going to be playing, so that does sort of put Heroic at the front and center. The sort of takeaway from that is, of course, they've just qualified for the major. They're the one who's got a lot to build up to in the future. They don't want to be showing anything. They want to have their best chance at winning at the major. So we're not going to be seeing, you know, the truest form of Heroic here in NPL, but I do think there will be a mark of pride if they are able to walk away with a win this season.
Grace, both these teams have been having very different seasons inside of EUL. Heroic, obviously, on top of the world. Navi just slowly finding their feet a bit, because, like, you think about how this team kind of ended up together. Doki going away to G2 was kind of hit out of nowhere by them, and you know that's something that they had to undertake. You know, that they had to make those changes. They brought in Kayak, who is returning to the national circuit over I think, well, the past year he's been playing inside of GSA with G2, and Thunder also comes into the lineup. So this team itself, it was, you know, a very quick fix that they had to make, and you know they've had some good wins so far inside the league, and you know, one of them being Heroic.
Yeah, and you know, that's certainly something to consider going into this. At the same time, it's like, yeah, you know, they've brought Kayak in, and Kayak's very, very decent in his own right, but it's the fact that, especially when we consider the way that these two two teams play within the national leagues. It's very different to how they play in a T1 tournament. Traditionally, you'd see Doki kind of just hanging out of windows, doing these little goblin crouch walks around the bottom of Chalet, things like that. And obviously now that Navi have lost Doki, it's kind of maybe a different ball game for them in terms of how they want to approach this kind of national tier league. And at the same time, again, we have just discussed Heroics will really be wanting to finally win this. So I think going into this, it does look maybe a little bit more weighted towards Heroic, depending on how Navi are going to choose to play this.
Well, let's see the map view, and we'll see where we're headed to for both of these teams. You think about the previous seasons, Navi, they loved the map like Villa, where they could just rat about. You think, a Nathan in the bathtub, what a classic. Looks like we're going to go to Chalet instead is where we're headed to. Again, Dino, definitely a map that I would say players like Blur and Nathan, who were kind of looking towards Navi to fill those kind of rat plays that we know they can do, that could be a good one for them.
Yeah, the Navi National League rat players are going to be on in full force in this one, I think. I wouldn't be too surprised if you have people randomly proning in rooms or just jumping out of any window they see. But this being an attacker-sided map, we've got Heroics starting on the attack. It does give them the opportunity to go for those ratty players themselves and get that early momentum and that early hit in against Navi. But as we all know, Navi in National Leagues just can sometimes be better than the rest of the time, really. Bold statement, I know. But
That's a very, very bold statement. I do understand. I understand where he's coming from, but you always have to remember that these teams who are EUL, there's bigger fish to fry. Their main goal is always going to be, we need to win our own EUL league. This is just the side project.
Yeah.
So they're going to be rocking up to this, have a bit of fun, play a bit of Siege. Sometimes it could lead, Blur could go and drop 20 kills. That can happen for Navi. On the same side, Heroic, you've got Banja who can do the same. Both these sides have players who can just pop off in their own right.
Yeah, and I think I don't want to focus again on too much on Doki leaving, but it's the fact that, again, previously in the National Leagues, you would have Doki carrying a majority of those kills under his belt. So it's, again, the pressure really will be on for players like Blur, and it's, as you say, bigger fish to fry. Will they be able to kind of have a bit more fun with it on the day and kind of feel fraggy themselves, or will they just kind of be a bit more by the book and basic with it and maybe get caught out a little bit? Only time can tell. Only time can tell.
Well, we'll see if those questions are going to be answered, Grace, as we're ready now to jump into our game. Jack and Thomas, have fun with this one, fellas.
Thank you so much to the analyst desk, and of course we're going to have fun with this. Jack, you usually get to analyze these teams from standing behind the safety of a desk, but this time you're getting into the ring with me, who's never ever cast two EUL teams playing at the same time. The closest I'll ever get to T1 casting, surely, but it's going to be a blast, and because this is a national league, we have no idea what to expect.
No, and that's the main premise of this, is of course both of these teams, they want to win this tournament. They've not got skin in the game regarding CL spots. They're expected to be up there. And there's a little bit of bragging rights in play, Navi have already beaten Heroic inside of a UL. That's the only time they'll play each other until kind of June, July time. So this is chance for Heroic to get one back. It's two UL teams going head to head. What more could we ask for?
I mean, we could ask for the games to start already, to fly into the map, into Chalet, or you could hear us rant about, we were talking about the button, we need to work on a sync thing. Let's see if we can do that this time. I need to use my other arm. Let's see if we can do it. 3, 2, 1, let's go! No. There we go.
Oh,
okay. It almost. We got there in the end. A little bit of cringe from the boomer dad. It is what it is. But, so fresh. What do you get when you have a Norwegian CEO, a Norwegian coach, a Danish player, and 2 Finnish players?
You get a UK team called Heroic.
No. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. See, I know that they're here as a UK representative, but I'm calling it right now.
2 Finnish players?
It's a sub now.
Oh, no, we're not counting that. He's a
of
content
course.
creator.
Is he not part of the roster? Excuse me? Was he not announced as a sub?
It was content creator and
sub. Yeah. There you go. There you have it. I know that he Heroic is like they're the what's it called? They're the spies. They're claiming to be UK, so Nordic gets 5 spots as well. So there you go.
Is that what it is? So basically, I'm in Heroic as a Nordic team.
Whenever they do well, if they're doing bad, then they're UK. If they're doing well, Nordic all the way.
I see.
Yep.
Okay, fair
Calling
enough.
it.
I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah.
We're seeing a Thinkerban coming out, which has been very Navi-esque recently. They just don't like this operator. They want to get rid of it. It's a crutch operator for a lot of players. Sometimes it's a target ban. They tried doing it inside of EUL on Monday. Got burnt significantly by leaving other crutch operators open. However, the map today, it's Chalet, so it's going to be a little bit less crutch in terms of breaches. You know, they were playing Clubhouse on Monday and they got banned by having Thatcher and Maverick, etc. open. Whereas Chalet, it gives you a lot of opportunity. Frostban is a strange one. It's one that we don't always see, but you know. And I think we see what this team's attitude, or both teams' attitudes towards the national leagues are, is that they're happy to play them, but they're going to have a little bit of fun at the same time.
I have no idea what you're talking about. This is like next level bans. Like the Frost ban is clearly for the bar gaming defense site for jumping in the double window. Duh.
Could be.
Yeah, trophy window.
Secretly's not running the Navi skin, by the way.
Secretly.
Terrible.
Oh my god. And he's like the veteran. He should be the one to do it. Maybe like is this Bizarro world where Secretly is all of a sudden the guy like not doing things by the book and he's just like, no, you know what? You know what? I've been waiting in the lobby for too long for this. I'm just gonna go nuts.
You know,
it is board gaming. See?
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to run a Frost? No Frost? Oh, Alibi is available. Fine. Same operator, brings a shield, brings what you need. Arguably has a better gun, faster fire rate. Yeah, I don't know. Bar gaming. We were speaking in last time that, you know, the last game that me and you casted about players I've crossed paths with. I can't speak today. Two of my former players are playing today, Secretly and Uno. So
yeah.
I'll be keeping a keen eye. Both Nordic as well.
Blur with probably the cheekiest of spawn peaks. It's like, okay, it's not up on the second floor where you would expect that spawn peak, but luckily for Heroic, he was not successful. So, I mean, we can talk about Heroic, but we can't talk about Heroic without talking about how instrumental Sloth and Benja has been sort of like on each of the half of the season so far. They've been gunning out so hard in the EUL, and to see them playing up against like Thunder and Blur in a national league, this is going to be Frag Fiesta 100%.
Yeah, they're genuinely the one of my favourite teams to watch are Heroic. It's not just because they're a UK team. As we see a flurry of kills come in, a one-tap from Uno, 2 kills coming out from the Alibi of Yak there. What has gone on there? A 3v3 ensues, and we know what we're going to get. We're going to get fast pacing. Sloth's picked up one onto Thunder as Ben just jumped in the piano window. I don't think he knows that Nave's there. Sloth does. Finds a triple kill. It's all up to Yak. Would have to ace. Clutch this in the end. Finds one. Has a triple kill on the hand. I think he knows Ben just top a piano stairs. He knows that there's one potentially above as well. He does hear something. I think it was the flashbang. He's going to try and relocate and identify 1v1 gunfights because he's going to have to ace and clutch to win this round for his team.
No biggie. It's only 1 minute 30 left. It's not like, you know, Heroic's going to have to rush things up, but Uno and Benja, if they keep giving him 2 1v1s, it could go, but no. I say that, but I forget that Benja is one of those players doing a 1v1, and round number 1 will go to Heroic. And if this is going to be the pacing that we're going to get to see throughout this game, both of us are going to get to practice talking very quickly quickly even, in English. So there you have it. But good luck keeping track of the first blood in that kill feed. I think it was Uno, but could be wrong.
I think it was Uno, and then Yak came back with a double kill almost instantly. And I think, I said this in the previous game, Snurra, and I say, as a colour caster, you enjoy the pacing, you enjoy setting up what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And I'm going into a point about what I expect to happen in this round, and then 4 kills happen. And I'm like, oh, it's gone. And that was the round, and Heroic took it.
Heroic took it. I mean, so we're just going to be able to see, like, that's the pacing we're going to see here. Luckily for Freshro, of course, I am, of course, far educated when it comes to talking very quickly and not making really any sense at all. So casting this game does actually make a lot of sense, and my strengths will come through here. But let's see what kind of strengths will be brought out by Heroic and Navi here, of course, and going down into Garage now. Now, as a Tier 1 analyst, how much does it sort of, I was going to say, like, test your patience to be able to see 2 teams with such talent play the way that they did round number 1? Do you think they're going to keep that up for every single round?
I hope so. Do you know why? Is because Navi, especially inside of a UL, they're generally outgunned by a lot of teams. They just they don't tend to have the firepower Blair plays quite a reserved role. So it was nice to see him getting out, trying to spawn peek, being quite aggressive. The same with Yak, the same with Thunder. It might give them a little bit of freedom to just remember that they can shoot, they are top tier players, and therefore be a little bit more aggressive. So I'm looking forward to seeing, especially from Navi's point of view, how aggressive they get in terms of this game.
I love the Amaru basement take though from Sloth, just like next level genius right there, and then double C4 from Blair was secretly on the follow-up. All of a sudden it crumbles here for Heroic. As I say that, Benja will get a kill with the LMG, and no one is none the wiser. I was going to say about Sloth, but he's taking damage, so they are fully aware of Sloth, and might have to use the hook to get himself out of there. And there we go. He's going to go up the hatch. Not the escape I was looking for, but at least he has gone up the building, but of course, sorry, the floor, but he makes a lot of noise. Ping's coming through, and Sloth through the wall. Great yellow ping use there by the side of Heroic, of course. All the things have settled down, so this is probably what we're going to be seeing, right? We're going to see everything just hit the fan there for a moment, and then die down, and then it's just going to be like a couple of 2v3s or 1v1s or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be hectic.
If you needed 2 players in a 2v4 of this Heroic lineup, I would be picking Sloth and Major any day of the week. So
Very
Sloth's
true.
picked one up, the hatch is open, obviously there's a whole mirror setup going on above. But I really do struggle to see that, because they're going to have to walk down walkways into site. They're going to have to go down staircases, and probably Blue is somewhere they might go. However, Thunder's already in Mudroom, and they're not going to drone it. They're not going to check it. They've not got time. They don't know. And that's going to be an absolute freebie for Thunder. That's the freest kill of his career, I swear. And there's going to be a Yin coming down through the hatch. Of course, has 4 Candelas now, so it has more, but the effect is less. Blair gets a double C4 to start off the round, gets a triple to finish it off with a third kill there. Another very fast-paced round that came out with Navi on top in this one.
I'm starting wondering if these teams are late for a scrim or something. By the way, is this the first time that Thunder has really been able to participate in a national? Because they don't. I know they have other domestic tournaments over in Brazil, but do they have any you could say would be the equivalent
I want
of
to
a
say
EU
he played
national?
in Spanish.
Because
he's Brazilian,
okay.
right? But he lived in Europe.
Oh yeah, he did. I forgot about that. My bad.
So he played in Spanish nationals a lot. He won Spanish National Season 3, according to his Wikipedia, very quick. He also played in the 6th French League season with Heroic. He's obviously in the old iteration of the old Heroic, ex-Heroic lineup. He played in the French League with them last year as well. So he's been about Spain, France, and now he's here in Northern Premier League.
Here I was trying to create a clever talking point for myself, and I just highlighted my ignorance of Thunder, and I have to apologize for Thunder for that one. But hey, it's not as fun as you can. That's all I got to say. Sorry, the NPL. There we go. I made the oopsie.
Even you're making.
I made the oopsie. I've never casted Yukin.
No.
I've never casted Yukin in my life, and I was the one who called it Yukin. There we go. That's a huge shame. Anywho, as we're going to progress into this, we're going to see Gorgona rocking the Blackbeard of all things, because why not? It's like if you're going to be going on the window plays and you want to... I mean, at least Affy's going to have a lot of good times with doing the stats here, and it's just going to skew the stats, massively when it comes to the operator picks and stuff. But it's nice to see that where Doki left off, other people have picked up here in terms of wacky operator picks and just going in for let's say, a little bit of a fun time sort of... Do we even want to call this FPL level?
I don't know what to call it, because the teams are playing with freedom. They're playing without fear of consequence. They can do whatever they want. If they lose, they lose, right? They're still expected to make the playoffs. They're still expected to make the finals. They probably will regardless of what happens in this game. So they're going to have a lot of fun as we see Benja. He's going to punch a window and just pre-fire as Sloth gets a nade in onto secretly playing the Aruni from the Solarium side. This is probably a round that's resembled the most kind of structured, and we've got 2 kills coming out of Heroic, Sloth and Benja, and a solo take coming out of Heroic. It's kind of the most structured round we've seen so far out of these 2 teams.
It's almost like I'm expecting a timeout, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Officer and Shutter are just tagging in like a wrestling match or something like that. But here we go. Thunder tries to contest this. Sloth will put him down, and here we go. This is where you do not expect a team such as Heroic to throw a 5v2. I mean, it is national, so you're going to see the solo peaks, but Benja, I mean, he was born and molded in a tier 3 level, not in the UK scene, of course, but from the good old-fashioned Nordic ones. And there we go. Post-ban situation, yuck. With a ace clutch potential here in the post-ban situation, not really the highest of odds, but with Sloth helping him, Kazuno getting a little bit of, let's say, a little bit eager there on his side, means that at least it's not going to be a flawless for Navi. And with a shotgun pistol, not really going to happen. Heroic going to take another round.
Sloth was just making sure he got his kill there. It didn't matter whether it was his teammate or whether it was Kayak. He was getting his kill, and he got his kill. And realistically, one of the differences, and kind of stylistically, not stylistically, but quality-wise, I say, between these two teams, and if this is an EUL fixture, I'm saying the difference between these two teams is the fact that Sloth and Benja can just shoot that little bit harder on the side of Heroic. And we've seen that so far. Sloth's got, 6 kills? I think Benja's got 3-4 kills. And we're only after, 3 rounds. There it is. Yeah, 10 kills between the two of them. And ultimately, when push comes to shove, even in the kind of chaos that's going on right now, those two players are having an exceptional time inside of the server at the minute. And
they're
even
thriving.
inside of the kind of tier 3, they're thriving, and they're getting a lot of kills for their team. They're a big driving force to why, Heroic are the first team qualified to the Charlotte Major in North Carolina, and Sloth and Benja are a massive reason why. There's my little spiel about how much I love Sloth and Benja's input.
I've casted Benja for so many years, so be able to finally cast him, even though it's a national league, I'm thrilled. I'm excited. I never thought I'd be able to do a high play cast of Benja ever again, since you guys stole him from the tier 1. Just let me have someone. You're running away with all the great players, but this is the entertainment that we came for here now. Not with only 1 Claymore, but of course 2 Claymores on the side of Benja. He could put 1 outside of that window and ensure that he has the second one for other potential run out here, which is not to be, which is not unexpected in this kind of a matchup between these teams. And Gorgona is sticking with this Blackbeard. He is a Blackbeard chill at the moment.
I think we saw this roster when they were Kavan and now they're Heroic, is they have a lot of fun. They were running around on a lot of Monty, a lot of Blackbeard, a lot of Dokkaebi during the last Yukon season, and it was people like Gorgona and Grizzly. It gives them the freedom to get off their usual roles. As Sloth yet again finds another entry. That's 7 in 4 rounds so far for him. He's having an unreal time of things. Uno, being the ever disciplined person he is, he was an army man. He's got a lot of discipline. I'm just going to get information on site, boys. I give the information, you get the kill. Why was that accent so terrible? And finds one back onto Grizzly as Nave gets downed, and I'm going to let you do a Finnish accent from now on.
I'm just sitting outside droning for my team. You pick, and go. I go plant. Okay, it's okay. Morro, I'm inside site. Gorgona holding. Yes. As we say, that sequel is going to try to collapse, but he's being collapsed upon. He will be able to get 1 kill, but it's going to be Blur in a 1v3 post-plant situation here for the side of Navi. They have some pings, though, so we'll be able to spray through, but giving away his position against players of this caliber means he won't be alive for very long, and rightly so. Benja, again, on the kill feed.
Yeah, and it's starting to look pretty grim for Navi. It really is, because that blend of the boys having fun, Gorgona, my point was, and I really can't make points during this cast at the minute because action's just happening non-stop. But my point was Gorgona usually plays Sledge and Buck. It's usually quite a restrictive role. We're seeing him have a lot of fun on the Blackbeard at the minute. And it really does allow the team to, get out, get about, have some more fun, play some different operators, have some freedom. All the while, Uno is still doing that thing of, I'm getting information in sight. We're going to get the plan down. We're still actually going to come and win this round. And I think it's a really nice formula Heroic have got going. But Navi, they're really struggling in the gunfights, particularly. Nave's 0 and 4, Thunder's 1 and 3. And these are the players that, inside of EUL, they've looked to really step up and try and find those kills, especially on the defense. So on the defense in EUL, Nave, Blur, Thunder Nave, Blur and Thunder particularly have kind of operated in like a triangle system, as of all of the players. But basically, whenever they find the first fight, the other 2 players in the triangle have kind of swarmed that first fight to try and create an advantage. And it's not happening today. It's like Sloth and Benja have just been ready for them.
They don't like triangles.
No.
I guess that's it. And we're going to pick up earlier about you saying Heroic having fun. How is it possible to not have fun being a Heroic player when you have Mr. Officer as a coach? Like that, it's nigh impossible to not have fun.
Do you know what? They missed multiple opportunities. They bottled majors a lot last year.
That's true.
So they've had that.
But were they having fun?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them, particularly what was going on. I'm sure it wasn't very fun when they lost the chance for the Sweden Major and the Invitational in one game.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't imagine how, like, the most competitive minds of R6 would ever be saddened by losing a spot in the major.
Yeah.
But let's see if Fuse will be able to rock the world here, because there's absolutely nothing here to deny him using a heart breach charge, and he's just going to try and see if he can clear something out. There's no one sitting there. There's no utility. There's nothing. Wine is, at the moment, completely open wide here for Heroic, as Navi has committed a lot towards resources towards the garage here itself. But we'll see, now that the breach has been opened inside of Wine, if Sloth and the rest of Heroic are actually going to be able to make use of this, as Yuck has rotated around to try and give a little bit of help. But with Grizzly opening up the wall as well, it's going to be a very hairy situation here for Yuck, and he's going to have to pull back inside of Blue.
Yeah, both players on site for Navi are sitting inside of Blue, and realistically it's up to people like Blair and Nath to be holding on to the vertical so that Heroic can't plant. As we see a resemblance of a round that's actually starting to make sense. Ninja will push in, basically without a drone, does get tagged up from the hatch. He has to know it's from the hatch, because they haven't gone and cleared out the player. Benja's just walking around site looking up a hatch, does eventually get C4'd by secretly, and I'm wondering why there was no reaction from site. As Blair looks to come down West Main, he's got a long angle that sees both breaches and can deny all plants. As he does get maybe they know he's there. Grizzly makes an ingress in, secretly has his number. It's going to be Gorgona next on the 1v1 engagements. He loses his, and it's all up to Uno. Mr. Consistent, Mr. Disciplined, and he's facing a barrier that he just has to take the damage through. He's walked into lobby, looks through dining, there's nobody there, Uno. You're going to have to try and find 1v1 engagements. The first one's potentially going to come up. No, maybe not. There's nobody around. Navi have actually all gone back to site. They're playing this very disciplined, because as much as they've been having a lot of fun themselves as well, they want to win this game. As I say that, Blair peaks and Nate peaks at the same time. Blair gets killed, and Nate finds his first kill of the game to win the round.
So all Navi really has to do now is like to break the game and allow themselves to defend Garage every single time, because they've been successful now 2 out of 2 times. And I mean, I can see what you're saying with like this round making the most sense in terms of actually being a setup, but a little bit of a lack of utility perhaps on the side of Wine for this to be such a I was going to say standard defense, but it does actually allow me to bring up a talking point, because Garage, we did talk about this, because we casted Chele together back in the Nordic qualifier together, if I remember correctly, and Basement is now very, like, it's shunned, almost, like, it's shunned. It's like people don't want to play Basement anymore. So if we're going to try and educate our viewers a little bit here from what we would expect from 2 tier 1 teams play together, why do they no longer go to Garage, mostly?
So basically, the reason is that the reason that teams tend to go to basement is, or not go to basement, is because it's very simple to get a plant off behind the pillar that Mendix is showing in the wine cellar. Because you open the north wall and the east wall, and you can completely hold the defenders on the long angle from Big Garage all the way. So that's the reason teams tend not to go there. If teams do go there, they do what Navi did, which is defend it from the hatch above, and try and roam and really get in the face of these hackers. That's pretty much the only viable way that you can actually defend basement, in my opinion.
Alright, so there's a little bit of a tactical insight here for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we're watching these 2 Tier 1 teams playing on the final round of this half. The scoreline 3-2 for Heroic on a map that is, by some, argued to be attacker-sided, and I think if Navi can pull this into a 3-3 half, they might be happy with themselves. With Sloth will certainly be happy with himself with that kind of nade picking off secretly the veteran player on the side of Navi this early in the round. So Sloth, again, that's his 3rd first blood thus far out of 6 rounds, so almost 50% there. Well, actually 50%, so I can't do maths. Why would I ever demean myself to do maths live in front of this lovely audience? But here you have it. Does mean that Heroic will have the upper hand, and again, we'll see Gorgona rocking the Blackbeard, see if we can pick up a kill here from the window, on trophy window. This is like watching one of my own games playing out here in platform ELO, so there you go. And yeah, so numbers advantage, and let's the fun begin as Blur is trying to swing that, and Grizzly is going to pick up a very simple kill for himself. And there you go, Gorgona. That was a mouthful. Pick up a kill from the window as well on the Blackbird.
A change that didn't come through from the TTS is the smoke playing inside his own canisters, and we've actually seen it twice tonight. I know people said it was situational, but Nath does find one onto Sloth. Then they have an idea of where he is in the red hallway in Thunder. He's playing above the site. He's just going to look to try and rat it out, hopefully get a misdrone, find himself a kill. As Nath, he's really in a bit of a hell in a cell here between players kind of just playing for him. Manages to escape back to site though, and has gone for another bite back in trophy. Finds the down on Gorgona, will smoke, will get that kill. But Doesn't even get the kills. Benja's in sight and manages to finish him off and win the round for his team.
Woohoo! That's only the first half, but we're racing through it in 4 and 2 halves. So, Fresh, some people argue that Chalet is somewhat attacker-sided in terms of, I'm not talking necessarily the statistics, but I'm talking about the layout or sort of the architecture, whatever you want to call the design of the map. And once we get back into the game, I'm sure that Medic will, shout out to him, by the way, for doing the observing here, will help us a little guided tour where you point out exactly why that would be the case. Like, what makes a design sort of favorable for the attackers?
So if Medics can like zoom out, like super zoomed out for me from top down, from the very top floor, you'll see that Chalet is basically an L-shaped map. So you can kind of see it here. It goes kind of north down to the west. It's an L-shaped map. And the reason that teams consider it attacker-sided is the fact that you can cut the rotate. You can cut the middle of the map. On the top floor, you can cut it from piano windows that you see here. These windows here. So you can cut that from the roof, rotate on the top floor completely from those two windows. From the middle floor, you can do it from main door, which is round on the other side as we spin back round. And it's really hard, therefore, for defenders to rotate through the map, because you can have a player at each side, and then once you've got that, you can start segmenting defenders and taking map control systematically. And that's why teams go from one side to the other, generally on Chalet, holding the two kind of center points of the map, and defenders really have nowhere to go at that point other than to stay and fight. And then when you kind of can gang up on them there, that's why Chalet gets considered attacker-sided.
Sorry, I just had to laugh a little bit from the first ground floor Amaru hook, but it worked as it resulted in a kill, arguably there by Blur, on towards Benja, and that is one of the few first bloods coming through here for Navi. And as I say that, I just want to reiterate the fact that if I ever need to sell my house or apartment for any counter-terrorist training purposes, I will definitely hire Jack as my real estate agent.
Thank you very much. As Gargona is on the cap count, finds one back onto Thunder. Nave's playing the Fuse. We're seeing a lot of the Russian operator today. Uno playing it before. It's going to be Nave now. And we've got a bit of a standoff, a bit of a lull. Grizzly, he knows there's a player over by Trophy, but he doesn't know exactly where. Needs to be careful. It's just shown a glimpse to Blair, who Blair is possibly, and I mean this with the greatest respect, he's possibly the best rat player in the game. He's made off some mega plays by just being still. He found so many of his kills by his opponents moving into his crosshair, and he nearly got one there. Luckily, Grizzly kind of just rotated off, decided to go focus his attention somewhere else, but don't be surprised to see Blair still be staying there and find a kill from him.
So, Kapkan traps have been put out as well, of course, by Gargona, and if you haven't played Siege for a while, remember that you can now get insta-kills with Kapkan traps if you place enough of them on the window. As you can see here, Gargona's placed 2. I think 3 is an immediate kill, but if there are... there's 2 of them. That was nade, though, I do believe, by Secretly. So, just to... not really to clear the utility, probably hoping for a little bit of a rat kill, perhaps, but... Alas, 2 other Kapkan traps gone away, so my talking point is just gone with the wind, just like that. Like a nade flying swiftly through the wind as Yuck and Blur will pick off the heads of Sloth and Uno, and Gargona will try and trade back. A still number advantage to Navi. Scratch that as I say that. Well, no, trades back and forth. Kill feed moving a lot quicker than you would expect at this level of play, but tier 1 teams playing for fun, playing for trades as well, and now with Grizzly, betrayed by the mirror window itself. Blur will be able to get the plant, and Grizzly is going to have to rotate all the way around to Solarium Stairs. Obviously, something that the attackers would expect. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a cheeky free kill here through the kitchen hatch. Nothing thus far, though, and the time is ticking, so we could potentially get a great little bit of a clutch here by Grizzly and a 1v2. One player standing inside a bathroom. With the flash as well to buy himself a little bit of time. Grizzly will have to contest this. Keep in mind, he needs 7 seconds to defuse the kit as well. He's going to have to try and contest this. Is he expecting him hard left? He is, but Blur is there. You called it. The best rep player in the game. And Blur, well, he didn't really move there, but did his job perfectly.
Absolutely, and it was a good round from Navi. They managed to just collapse exactly when they knew they had man advantage on site. It was essentially a 4v2 onto the site. They took their kills, got themselves onto site, got the defuse down, retook the mirror windows, and that was that. Once again, I'm very disappointed in Secretly for not running the Navi skin. I've just seen it again. I've just clocked it again. I'm sure it's been the same every single round. And I just want to, highlight that. Obviously, there's team skins in the game. There's a whole new batch released recently. including
buy them
the
on the shop.
operator cards that you saw on Navi. So please do buy them. You know, as somebody, and I say this every time I cast because obviously I was in a team that benefited from skins in the game. It does make a massive difference to the players and teams that you support. Obviously, I was on Chaos when the Chaos skin, the SMG11 skin, came in.
True.
But financially, it makes a massive difference to the team, to the players, to the support staff, to everybody. So if you can, do obviously buy your favorite team's skins.
100%. Like, what makes esports a sports? Well, it's having fans to support the teams and buy merchandise and show your colors and fly them high. And that's what's so great about the NPL as well. It allows a little bit more, I was going to say, international rivalries as well, as you're pitting up the UK region against the Nordic region, but at the same time battling against your own, I was going to say, clansmen there for a second. But there we go, secretly! That's not something that you usually see, but he's countering up in blood! You're winning that one! You should not win that any day of the week, but Amaro is just, built different. So that's going to be a question mark. No, there's no question mark, but there will definitely be a clip with a question mark on it on Twitter if this keeps up. So Blur with 2 kills that really shouldn't have been his kills, but what a great start here for Navi. Not even 30 seconds, and they picked up 2 kills for themselves.
Yep, Secretly's naded the breach. Nave's going to also fuse charge the breach as Thunder thermites the breach. An impact trick potentially tried by Sloth, who's going to get very close with danger by standing right next. Does get the impact trick. He's potentially going to go for a second one, however, it's nested towards the left-hand side as Sloth looked at it, so it will go off regardless of any impact tricking. Sloth was playing a very dangerous game just then with the fuse canisters. Grizzly's got pre-placed on the lobby. I'm guessing the default cam's still up. Gorgona's also playing there, so anybody goes in, boom.
I love fuse. Just
LMG, by the way.
Pucks. Yeah, LMG, by the way. Of course. Why would you not be playing the LMG? Well, let's see if the execute here comes off, though, for Navi, as they do have a 2-man numbers advantage. Just going to open up the other door to the garage as well to potentially get to the default plan site a little bit easier, but also give a little bit more of a sightline for Yak. I do believe that he was outside garage still. Obviously, rocking the Kali with the sniper. Of course, you want to be there. But as I say that, he's rotating. So thank you, Yak, for, just caster cursing me, I guess, and my own. But Blur up here on the second floor, going to see if he can get himself a little bit of a cheap free kill. Rotations coming through secretly all the way down to Wine as Gorgona takes down Thunder, and a little bit of a slowed up pace here with the kit still on the ground. It seems like Navi is just waiting for players to get inside a position, but that also means that Sloth is expecting precisely that, and we're Gorgona picking up too, and Sloth is secretly trading like that. All of a sudden, the number tally has evened up with Yak on the inside on the Kali here, because why not? That's to be expected. Blur in the main stairs as well, and keep in mind the kit is still outside. 40 seconds left. This 2v2 is absolutely winnable for Gorgona and Grizzly in a round that looked certainly Navi's.
And it's going to rely on Yak going all the way to the breach to pick up Diffuser and really try and get a movement. So we're looking for Gorgona and a pinch onto Gorgona between Blur and Yak. It depends who makes the first move. It depends if they even know that Gorgona's there. They do. However, Gorgona wins. He knows the pinch is coming. He's going to look back towards the main stairs as the Malusi Banshee does go off. Blair's trying to find one, tries to find the head of the bandit. He knows where Gorgona is, has an idea that there's a bandit in connector as well. We'll look for the first engagement. However, Grizzly is way too disciplined for that and ends up getting the kill. And I think we've seen there the problem Navi have. That was a 5v3. Yeah. And then they try and force things, but ultimately the players have been going in kind of one by one.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't, it's so difficult because they had every advantage in that round. But ultimately, when it comes back down to the gunfights, that's what Heroic have been able to pull it back. And also, it was Gorgona and Grizzly. It wasn't the established fraggers of Sloth and Benja that pulled that back. It was Gorgona and Grizzly mainly. And that's my frustration with Navi at times. Is they do things right, but then they let go of rounds like that where it is a 5v3.
Sort of take the foot off the pedal a little bit, and it's like Sloth and the rest of Heroic, being as experienced as they are, they know that there is going to be a rotation set up because they know that there are numbers at disadvantage. What would you do if you were in Navi's position? Obviously, you would rotate and try to pincer them, but the timing is off, and like I said, it was just a lot of 1v1s going to the side of Heroic, and again. Sure, Grizzly and Gorgona might not get a lot of chat because of all the stuff that we see coming through from Benja and from Sloth, of course, but this is why you need reliable anchors who can also shoot. just
Yeah.
for clutch situations just like this.
Yeah, no, do you know what? It was a nice idea. There was 2 on the breach. There was a guy holding the lobby, so that nobody could come down lobby stairs for the guys going in the breach. Secretly tried a backpoke. It was nice, but it wasn't in sync. It wasn't 3, 2, 1, go. It wasn't win your gunfights when you need to. And a little trick that you might not have ever realised if you played Flores is that you can pick it back up if it gets muted, as we just saw. So Blair will just take his Flores elsewhere. A lot of people would just leave it in that scenario. And yeah, so Benja's outside lobby door. Sorry, Blair's outside lobby door. Benja's in lobby. So that might be the first engagement that we see. However, there's a player below that was just holding the rotate back down. It was a bit of a pixel angle from Navi. Another player who's very good at just ratting it around in these random places to pick up free kills.
Speaking of rats, Jackal being picked up, and the great thing about Jackal is, of course, the being able to track and see if anyone's been in the area, like the last 30 seconds or so. And you know that if you don't see any footsteps, well, at least no one's in the same room, you'd think, unless they've been a little bit of blur and been sitting in the same corner for, I don't know, like a minute or so. But also great guns, of course, on the side of Jackal, as we see that no one has actually died yet, and we're almost halfway through the map. And you remember the last time we tried to make a point out of that, all of a sudden everything exploded into a flurry of kills. Smoke's being planted out here now inside of Kitchen, and let's see if Navi are actually going to try and set themselves up here for an execute in this matchup.
Yeah. I think this site really forces you to actually play for a breach and play for an actual quote-unquote round. We've seen secretly he's naded over the top so that Thunder can open the breach. So the clear idea from Navi here is they want to walk in from lobby through the breach into dining and get the plant down there. The Flores drone will open up part of the wall to give an entrance onto Gorgona up in office as well. And it's all about Navi. It's about the communication and the timing of going at the same time. Yak's going to try and backpoke. Secretly, might try and stay up top along with Blair and try and push the top as Thunder goes into the plant, but it has to be consistent, it has to be together, it has to be in sync, otherwise they're going to get picked off just like they did in the last round.
Gorgona still holding the fort here in office, and as you may have noticed, that the healing stations no longer shoot you if you are already at full health, so Gorgona can just keep this one until he potentially takes a little bit of a tag here, but Benja is going to be opening this time. It's going to be secretly going down first. It's sitting Benja trying to sort of clean up a little bit after his previous round here, and Uno picking up a kill for himself as well down onto Nath, and all of a sudden, like we said, kill feed is going on the side of Heroic. Not as the pace that we've seen earlier, but with 15 seconds left, and you see Navi trying to push, means that Heroic can just stand by and reap the benefits, and that's a charm I haven't seen for a long time. Respect for repping that one, and a flawless round, of course, the Heroic puts them at map point.
Yep. Same thing happened. Snow. Same thing happened. I love Medics. I love Medics is observing, and he's probably in my, in his ears wondering where I'm going with this. Medics shouldn't be able to catch all 5 kills in a round, in a flawless round. Shouldn't be able to catch all of them. He caught, I think, every single one of them in that last little play. And that just shows how desynchronized Navi were in those engagements. It was 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. And I know this is a T3 game, but I hold them to such high standards because I know they've got it in them. That they shouldn't be doing that as a professional team. That's the reason they're 6-3 down ultimately is, the shooting power and the sync. Heroic have got it, and Navi currently don't.
That might just be it. One single round away, then of course for Heroic to take a win over what is arguably their greatest opponent in this National League, and it will of course solidify Heroic's, I would say, arguably favorite sort of stamp here. At least at least the top of my list, not just because they're a Nordic team, of course, in the close of a UK team or a UK spot. I know where their true colors, or sorry, true hearts lie, so that's all fine with me. I'll sleep soundly tonight as I see Heroic just cleaning the table with Navi. But of course, with someone who's also a fan of players such as Secretly, who's been around since before I was born probably, which speaks volumes because I'm old. I'm hella old. But how great would it be for Secretly? He's won before, hasn't he? He's won some tournaments, like a LAN or like a minor, hasn't he?
He's won some tournaments. Not sure if he ever did. Maybe in the OG days. I know he's been to a lot of 6 Invitationals, and the new kids are in town, and Sloth's one of those new kids. Just takes him out there on the entry engagement. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sloth's peaking everything, and he's winning most of them, as you can see by that 12-6 scoreline.
But this is what I like to see about Siege as well. It's been around for so long that we can actually talk about like the old boys of Siege meeting like the new guard, like the vanguard of a new generation of Sloth and Benjas just stepping up. Or we've seen Skitty as well perform like so great in terms of individual plays earlier tonight. So to see new players stepping up and even skipping Challenger League in terms of level, like has been the case for Benja, and still being able to duke it out with the big boys, it's a promising sign for EUL or EMEA in terms of Siege. But let's see here then. Nav taking a lot of damage, and Grizzly as well. Nav is going to try and go through the smokes, and he will be rewarded with a nade kill on towards Grizzly. Did take a lot of damage there, and of course no heals on the side of the attackers, but he still has his gun, and now he's going to start hitting this with Sloth sitting on the other side. No C4s, anything. Though Sloth is, of course, going to go close. He does have the imp nade, and the impact nade does not hit, and Nav will be able to clean him up. I do see the thinking there, and with considering the HP on the side of Nav as well, that impact nade might have actually been enough to kill him, but slightly off there, and it means it's an equal number tally there, 3-on-3.
Oh, poor Sloth there. If he'd have thrown the impact nade, I think he was trying to impact the castle, but if he'd have actually thrown it outside of the window, he would have killed Nathan as well. That's so unfortunate. As Heroic, they're back in that man disadvantage scenario. Can they identify the engagements, the 1v1s? Gorgona gets the first one and wins it. Knows that Nate is on the window. Doesn't know he's down him, however he will now. Azuno gets the final kill of the game, and that will be Heroic taking the win, 7-3.
I feel like our games that we've been casting tonight, Jack, have been like tactical masterpieces. Like when you go into the VODs, you'll be able to sort of dissect and go like high level tier 1 analysis, and there's so much to talk about, there's so much to gain from them, but they've been quick at least.
Yeah, they've been quick. Yeah, I mean, that was a very enjoyable match strategically for somebody who's a Siege purist. It was a little bit run and gun at times. But that's where all the action is now, and you know, that's two high-quality teams at the end of the day that can all shoot and produce big moments. And Heroic just on the day, and I think that's the way that the course of the EUL season has gone. Heroic were just better in the end.
I think this is a nice game to remind us that at the bottom of it all, at the end of the day, Siege is an FPS, and I mean Benja as well. I didn't see that it was actually Benja who lost that one. It's like you do not expect Benja to lose those, but. Yeah, it's been hopefully very entertaining for the viewers at least, and I think you're right with your assessment there that he was just going to try and impact nade the castle barricade, and he was like, oh, it's gone now. So that might be gone, but we're here, and we barely got comfortable before we were just saying hi. I was going to say, like, luckily for me, I'm casting 2 games in a row, so I don't really have to go anywhere. But that was a quick evening for you in terms of casting, Jack. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it was a quick game. Like I say, it was thoroughly enjoyable though, and I think it was nice to see Gorgona and Uno really just get a lot of freedom because they do a lot of disciplined roles for their team. So to get out in NPL to be able to play, things like the Alibi and the Blackbeard, and even Fruno, he did get off breaches a couple of rounds as well. Get out, get amongst it, show that they still have the quality to, really frag out when needed. It's good signs for Heroic, and they're doing well in EUL, and they've started well in NPL as well.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just take the entire thing? You're going to qualify to the majors, you're going to win the majors, obviously, you're going to win the EUL, and of course you're going to win the NPL, you're going to get the triple, or the treble as it is called, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, to dissect this tactical masterpiece, we're going to throw it back to the desk with Demo and Grace and Dino.
Thank you very much, Jack and Thomas. Well, that was a little bit underwhelming. I thought that was going to be potentially our only overtime of the night. I thought that was a matchup that really could have went all the way to the very end, but it's Heroic who managed to come out on top. I mean, Grace, that match was just on a knife's edge the whole time. I think both teams were, just going for these engagements, constant fighting all across the map, and it just seems as if Heroic, they kind of tilted in favor with some of those 1v1s happening.
Yeah, it was just a slogfest, basically. Again, we weren't really expecting much from the strat book, but we still saw some good setups in terms of just by the book. And again, as Fresh mentioned, having a bit of fun, operators like the Alibi and things like that. Just came down to those gunfights, those mechanical moments, and Heroic really shining there as well. And again, you can see why they've got into the major now. And it's just a really beautiful thing to see, actually, how much this team have kind of now been polished to a really nice standard.
Yeah, Dino, Heroic, you can see that they have that flexibility. They're just having fun. I think you can see that. It's not the same structured Heroic. It's very much, go about, do your business, boys, have a bit of fun, get some kills. You know, it's that kind of feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were lots of opportunities where both teams could have won those rounds, and it came down to the head-to-head gunfights and how the teams worked with each other in those 2v2, 2v3 situations, and just consistently Heroic, you know, they were having fun with it, but they were also just had the edge in all of those engagements, and ultimately it amounted in them getting the game.
Well, our interview is ready, and we have Sloth ready for his interview. Jake, can you hear me? That's always a good first question.
I can hear you. Don't worry, Demo. I'm all good.
Good start. Good start. Sloth, you guys come in here today. A nice, clean victory, 7-3. Usually, you know, it's quite comfy in my books. Did it feel comfy?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's nice to beat them after losing to them. So yeah, very, very enjoyable.
That's true. That's the only team who beat you guys in your EUL run. So it must feel good to get a bit of revenge. More so because you guys probably would have had a perfect season at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's good. You know, it's not the same. It's not the same. I'll be frankly honest. You know, it's never going to be the same. But there's no hard feelings because they beat us. You know, they were better than us on the day. But today was an enjoyable day. You can see, you know, monkey see, monkey do today. You know, so we're just all running about, you know, having fun, laughing and screaming. So can't complain.
You guys have been in the national circuit for 4 or 5 seasons now, and you guys have never won the championship before. Do you think this is finally your year to do it?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, want to win the major? Why not take NPL with it? You know.
Yeah. I mean, just on speaking, obviously, of the major, congratulations to Heroic as a whole being able to get there. And it's good to see, obviously, that UK representation on the global stage. I mean, how is the emotions? Because you only found out about it last night.
I mean, emotions are high, you know. Everyone's really happy, but, you know, we wanted this, you know, we worked really hard for it, so it's not like, oh, you know, everyone's amazed and that. Everyone's, you know, just happy with that. The work that we've put in has come out, and you know, we've got where we wanted to be. You know, as you said, it could have been flawless, but you know, it wasn't. So there's improvement.
Obviously, Slav, you've been here for a while. You're now obviously classified as kind of the older people inside the league now. You've been around for a while. Who would you
I'm 21, don't do that to me.
Who would you say are some of the young ones coming up that you think people should keep their eye on?
Skiddy and Oscar.
Skiddy and Oscar, there's your 2 picks.
Those are my 2 picks.
I'll not keep you any longer than what it is, Sloth. Go and enjoy your win, and obviously you're back again tomorrow, so you can pick up another one.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Right.
Have a good evening.
Thanks. Well, he's as happy as can be. You know, got the job done. He still says he's a little bit bitter still. He didn't get the win in the UL against them, and it's never going to hit the same. And I suppose that is true to many terms, Grace. It's not the same doing it in, you know, the big match compared to, obviously, NPL.
Yeah, you know, the big match, you are bringing your full-fledged strap book. It's the one that you've really put all that time, blood, sweat, and tears into. NPL, again, it is just kind of, I'm not going to say like a bit of fun. Of course, they're going to take it relatively seriously because it's still money to be won at the end of the day, but it's not as strongly serious as that T1 spot.
Dino, I mean, obviously Heroic looking to the major, that's where they're gonna kind of eye themselves up for, but still, you would expect, even that these guys playing at 60%, 50% power, they should still be good enough to do well in this competition.
I mean, yeah, they've proven that they are one of the top 16 teams in the world by qualifying for the major already. Like, of course, they're going to be better than a lot of these teams who haven't even made CL or EUL. So they should be able to, at 50-60%, like you say, put on a good performance against a lot of these rosters. And I fully expect that we'll see them come final times.
So that is match number 4 done. Heroic being able to best Navi on Chalet, but one final game remains. It's TENSTAR versus Riddle coming up after the break.
There you go, you got it.
white snow, red sky, reach up so, so high, blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet, a dark rain, my blood in your frozen veins.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. And what?
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to dive into our final game of the evening. TENSTAR versus Riddle is where we've ended up at. I've got Dino, I've got Jack. Jack, start with you first. TENSTAR. This is a team that you cannot hype up any more than I think you could possibly try, Jack.
No, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I believe this team is next up. I believe they will take the Challenger League spot, one of the 2 Challenger League spots from this particular tournament. They're made up of Leader, Asa, Jegs, Rolo, and Savage, and I don't think they'll be too bothered about saying this because it was a while ago. It was whilst they were in Yukon 2, but you know, I happened to partake in a scrim against them demo, as did you. Do you remember the scoreline?
No, don't.
I think they might have 11-0'd us. And obviously that is only us. But their improvement arc has been absolutely so impressive. They've gone up through Yukon 2. You know, they would have done fine in Yukon. They're in NPL now, and there's very high expectations on this team.
Yeah, Dino, this is a side that we've seen conquer the Rumble. You know, they were able to walk in and just scoop up that first place. So, you know, they're a team that we have seen recent success from.
Yeah, I mean, they've just gone out and beaten everyone's expectations, and like every team that has come up against them has gone, you know, maybe we'll be able to get away with it. And it's just been astounding victory after astounding victory for TENSTAR. The hard work that these guys put in, and like you guys say, they're next up. There's a lot of people with eyes on them now, and there's a lot of expectations riding on their shoulders to get into CL and then go on and have a big impact there as well.
And their opponents is Riddle, a historic name that we have seen throughout the course of the Nordic region for a long time. We've seen them back in November during Challenger League, and well, it was definitely a different lineup than what we've seen then, Jack. We had, you know, it was more Czechoslovakians, I believe, were the majority inside that lineup. You got players like Yuki there, who was on that lineup. So they've really remodeled and reimagined this lineup.
There's been various iterations of Riddle, you know, think back to the days when we used to see in Wavy.Riddle, for example, no longer.
Best ever Riddle player, that's not even a contest.
Oh, he's he's happily retired now. But what I will say is there's not a lot of names I particularly know. I've not seen this roster. Obviously, it was, you know, the spot because of that Challenger League roster, but it's a complete new roster. I spoke to their analyst Stoney, you know, shout out to him, but he knows that this roster has their expectations tailored accordingly to the league, to the experience of the roster. And all I can say for a roster like this is that actually they're looking to get that experience. They're looking to improve. It's not necessarily about the results for them, but the improvement and the kind of experiences that they go through to get that improvement.
Yeah, and it's difficult, you know, for a new side coming in where, you know, there's obviously a lot of teams around them who have these high expectations, and, you know, teams that you would definitely say they're out of their league, you know, in many instances. You know, you throw in the Heroic versus Riddle game, for example, you'd automatically think, oh, well, no way does Riddle come out of that. But you never know in a game like Siege. Who's to say that, you know, Neon just can't drop 25 kills and Heroic are mudded? It can happen. But do you think that's realistic for a side like Riddle, Dino?
I mean, we've yet to see them actually get in the server and play. Maybe, you know, the first few weeks will be rough, the first few play days will be rough, but if they're willing to put in the time and the work and go back through the VODs and really sort of investigate why they're losing rounds and, you know, why games aren't going their way, that they'll then be able to turn around and sneak a couple surprise victories later on down the line. But I do think that at the moment, they just don't have the experience, they just don't have the cohesion. You know, they're going up against TENSTAR, who's been together for months and had great success. They're a new team who's really untested. You're comparing apples to oranges here, and I think sort of wholeheartedly that TENSTAR are in the advantages.
Let's see the map, Vito, and we'll see where we're headed to. Jack, TENSTAR, coaching staff that we've kind of mentioned. Two coaches that, they're all right. I think that they know their way around a map ban fairly well, and they've managed to get a Villa. For TENSTAR, if you're an established side who can play a map like Villa against Riddle, who are new, who they would probably want, an Oregon or a Clubhouse to be played, that could maybe be their go-to. Which is strange to say whenever Oregon and Clubhouse have been banned by Riddle. But yeah, TENSTAR going to Villa, which, it's a difficult map to play if you haven't really got all the basics down.
I think one thing that I will say, and you pointed on it quickly there, Demo, was about the coaching staff of TENSTAR. Now, Kangaroo Kenny is meticulous with his homework. We've given the opposition the respect that they deserve. He will have gone through any and every VOD of players, of teams, and he will know their preferences. If they've gone to Villa, it's definitely for a reason, and a particular reason at that. And I think we talk about him being an underrated sports staff. I think that's one of the reasons why, is he gets them on good maps that they can play on. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly how Riddle will play out on this map, but TENSTAR, we know that they'll be good on the attack. They'll be very well drilled, particularly starting off on the attack. Good drone networks, fast pacing, and looking to set those executes, with a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, Dino, obviously, you look at a map like Villa, you need to be clinical, you need to be able to nail those attacks. I mean, you look at what happened in our previous game whenever we seen, Victus, whenever they were on the defense, they were able to sort of run through RCTIC without really any pressure at all being applied from that attacking team.
Yeah, Villa is the map of being perfect on your basics, being perfect on the simple things, and I think that's where Riddle are going to get caught out. They won't have necessarily those basics down as well as TENSTAR, and that will give them the ability to, like you say, just run through them at times. And I mean, TENSTAR have had good performances against, I think it was LFO during the Rainbow Rumble in the finals. I'm pretty sure that TENSTAR actually won that map, and LFO Villa was their strongest map. So we know that TENSTAR can play Villa, and they can play it very well.
Well, that's enough from us. Ready to throw over to the casters now as we head into our final game. Thomas and Grace, take it away.
Thank you again to the analyst desk, and you're not Jack, you're Grace. This is a first for both of us. That's great. It's always great to make new acquaintances here over in the UK, of course, and you guys are about to make a lot of new acquaintances, I'm going to say, with the roster of Riddle facing off against TENSTAR. Now, Gracie, I gave you a little bit of, I was a bit disappointed that you were correct in your assumption that RCTIC would be, shall we say, rolled over by a certain team earlier tonight, and I would probably voice a similar sentiment that if there was any matchup I would think would be one-sided, it would be this one.
Yeah. I think regardless of what Riddle bring to the table, it's kind of like that Avengers thing where they're like, we have a Hulk, TENSTAR have a Savage, TENSTAR have a Kenny behind the scenes. They also now have Ride as well as support staff, which is just like, I love that for them. This might be a little bit of a stomping. However, I will say that when you're trying to build muscles, you have to tear those muscles down first and they grow back stronger. So if you're Riddle right now, if this is a bit of a beatdown, just know you're going to keep getting stronger from it.
Yeah, so if your confidence is torn down too much and you can't rebuild it, don't worry about it. At least you're getting some muscle from it. Let's see if we can head over to Villa, though, as soon as possible and see, because I know, we're waiting for more players, apparently. This is what I get for trying to start the game without pressing the button first. I do apologize to my lovely viewers. I just want to get in the game. I'm sorry, it's my third game. I'm excited. This is all good things with three. But this is Villa, and I have to shout out here to Kettle, as I'm going to call him, throughout the season. No, not really. He does like his Villa plays, so I do trust the desk when they're saying that the coaches have been doing their fine work and TENSTAR probably loves Villa, and I do believe that the reason why I think the second map that was like the final ban was Skyscraper, and I do think that Skyscraper is that map that you would want to take TENSTAR to because it's a new map and you don't really know what TENSTAR can do on Skyscraper, but Villa is such a comfortable pick for a couple of the players I do believe on Riddle, so it makes a ton of sense, but I worry that Riddle is going to make the same mistake that RCTIC arguably did earlier towards against Victus.
I think that's it, isn't it? It's kind of like, you know, the basic go-to if you're going against, again, that David and Goliath situation is to be like, okay, let's go back to basics, just follow those basics, step A, B, C, and go along with that. But then again, of course, you know, as we saw previously in the evening, the best way to counter that is by going super turbo, hyper-aggressive. And yeah, there we go. We're going to get stuck in now, Snurl.
See, it's the observers who has all the power, not the casters. So you've all been served a lie. It's like casters start game, it's like Medish is just sitting there. Yes, casters, well, how would you start in the game? It's like, yeah. That's not a Medish impression, by the way. Every time I try to do a voice, people are like, why is that an impression? It's like, it's not an impression. I'm just trying to be funny.
The most 180 of the person's accent.
Because I thought
like you did me earlier, and it was like the most high-pitched thing ever.
I didn't do an impression of you. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm doing like the absolute 180 to stress. It's not an impression. I'm just trying to be funny. God. Ugh.
I see how it is, and what
Terrible.
I also see is that Ying ban coming through from Riddle. So obviously they clearly are a little bit spooked by something in the wind that maybe said to them, TENSTAR may bring that Ying with the 4 Candelas in pocket towards you, but TENSTAR going for more basic ban there. It is the Fiat 500 of bans. It is that Thatcher.
Is that a default car in the UK? Is that what you're saying, the Fiat 500?
To an extent.
Doesn't that kind of ruin the entire point?
It's a very like Hun car.
Okay.
A Hun.
All right. Okay. I see where I see where this is going. Okay. The Fiat. I like the saying. I'm not dissing the saying. I like the sentiment or the comparison there. But I don't know. I would probably I don't know. I'm trying to learn the ways of the UK. I've been trying to raid and pillage and loot this area for so long, but I haven't really caught up in your sort of like cultural things yet. So I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Are you saying that all those hundreds of years of Danelaw did nothing for you?
No.
How rude.
Absolutely not. Let's just say when I was raiding, I wasn't really interested in culture. There were other things that really like caught the attention and caught my fancy here. So, and I mean, you're an established Viking yourself. I've seen you running around at people with axe and Viking helmets. So don't you even start. Don't even start.
I feel like the viewers at home are gonna be like, I'm sorry, what?
Go to her Twitter. Go to her Twitter. That's all I'm saying.
I am indeed a Viking.
Exclamation mark talent in the Twitch chat, and you go to Grace's Twitter profile, and you will look long enough, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. She's 10 times more a Viking than I'll ever be. But Riddle are going to start in the defense there on Villa, which is obviously I would say an advantage for them, heading on to a map that is relatively similar to them now. No, sorry, familiar, not similar. Oof. Stumbling over words here now that the night is dragging out, but it will be a familiar map, a familiar site, not too difficult in terms of the defense, and it's definitely a site where we can sort of start the pacing here for themselves and see if they can catch themselves a couple of early kills. Jex is finished, by the way, so I'm in a win-win situation. No matter who wins, someone from the Nordic will win. So I'm all good.
Yeah, Jegs is finished, but he's also nutty. And again, it looks like they're going for an art take, maybe clearing this bottom as well, just to go in for maybe a few of those early verticality nade kill situations. That's what I'm expecting there. We've even got Savage coming in now through the main front entrance. Also, Kettle ready and waiting. Actually gets a pick onto Jegs to start things off. So that's a lot of intel utility taken away from the attackers. And also, as I say, those cheeky nades, the beautiful nade kills. But it looks like we're going to see a bit of a encounter here as Savage is going to chase down the refrag. Doesn't quite land on anything just yet, but time is of the essence. They can start droning this map out. It's going to give them a little bit more clarity as to what they're going up against.
See, and if there was one player there, I would love to see Petty as well, getting up the kill into leader there. This is an amazing start thus far for Riddle, and of course you could argue that it's round number 1, and the first 2 rounds can be a little bit scrappy for any team, but the injure there with a nade on towards Carol, who's back onto site. I was going to say, if there are 2 players I would look for specifically on the side of Riddle, who I would be excited to see get a lot more experience, are exactly Carol and Perry, as they have little to no prior experience at this level before, only on Discord leagues, etc. But Perry opening up the account here with 2 Ks in his first round. Surely this is the kind of confidence you need. A triple kill for Perry. He is going to be traded back by Azure, but this is not the TENSTAR that people have been trying to hype up for me thus far. This is Riddle winning their 1v1s.
It really is, but again, it's just the long lines of sight that they've been able to contest and hold on to. Very, very impressive stuff from Riddle right now, and again, all left down to Azure in a 1 versus 4. But what are you going to do when Kettle is ready and waiting on the main stairs for you? To be fair, That's not bad
Go
going
on.
for Riddle. Again, I just think everyone going into this, of course, we were being heavily biased, and I think
No.
that opening round has us all a little bit of flutter. The fans are out. We're kind of, fanning ourselves down a little bit, like, oh bother, good gracious me.
Oh dear.
Exactly. But if you're a Riddle fan right now, you're feeling pretty decent because not to be spicy, Snarl, but at least they're not going to get 7-0'd.
Wow. By the way, Jack, you already know where I'm going with this, Jack, because we might have said something in behind the scenes there, and Jack already lost that bet. So we better find something for Jack to do after the cast or during the post show or something.
True.
Yeah.
This is true.
One
He did say he
single
would do a
round.
forfeit. Yeah, one round. If TENSTAR lost a single round, Jack would do a forfeit. So
You see,
I guess stick around for the post show, everyone.
You see, if we want to be really terrible, we could just make up something now, and we could say that Jack agreed to it beforehand, and there's because the audience would have heard it, so they will hold him to it. So if you want to be really sneaky, yeah. No, but I was gonna say on the side of Riddle, one thing that we didn't really point out, and when we were talking, I was trying to push the button, and Medish was just sitting there like, nope, is precisely the fact that Riddle is such an underdog and such a team that no one is really expecting to do anything great. People will take them lightly, and you can't really do that at this level because people are willing and able to shoot back. And Riddle just proved that in within one round, 2 Norwegians. I know that's crazy. 2 Norwegians in Siege at tier 3 level actually got all the kills for a team. That's insane to me as a fellow Norwegian.
I mean, any other team, and I would, understand that point, but I really don't think that's the case with TENSTAR. I don't think they would underestimate their opponent. I don't think they ever would. I don't think Kenny would allow them to. I think it is just a case of Riddle just turning around and holding these really nice long lines of sight and just having a good mechanical ability there. So that's certainly going to favour them. And well, there we go. Jack's kicking things off with a beautiful kill onto Perry as they try and go for a little bit of a pinch-a-rooney around the red stairs area. Looks like Savage ready and waiting to swing out on his opponent. Gets a little bit of intel just by doing a face check. And woo, Neon, however, taking him down.
Oh, and he's going to be taken down there, but we have to shout him out because Neon is the only Icelandic player in this tournament, and he's also the first Icelandic player that I've had a joy of casting in all these years of Nordic Championship. So finally, all 4 regions of the Nordic region represented here, with Benja, of course, representing Denmark, and several players representing Sweden and Norway. You'll love to see it here in the Northern Premier League as Kevin is trying to be a little bit sneaky, but he might actually be the one to be caught out. Pega's taking a lot of damage actually there as well, but number advantage still far on the side of TENSTAR with the HP bars well on their side as well. This is looking more of what we probably expected from round number 1, but like we said, first couple of rounds can be a little bit iffy because you're trying to find your footing and the tempo in the new matchup.
Absolutely, and again, oh, look at this dirty little hole here. That is... I don't think anyone's really going to fall for it. It looks like they're long gone from that window. They're going to try and contest this cellar breach instead, as Jack's checking every single hatch, every single nook and cranny. And this is the really good thing about TENSTAR as well. They will really try and get as much intel as possible. Beautiful trade coming through there by Jegs and Kettle.
Ah, you said Kettle. I've made it a thing now. I'm sorry.
Did. Oh, god damn it.
Sorry, Kettle. Oh.
Jinxed me now.
Yeah, there you go. There you have it. But let's see who else is going to be jinxed. Leader's going to take down Sir Pegasus. So 1v3 potential here for Kevin. He's very low, though, but he's going to be able to get the flank around and get 1 kill. But now, of course, TENSTAR has all the knowledge they need in terms of knowing that Kevin is above. They're going to try and get the plant down where they can't be shot from above. Kevin is looking for that opening right now. Still a little bit of time. It's oh so close, but just outside of reach. And a 1v2 post-plant situation where they know where you are and you're low in HP is not really a good situation to be in for Kevin. But he's going to drop, see if he can pick up 1 kill and maybe get a second one. There are 2 1v1s potentially, but no, Rolo will secure the round, and I do think this is precisely the answer that TENSTAR needed after that first round.
Yeah, a little bit of a nasty spot to be in there of what I'm assuming is no intel as to where the positioning is of those players, apart from the one going into the corridor. But TENSTAR, bringing it back to even Stevens. Looks like we're going to go back to kitchen and dining there. Again, this is something I don't really like teams doing as much. I think it's still giving the attackers that muscle memory on how they went against you the last time. If you're repeating the site again, I think it'd be much nicer if they kind of went through a full rotation here, but let's see what they try and do differently.
Yeah, dining twice in a row, so no trophy stature rate. Kind of a little bit surprised by that, but obviously if that's something that Riddle feel comfortable with, and if they do feel that the previous round was down more to execution and not really the site or strategy itself, why not? Why not try it twice in a row? And I think like if you're stretching it to 3 times in a row, that's when you're really like starting to, okay, now you're trying to just force it, or you just don't have the depth. And the thing about Villa, knowing that you have 3 sites that are viable, as a team that might not have that strategic depth yet, although of course shout out to Stoney, who's their analyst, who might also be helping them out with a couple of strats, etc. It is a safe bet to go to Villa and know that the sites are somewhat equal in terms of being able to be defended, with of course barring AVG being the far preferred site for most teams there in Villa.
And let's get this show underway. Drone's coming through to the bedroom and closet area to allow Azza to go for a cheeky little bit of an entry right now, jumping into the bathroom. And looks like we're going to see a second entry around that pig window as well, I do believe, if my eyes are not deceiving me. So we can go for a split push to clear that top very, very quickly and clear Ketal. I'm going to say Ketal this time. And also potentially Perry, unless they haven't spotted him out right now. And if they haven't spotted him out, that could be a big upset.
Could be a big upset, and that's the kind of players you would be trying to look for, of course, on the side of Riddle, who, if you do want to support them, spam your fiddles in the Twitch chat. It's a thing now. Like, spam the fiddle to help Riddle. See if they can get the opening pick. We saw some of it, but this is far too easy for the side of TENSTAR. Great coordination there. Perry is still below and trying to see if he can get something out for it, but it's going to be Rolo to pick up yet another kill. And of course, with a flank, or sorry, trying to go for a flank or get yourself a cheeky little kill from behind. If all your teammates are dying in the meanwhile, it's not really worth it. But Perry's going to see if he can try and get something out of this. But Leader does seem to be aware that other players are somewhere in the area or in the vicinity. Perry's just looking out, but still, massive numbers advantage here for the side of TENSTAR on a site where if you have a numbers advantage and of course second floor control, as Kettle is now going to run up and try and contest it, and with a kill, and Kevin getting a kill as well, all of a sudden the numbers have been equaled. As I say that, Perry was about to die, I was going to say, but Leader missing some crucial shots.
That really is unfortunate. They had that top 4 control and they just allowed their player count to get whittled down a little bit. I wasn't sure if there was quite any track stingers on that Astro stairs, but you would assume there would have at least been something kind of holding the flank a little bit, but the ease at which they were able to get up that was a little bit of an oopsie in my opinion. It was like they're going to try and start applying a bit more of a heavy pressure towards that laundry as well now though too, so hopefully they will set up for a collapse very, very soon.
Soon it has to be as well. 35 seconds left on the clock, and still all members left alive on the side of Riddle. They don't have the gas canisters, which is obviously a massive loss, and they don't have any C4s left either. So it's going to have to be down to guns here and hope that Riddle will be able to win their 1v1s and also set up here. But Kettle has a very good angle here on the side of the laundry, and he is going to peek out. Going to get the first one, not laundry, of course, living room. Jegs are going to go in a chase. If Kettle gets the second one, it would have been massive, but Jegs will get it. 10 seconds left, though. They're going to have to run back and forth. This could be exactly what Riddle's looking for. The more chaos it is, it benefits the defenders, obviously. And with the peek from Kettle, that's the kid on the floor, and Perry will clean it up for Riddle, and they take 2 against TENSTAR. A great opener here on the side of Villa for Riddle.
Oh, that is unfortunate to be running out of time like that and still be peeking for the heads of the defenders. Maybe if they just rushed in, got the cover and tried to force a plant against that timer, a little bit of an oopsie there again. TENSTAR's making a few tiny mistakes here and there, but again, if you're a Riddle fan, you are absolutely losing your mind right now because Riddle are coming out all guns blazing and it's glorious to see.
I mean, this is already like, I don't want to backtrack on stuff that I said earlier because I still stand by it. But this is what I mean with Riddle being able to get a positive sort of impression, like from the first round. They're feeling high on themselves. Kettle, if he is on like on a swing, he will swing and he will swing hard. And when he's confident. 18 years old, not a lot of experience, but he can shoot. And that's the ironic thing, kind of talking about the Norwegian scene, because if you talk about the Norwegian scene, people are like, oh yeah, the Norwegian scene, quote unquote. But there's never been a lack in terms of individual players who can shoot or who can be a good team player. It's just been a lack of a proper sort of tier, of a proper league. Roster. Yeah, exactly that. Like we had some initially, like way back when I was young and I still had here and all that stuff, but they sort of collapsed or just retired, and then we didn't really have anyone for quite a while. But that's why it's so great to see players such as Kettle and Perry, and of course Peg as well, get an opportunity to shine here at the NPL and prove that, well, we might not have a lot of experience, but if you need a gunner on your team, hey, look at us.
100%, and again, Catal, kind of the way that they were playing around that living room area. Also, Peg, that's kind of disgusting. SMG just nailing down Jenks there. Again, a really impactful opening pick, taking away that Ayana. Again, underline. I really want to point that out. That's the second time, I think, Jenks has been the opening kill within the first 30 seconds. And that's some very, very important utility taken away from TENSTAR from the get-go.
It is. He has been involved in pretty much every single initial gunfight here, so it's clear to see the role here for Jegs as Kettle is going to try and swing here. Rolo picking up a kill onto Perry on the other side, though, so that's one of the win conditions I was going to say on Riddle, taken off the board. But of course, as long as they can't get run, Kettle, will they get the second one? No, but still, to get one in that situation and to be able to equal out the tally there is still massive of Kettle playing on the stairs here. So pulling up huge here for the side of Riddle. This is a young man who has decided that I'm going to use the NPL as a platform to get my name out there, and right now he's really making a case for himself here in Playday #1 of the NPL.
100% too. Savage also waking up now, finally getting a kill. Again, probably casters curse him a little bit, but again, I really want to pay attention to the way that he plays because it is very, very beautiful in most occasions. I just think I probably have casters curse him here, Snarl.
I had no idea what you're talking about. No idea.
There we are. Lion Drone coming through just to give a little bit of intel in case any of those defenders move, but also to kind of pin them down on site, allowing for this really nice setup, and they can try and go for a little bit of a collapse. They do have a lot of flashes in pocket, which could potentially aid because they do have the floor reses to clear utility, so you would assume maybe some of those flashes can be safe for just blinding the enemy. No. Well, you can't really blind an enemy if an Elder's coming towards your face. Rolo, however, trading it back onto Neon, and it's a 2 versus 2. The timer is ticking. The drone goes out again. You have to stick this cut, Rolo. You have 40 seconds. There we go. Savage picking up one onto Kevin. It's all left down to Pagan now. No more toxic babes left. SMG 11 in hand. And there we go. Savage finishing off the job. A round on the board for TENSTAR.
You said you cast a curse him, but that was a good opening kill there, or not opening kill, but like when I said like opener kill, I was gonna say to get them to sight from Savage there. Valiant attempts are coming through by Riddle, and again a show that if you rely on winning strictly on kills against Riddle, you might get yourself into a bigger challenge than you would like. I would love to see this Riddle on the attack, which we will in about 2 rounds, but right now on defense on a map which is like I would say now relatively default, especially considering we're talking about like the UK Nordic region where Villa has always been a relatively popular pick, to the best of my experience at least. It shows that Riddle are, sure, they're the underdogs, but you shouldn't take them lightly, and I don't say that TENSTAR has, but Riddle is proving to TENSTAR why people shouldn't take them lightly, and it was nice to hear. I actually spoke to Kilius, shout out to him, prior to the match day, and then without me prompting him or anything, he did add, like, at the end of that conversation, by the way, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Riddle. They have nothing to lose, everything to play for. They will play with, you know, so much heart, and they can shoot. And I think a lot of people will be surprised that they can actually be a proper upset team. This is a team with the potential to take points from teams who desperately needs them for the crucial top 4 positions.
Yeah, and I kind of love that for them as well. And again, admittedly, I think I am one of the people who maybe were kind of, you know, not really expecting much from some of the Nordic teams, but they've been really impressive this evening, and I will eat my words. It's not often that I admit I'm wrong.
Nom,
is it,
nom,
Sarah?
nom, nom, nom.
It's not exactly like that.
Yeah,
But
that was a great
think
impression.
I'm pleasantly surprised, and it's actually makes me feel quite excited watching teams kind of turn around and give the old razzle dazzle like that, because it's very promising for not only, I say this often about the UK community, but when you see it happening in other nationals as well, it's very exciting for Northern Europe as a whole, and that's something I can get behind.
And this is why we think the merger is a great thing when you have 2 relatively top-heavy. Oh no, Kevin. Oof, a little bit of a freebie there, but of course when you're playing against a Nuck, you have to you take those. It's like, oh, okay, I didn't hear them. That's why. So Kettle is now being chased. Let's see if he is able to get himself a kill. No, it's going to actually retreat down towards the basement. It seems Jegs seem to think that one of the players may have retreated down, or he's just going for a rotate here. As Azure is going to try and see if he can nade someone through the floor. Perry's going to take a little bit of chip damage, but that's about it. Now, again, opening pick here, going to the side of TENSTAR. It means that Riddle at best lost, I would say, a C4. Other than that, they still have some utility. No C4s though, but they do still have the Echo Drones alive. I do believe both of... No, actually, both of them are either taken off, but that's a great nade by Azure though onto Serpega. It was so good that he blew his own teammate off the server, as Carol is going to take Azure as well after that one. And Perry should not be able to win that one against Savage, and all of a sudden number advantage over to Riddle because of that amazing explosion that just blew people off the server. Now all of a sudden, luckily for TENSTAR, they have a lot of time, but Jags missing crucial shots. We've seen that from a couple of TENSTAR players thus far, missing those crucial initial shots, but it can be difficult, and this might be all it takes to give Riddle, I was going to say, the advantage here.
I mean, yeah, that is really unfortunate to get a disconnect like that. What is fortunate for TENSTAR is Rollo taking a second one there onto Perry. All left down to Kettle now, but the plant is going down. And what do you make of those apples, Snarl? Because that plant is going to be stuck, and it's now a 1 versus 2 retake for Kettle. I mean, you said the young gunner with lots of potential, but how can he fare here? It would be very impressive if he's able to pull this off again. Has to bait them into these 1 versus 1 engagements. No util in pocket, no impacts left to try and go for the old bait and switch, so they are going to have to do a little bit of face checking, a little bit of hunting around for these 2 attackers. They're pretty aware of their very good nomad air jab, going to give that nice little audio cue, and we're going to see some bullets come through. The wall is a little bit of a cheeky pre-fire, and there we go, Jex polishing him off. TENSTAR, another round on the board.
And even though they had a little bit of an advantage there, getting, of course, with the disconnect coming through for TENSTAR as well, it really is heartbreaking to see Perry miss, after landing those insane shots earlier, to miss what was arguably his most favorable gunfight thus far in the matchup, which could have given Riddle absolutely everything that they needed. As like Leader just saw that nade from Azure, and he was like, "Nope, I'm not going to take it. I'm passing out. I need a doctor's. I need a shower or something." It's like, I'm out.
Apology video now with crying.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
No,
but
it's really good to
okay.
see. I think, yeah, we're still in this nade meta, which I, for one, personally, I think it's really nice. Again, very difficult to defend against because there's not really any utility yet to deal with something like that. There's not really any way you can't really be running around putting ADSs on ceilings at this point. But the fact that it's still a thing is actually quite amusing to me. I always love to see the ragdoll kind of sploot of the bodies kind of falling away, but the fact that people should know about these positions and they should know if I'm droned out, I actually have to make sure that I'm not going to get naded from below, especially on Villa, where, 9 times out of 10, if you're going to see a nade kill, it probably is Villa.
So we are going to be doing a rehost here because Leader unfortunately disconnected once again. So you might be able to see our lovely smug faces in just a few, or at least this Norwegian will be very smug, because I am, as someone who is probably the biggest Nordic stan in this talent roster, I am pleasantly surprised to see Carol and Perry already making a name for themselves here. But I was just going to ask, like, this is now going to be the final defensive round here for Riddle, and this is going to be a make or break. Like, if they can get a 3-3 half here against TENSTAR, who is arguably a stronger opponent, I think Riddle will be happy with that. But the attacking rounds are where I'm going to start to worry for Riddle. Now, back to the nade point as well. One of another reasons I think we're going to see a lot of nades here in Villa is obviously because of the map itself. Like, there's so many soft floorings around. Like, if you were playing maps with a lot more hard flooring, or where you don't really get the benefits of the yellow pings being able to ping out as well, because I think that's also a big point as to why the nades are so effective, because of the yellow pings as well. So, I mean, we've seen matches earlier today where we have seen barely any nades whatsoever, but man, I just had to get that out of the system, the nade thing, before I forgot it. So welcome to one of Snur's fabled waffles here. But Grace, I'll ask you a question then. What do you expect, like, what you've seen from Riddle thus far? Like, what will be difficult for them to sort of be able to pull through on the attack? Because that arguably asks more of a team than defending a site.
I mean, to be honest, I can't be sure on the basis that they've already impressed me and they've already kind of taken me slightly
that's
by
it.
surprise. So I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Again, just think that they're kind of going in, as you say, they've not really got anything to lose, so they're kind of just giving it their all, giving it 100%. The mental game isn't really there as much because they're just like, we're here to have the really good experience and to do the best we can. Whereas TENSTAR, you know, we all hype them up a lot within the UK community. As you heard Fresh saying before, we're all expecting them to be the next team up. But again, there's still, you know, a lot of pressure on them right now from us all and from themselves as well, from their staff and org as well, probably. Again, shout out to TENSTAR, to be honest, because it's one of the most supportive orgs I've seen in a very long time. And I really rate that a lot from an organization. But I think what's going to be interesting is when Riddle are attacking, the way that they want to approach this. I think TENSTAR have been a little bit more direct, and I'm wondering if Riddle will kind of start to do the same, or whether they'll go for a kind of safer approach of, okay, we're going to do it that old, let's do the top of the map clear from the other side of the map and try and mind our P's and Q's, cross our T's, dot our I's, that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they do approach it. But again, if they can bring this to a 3-3 split, I already think that they can go to sleep tonight with a big smile on their faces.
If I don't see a Kettle on a nook with nades on the attack, I'll be like, who are you? Because you're definitely not Kettle. Like, if I remember correctly, back when he was playing on Bitfix Gaming, which is a Norwegian org, and he was coached by Nero, shout out to those guys back at Bitfix, you know, tier 4 organizations, and you need them, you love them, you know, they're like, I would say like Bitfix and Metasport are probably like the Norwegian versions of supportive orgs at the tier 4 community that you absolutely love to see, so massive shout outs to them. But anyway, if I remember correctly, Kettle was actually IGLing as a Nook entry fragger, and I was like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's an interesting
one. If I remember correctly, like Nera, if he's watching, feel free to correct me. But because I was like, well, is he that quick to die that he could just backseat gaming for like the last couple of minutes, or what's going on there? But anywho, it's just. I really like to see this from a perspective of someone who's obviously, you know, a Norwegian stan, I was going to say, and wants to see the Nordic scene develop and see new talents, because I was arguably very skeptical to see if Ket and Perry were going to be able to take that step up. And right now, they've been stepping up big time. They are the names that we're currently talking about. And for TENSTAR, to follow up on the point you said, that perhaps like, oh, maybe they're feeling this like pressure a little bit. Like, even if that was the case, not that I'm saying that you were saying that that's the case, even if that was the case, this is Playday number 1 in a very, very long season. If there's any time that you're going to drop points, I think, and make those sort of like rusty plays, it would be day number 1 or day number 2.
No, 100%. Again, I think I mentioned this earlier in the night. It is the ideal to have that kind of play day 1 where maybe things don't go 100% to plan. But you've still got the entire season ahead of you. You know, we're in April now. This is going to go all the way to kind of July, August time. That is a lot of time to iron out the kinks, iron out the creases. You've got the 2 play days a week. So again, you've got a lovely 6 or so days of scrim time in between that as well. And again, I really think that this is going to be quite lovely to continue to flourish for Nordic scene, which again, I know you're very passionate about. But one thing I really love is seeing player progress within Rainbow Six Siege. I feel like I'm probably going to end up like completely obsessing over the Nordic team by the end of it, because that's just the kind of person I am. I get very emotionally attached to teams.
It's like ownership. It's like, I know you, I've seen you play now, I own you. Every success you do is my success. That sort of thing.
It's
like,
just wholesome. You see people working hard, and you see the fruits of their labor, and it just feels so good to watch that happen. Again, being a player, it's not the easiest job, especially when you consider so many things. It's not about showing up on the day and having the best strats and the best mechanical skill. There's so much sports psychology behind it. There's so many layers to being a good comp team, and I just really love to see it. I love to see the player progression.
Are you suggesting that you can actually be happy on other people's behalfs? Is that a UK thing? Because that's unheard of, completely unheard of. I don't understand this at all, and
you don't even see other people in Norway.
No, like the distances are far and few between, and even when you see them, we run off to each other's caves and just like we skitter around and just like hiss at each other, you know. And obviously,
it's true. At the bus stop, standing
you would
10
know
meters apart from each other.
Yeah, we need personal space. It is what it is. That also explains why I talk so loudly, because you have to sort of like shout to people to be able to actually talk to them and stuff, you know.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. Anywho,
Yeah.
ABG is going to be the site here for Riddle. That was a site where they kind of took us all a little bit by surprise, I have to admit. Perhaps not, of course, the Riddle fans, because they're diehard fans. They know that Riddle are going to be here and they're ready to play. But Perry is actually going to be rotating down in the basement here. It's been 1 minute into the round already, and look at Azar and Perry just chasing each other around on the map here. And if Perry can get to drop down here as the hatch is being opened above him, which will obviously scare him off a little bit. And again, he's going to be able to waste time. But now, this is the strength of the Jackal. But he won't be in range to actually get that footprint. But at least they know that Perry is somewhere down in basement. He's going to be able to stall time, waste energy, and waste resources in terms of droning and time. And they've spent 1 minute and 30. But TENSTAR has taken a lot of control of the map at the second floor.
Yeah, and it's interesting actually to see them bring the Jackal so late as well, but we'll see how they do with it. Again, I do think that's a nice piece of kit still on this map as well, and you do have the smokes in pocket as well when you finally want to go for that collapse, so pretty good going. You've also got that secondary shotty if you do want to make some nutty lines aside, and well, Savage already using his gun to its full capability, taking down Topega, but Azir is also going to get taken down by Perry in retaliation. Getting a little bit stuck in here now as they burn out the ADSs, take out that shield. Kevin, however, getting a beautiful pick there onto Rollo as he shooting through the bottom of the bolt door. That is a little bit disgusting. And as I say many, many times, the owl looks like a hot knife through butter. Very, very difficult to contest, especially with a little ratty angle like this.
I mean, Kevin, yes, as long as he has a big gun, his confidence grows along it, because he's just swinging with this Aldo like a madman, and he's finding kills, and he found a kill prone inside of a site as well. This does skew the numbers back inside of the favor of Riddle, as this breach should be able to go through. At least you should be able to prone it. 20 seconds left of Savage going on to peek here, but Perry is still waiting for him because he's had control of main all this time, and the timing here is the leader must have been sure that he saw or heard something inside of sight. Perry gets probably one of the easiest 2Ks he's ever had, and this is a 3-3-1/2 to Riddle after the defense, and this is not the game that I predicted, or expected, rather.
I don't think it's a game that anybody predicted or expected, but again, if you're a Riddle fan, you must be absolutely losing your mind right now, because they are really, really making TENSTAR work, and as we've previously explained, like, this is not, you know, a hard map for TENSTAR. We've seen them absolutely go nuts on this map before. And again, there's not really been enough changes that would really impact this map as much as, you know, it being a strong point as to why they wouldn't be doing as good. It's just really coming down to the fact that Riddle are catching them off guard with a few, you know, cracked angles and the mechanical skill. And yeah, blimey me. I mean, TENSTAR, yes, they are going on the defense now, but I'm really curious to see how this attack's going to go for Riddle.
Kettle has yet to pick Nook, and I'm already hurt. I'm offended. This is terrible. It's like...
Give it a round on attack, and we'll probably see him lurking in that basement. Ratty plays coming out strong.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Okay, thank you.
Patience.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right. So, what we're likely going to see here, though, from Riddle is what we alluded to earlier, a little bit of a top clear coming through. Yeah, there we go, from the north side. And there we go. Yeet over towards the same area of the site. As I say that, of course, we do have... I'm looking at the wrong side of the screen. Sarpega on the Jackal here. Going to see if he can find some footsteps over by Wolf. No, and he gets more than footsteps. He gets a kill on towards Savage. That's a massive opener for Riddle. Of course, going to get pinged there by the alibi clone, but Leader is not in a position to really contest this. He might do it, though. Kettle with the second opener as well here. All of a sudden, Riddle, we've been talking about, what are they going to look like on the attack? Well, if TENSTAR gives them gunfights and 1v1s, they are more than capable of taking them, and this Riddle is looking a lot spicier by the minute.
100. I mean, this is just so impressive from them, because I really think they're taking the air out of everyone's lungs right now with how they're playing. And again, let's see what happens now. Jeg's getting a little bit bolshy with it around the aviator door, as Rollo kind of holding down this 90 area as well. But Kettle very aware, presumably, of where these players may be. Going to go and be a little bit of an entry here as they approach the site for the setup, and Rolly, rightly so, rolling back to site as Topega actually catches them off guard. That's really unfortunate. That is those toxic babes off the board, but Jeg's actually with the overextension taking down Perry. A little bit of a refrag, a powerful refrag, and that's Lido at the flank. SMG-11 in hand, taking him by surprise in that Astro area.
This is kind of a little bit of perhaps lack of communication that I was a bit worried on the side of Riddle, because look at this, all of a sudden TENSTAR are getting all these free kills. There was one player off site. Riddle had such a numbers advantage and we're not able to capitalize on it. Kettle is still waiting on the plant as well, in sight here on site, is still waiting, setting up here now, but this 2v2 is far too risky. Kettle knows that someone might be close to main stairs, so that might be why he's waiting with the plant, and because he knows that someone can just swing him, that is very risky by Kettle. If you know this and you're trying to bait up C4 as well, hopefully now he will be able to stick down the plant, but keep in mind, there's still a player who can swing him from the main stairs and go through the soft breach here, but he will get the plant down. 2v2 post-plant situation, and this is already far more riskier than what you would have expected from Riddle, but it's still a numbers an advantageous situation for them. Kettle will be waiting inside of a default position. Jegs, though, is going to crawl up towards the 90 here. Nade's going to come up to cut off here, but Jegs from behind. Kevin is going to be able to swing, but a triple kill for Jegs leaves Kettle in a 1v2 here from inside of the bar here. 20 seconds left. They're waiting for the rotations to come in so they can push at the same time. Kettle will go for the first one, won't be able to take any of them, and TENSTAR, against all odds, considering the great opener by Riddle, will be able to take the first defensive round.
Absolutely, but again, really getting, you know, a little bit on the ropes here. The fact that the plant was able to go down, the fact that they were at a serious player disadvantage, it's not what we really expected going into this. And again, it's no offense to Riddle at all, but I am so impressed with how they've just kind of been running the circles around TENSTAR.
But how did they throw that round? It's like there's one off site. All they need is just like someone to be close to parry there with the kit. There's one guy on the site, and it's just, I know this is a fan in me talking right now, but this was excruciating to watch and just see Jegs picking up and just literally just walking around in the map like, oh, hello, you want to die? Okay, I'll shoot you. Hey, you're here as well? Murro, he says, and just tears people's heads off. You know, Murro is finished for high, by the way, if you didn't know that. Sorry, I have to try to get accustomed to the fact that I'm casting for a more international audience now, but here we are. Ugh, it's such a shame as a Riddle stan and Nordic stan to see that round slip out from between the fingers of Riddle, because that should have been a Riddle round. But then again, for TENSTAR, full credit to them for being able to get back into that round. And I think in terms of rounds that should have gone this way or the other way, I think we can call the teams even now.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
I mean, again, though, on paper, this shouldn't be even. So I think, again, Riddle should still be proud of what they're doing. It's the fact that, you know, maybe a lack of communication, as you say, maybe a lack of flank cams as well. This is something that TENSTAR right now should be reading into. And they should be like, okay, lads, we can make this a lot easier for ourselves right now by clocking the fact that perhaps we are able to get away with some of these ridiculous flanks and things like that. And well, stuff like that as an example. Azir and even Savage getting cheeky with it. We're going to start going for these pot shots. And it's what I like to see. A 3 versus 5 now with just pretty much half the round, nearly a minute gone. And good stuff from TENSTAR so far.
See, and this is what I'm worried about. When you lose, or sorry, throw almost a round such as the previous one, that is when you can start making these sort of like plays where you're trying to like swing back, but you swing too hard and you whiff, and this is where the snowball can start rolling for the side of Riddle in terms of losing the confidence that they have built up throughout the rounds. And that's what I'm concerned about, because TENSTAR will not give you a second chance. They will take you down. They will jump straight to the juggler if you give them as much as an inch. And right now, we've seen a couple of early kills coming through here for TENSTAR, and they might be able to go this up to 5-3. But keep in mind, TENSTAR, surely a little bit rattled as well by the defense, or sorry, by the opposition that they're getting on the side of Riddle here, might also lose a 5v3. It's not impossible, but it does demand a little bit of an individual flair and miracle plays coming through by the side of Riddle.
I mean, the thing is as well, Savage has had a play downstairs where it's got Perry, Jimmy Russell for about a good minute now, so it's even just a mental game that TENSTAR can now start to play into a little bit. Yet, Perry's still in Memorial, ready and waiting for a player of TENSTAR to just come out and swing at him because of the utility use and the plays around that area. And there we go, Toxic Babes pushing back Kevin a little bit too, as Perry is kind of put out a little bit by the Proxylon Bay. He's going to run safely back to the living room. As Savage takes down Neon, and there we go. It's all left down to Kevin and Perry, ironic, which is a show in the UK, so that's an interesting thing. 5 versus 2 now, though, so we are going to see the pop shots start to come through. And again, the more you shoot against a team with the higher numbers, there we go, Savage getting that pick off as the nade comes through. But it's pretty much one of those moments where you're like, well, we know where they are because they've just tried to shoot at us. Now we can just kind of hang back, maybe do a few pre-fires here, there, and everywhere, get a little bit cheeky with it. If you're Perry right now, what do you do? Well, there we go. We get shut down by Jex. A flawless round coming through from TENSTAR. And that just could be the edge they needed to get back on top form.
Guess the show got cancelled.
It's a very funny show. I think you'd actually like it quite a lot. It's about.
I'm not questioning that. I was just trying to make a joke out of like the show reference. I just didn't even know about it. But this is what I don't like to see as someone who would support Riddle, because this is what I'm kind of worried about. And this also a sign of, like, quote unquote inexperience, that Riddle aren't using sort of a timeout here? They're 5-3 down. They just had 2 rounds that were a bit scruffy, I was gonna say. Obviously the former round wasn't scrappy, but they just threw it. So that's what I mean. Like, just try and reset your mental and get back to the whole, like, oh, okay, guys, okay, round by round, okay, what are we doing great? What's working for us? Let's do this. And I think it will take a little bit of time for Riddle to really get into the habit of, like, oh yeah, we got timeouts, so we don't have to call them whenever the opposition is at match point, because I think that is something that could greatly benefit a team such as Riddle, to be able to use the timeouts to say, okay, we're on a roll now, let's not use a timeout, but as soon as the opposition is on a roll, call the timeout, get your mental, like, get your head back into place. Because again, all the way back to what I started with initially in this game, what I'm worried about is the mental game of Riddle. What do they do when they're struggling? And this is a testament to that right now. This is the trial by fire for Riddle. How are they going to get themselves back in the game after these 2 rounds?
Trouble very indeed, but it's the fact that TENSTAR, again, they were able to read into the weakness in Riddle's attack, and they've played around that perfectly, and they're going to start getting their heads. And as you say, you know, maybe a little bit of experience needed for Riddle to be like, okay, there is the mental game that might come and bite us a little bit now, especially on such a large map where, you know, every shadow kind of makes you flinch a little bit, because you're like, oh, they're in every nook and cranny available. And well, this is going to be quite interesting too. Magnus going out to protect Jex a little bit more as they go for these ratty plays. It's again the ratty plays I was talking about, Snarl. You'd love to see them, but not if you are a Riddle fan, because they're the ones that have to contest against it, and difficult even in the best
look at this.
times.
The reverse pulse. You think it's from bottom top? No, it's going to be top bottom instead. Haha, all this information. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at leader. He's so close, but no, so far away. And let's see if Riddle are actually being able to read into this and look upwards, but it doesn't seem like it. They're going to go for a rotate potentially here and not let leader have all this information. Look at this. Like, it's like a firing squad just trying to get Jegs, and Jegs is like, well, fine, I'll just take that firing squad head on, take one of them away even from the map, and give myself and my team even more advantageous position.
Precisely. Neon sending out the Selma there, but it is indeed muted at the moment. So someone's going to have to go for the Verti player, a little bit of utility use. Well, more utility being taken away now as Savage takes down Neon, and it's all death down to, well, I was going to say Katal to pick with Kevin, but there we go. Katal taken clean off the board by Jex. It's all left down to Serpagan. That's something's going for match point, but there we go. TENSTAR just cleaning up shop. They've noted what they have to do here, and it's exactly the same as what Victus were doing earlier. As soon as you realize how by the book and safe they're being, and how that's maybe making you a little bit janky, you just go aggressive. You just turn into a bunch of hungry sharks, and that catches them off guard. It rustles their jimmies. It makes them drop their spaghetti. It's beautiful stuff.
Wait, are we still on sharks dropping the spaghetti, or how did that really... I don't. There's a lot of animals and food in that little thing that you went on there. So now I know what it's like for Ollie and Dez to be casting with me. It's like, where are you going with this? But I like it. It's entertaining. See, that's
Maybe
the difference.
I'm just hungry. Maybe that's the difference.
I think that might be it. I mean, we have been sitting here talking about vegan or vegetarian dishes and everything, and everyone was like, "Oh, I'm so hungry," and it's like, I'm like, you can start to tell when the casters are getting hungry because there's more and more of the food analogies. So there we go. But I mean, if you look at this result right now, even though it's 6-3, if someone had said to me beforehand that Riddle were gonna, be down 6-3 towards TENSTAR, I'd be like, against TENSTAR, sorry, I would probably say, well, that's commendable. That's a respectable result. But it sucks, but I actually feel kind of like, oh, it was so close. Like, they can still get back into this, of course. Like, the most they can get from this now is obviously 2 points, but when you see the rounds and you watch the VOD back, you can almost pinpoint where the sort of needle dropped, I was going to say, for Riddle, and it's going to be that round. It's going to be round number 7, where they had such a massive advantage, and they kind of lost it. But with all that said and done, Kevin did call the timeout for the side of Riddle. I've had a rant about timeouts before. Jack could back me up and say that, yeah, he's ranted quite a bit actually about these timeouts. I do think that a timeout at a 6-3, you're 1 round away from losing, is a bit late. But that's something I guess we can discuss afterwards as well, either with the analysts or in our post show.
And again, I don't really think it's anything changing so much with Riddle. I think it is just that TENSTAR have picked up their britches a little bit, and they're being like, okay, we've clocked it now. This is what we have to do. Let's secure back up. And again, match point. This is really where the mental game starts to come in. Again, for the side of Riddle, who maybe are getting a little bit flustered on the collar now, and TENSTAR will take advantage of that. And again, as predicted, this is what I mean. They're going by the book. They're doing it from the other side of the map yet again. They're not really trying anything as spicy. The lineup is pretty safe and standard. We've got the nade meta, but we've also got those Flores drones for utility clear. It's standard by the book. They're trying their best. They're doing their best, and that's all they can do right now. It's still good, and well, there we go. The Astro Stairs not droned in time, and Savage is going to get the opening pick there onto Ketal.
You have to question a bit as well with the player hanging by the Astro windows there to not be able to hear that. Maybe it's been a slow walk or a crouch or whatever. But, and of course the pulse from below as well, and be able to relay all this information. This pulse has been working wonders thus far. And that's a pre-play C4. Unbeknownst to Azra, of course, that was an injure, and the Finka is going to be able to resuscitate Neon there and get him back up on his feet. But this pulse from beneath is going to be a pain in the back for Riddle, because unbeknownst to them, sure, they might know that someone is below them, but it's a pulse relaying tons of information to the side of TENSTAR.
100% Savage getting bullshit with it around the 90 corridor areas. They're still giving that intel to the rest of his teammates as well. So this is the thing that Riddle, again, are not going to be aware of this. They have not caught sight of the pulse yet. So they are not really aware of that utility potentially being used against them in the way that it is. Kevin getting flashed out. Could have caused a little bit of a ruckus if someone wanted to swing out then, but thankfully they managed to be safe and sound for now. Selma's being pumped against a vault wall, but they have to get rid of that mute jammer. Again, the nade needs to come through, and there we go. Kevin, a little bit of a toss there, and there we go. It's going to open up a nice line of sight, and we have seen them play a little bit ratty around here, so unsurprisingly, Kevin is now lying down prone, facing into the vault area.
He's admiring the architecture and the quality of the wooden boards.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. He's a connoisseur. He's a floor connoisseur. That's it. It's not a rat. Ugh, insulting. Anyway, insulting. Let's see if any of the Riddle players are now able to pick up a little opener for themselves. It looks like everyone's going to try and force themselves to vault as Serpega is around chasing someone below, but with the time running down as far as it is, I don't know if that's the play. He's going to try and go for the rotate here, but of course, waiting and holding. Oh, the timing does favor the bold here as Serpega's going to try and rotate back. 15 seconds left on the clock. 4v3. If Riddle are able to go back here, but Savage is on top of main stairs. We'll be waiting for Pega. There we go. Cut him off. That's crucial by Savage because that pincer would have been big, but Perry picking up a kill as well. Savage and Roller stick back huge. The plant will not be able to go down. It will go on time. No, it will be Savage, and TENSTAR will take Villa 7-3. Perhaps the expected result in terms of points, but it certainly wasn't the game that we expected beforehand.
Absolutely not. Again, I do think that TENSTAR probably going to be feeling a little bit rough on themselves about how that went for them. I don't think it was to the standard that everyone expected. I don't think it's the standard that they expected from themselves too. I think Riddle played it really, really well. Again, yes, it was based on by the book at times, but again, if you're Riddle right now, you have to feel happy about that. I cannot express enough how proud of themselves they should be right now, because again, they really were the underdog going into this, and they did make TENSTAR work for it at the beginning there. It just then became a case of TENSTAR being like, okay, we've realized that when they're attacking, they're not really checking their flanks as much as they should be. Maybe their comms were a little bit squiffy. We can take advantage of that, and that's exactly what they did.
Sorry, I just had to chuckle there. That was Kevin doing his best connoisseur impression right there. Sorry, but yeah, I do agree. And if you said it to me before the game, like Riddle, like especially Kettle and Perry would be stepping up here, proving that they are able to shoot back. I would say, that's probably the best that they could look out for in this game. But I'm actually a little bit disappointed on the side of Riddle, not because that they didn't do well. Like you said, it's just a different perspective. I come from the perspective of someone who was a fan, who wants them to do well, and you were like, well, it's a David versus Goliath thing. They're gonna go down. It's like, oh, I'm positively surprised, and it's like all credit for that, and all credit to TENSTAR. But to me, it was like Riddle gave me hope just to snatch it away. I'm like, no, I'm betrayed by my fellow kinman or whatever. But all credit to both Riddle and TENSTAR there. I think actually both teams at the end of the day achieved what they could have hoped for, really, in terms of Riddle getting a little bit of respect for making such a great showing against TENSTAR, and TENSTAR solidifying the fact that, well, okay, we stumbled a little bit, but we were able to get 3 points. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. And again, I really can't stress enough how proud Riddle should be of themselves there. And again, TENSTAR, maybe just a few tweaks needed before the rest of the season carries on. But again, I think there's a lot of confidence within that team, and it is for good reason. I think going forward, we're going to see them start to shine again a little bit more. And it will be really interesting actually to see what probably Kenny has to say about how the games went, because he always has a few choice words to say, which is quite good. Very, very clever man. So always love to get his opinion on things. But again, Riddle, I really want them to be happy about how they did. And I guess to talk more about how they did, we are going to throw over to the guys on the desk. So see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Grace. Fellas, that was starting off a little bit close there for TENSTAR. We expected them to come out a little bit more guns blazing, but in the end they managed to see it off in quite comfortable fashion. Jack, Kevin and Perry were going large that game. You're the one who alluded to it. You're the one who alluded to it.
No, I see what you did there. And do you know what? It was somewhat surprising for Riddle, because like we said in the kind of pre-game, we didn't have much expectation on them. And then they come out, and sure, you can say it's Villa, sure, you can say it's defensive, sure, you can say TENSTAR were doing some strange things, particularly on the attack. But they played their part. They got defense around it. They looked pretty good at one point. You were thinking it could be a 4-2 half, and you're like, hang on, Riddle are here to play. But I think in the end, the cream always rises to the top, and that's what TENSTAR are. They are just that level above. And when they really need to knuckle down and find a way to win, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, Dino, I think that 2 versus 5 was a real decider round, wasn't it? Because it changed the mentals entirely of both sides. Losing that 2v5 Riddle, they looked out of it from that point. TENSTAR just took it in their stride. You've seen how clean. They look as if they've been doing that for years, but in reality, it's only been a few months for them. It just shows how good this young side is.
Yeah, I mean that 2v5 round. I mean, it really got the motor going for TENSTAR, and that was, to me, the big thing that was stopping them. They just weren't playing as TENSTAR during those opening 6 rounds. Part of that might be because it's been about 2.5 months since their last competitive game, so they might just be a little out of that mindset of, this isn't a scrim anymore, we can't make mistakes, we have to go out and do well, and just getting back into that can take a bit of a moment, and that 2v5 I think was it for them. And a rough start to the game, but I think this is going to be a good sign for them for the rest of the season, that they're able to pull it back after a match like that.
Well, let's see what the coach has to say. We've got Kangaroo Kenny ready for his interview. Good evening, Ryan.
You're not Ian. Where's Ian?
I'm not Ian. Well done.
No,
Good for you. You're not Ride, but here we are.
I'm the main guy. Ride's my side chick.
He's just the side piece. He's not that important.
Yeah, true. He's just there for the money.
I mean, Ryan, what a way to kick things off. You got your win. It looked a little bit shaky here or there in the beginning, but the second half was so clean.
Yeah, just getting the first game out the way. I think, as you guys touched on, 2 months without an official, when you're just scrimming, it's a different kind of energy to game day, and just getting back in the swing of things. I think we've always had a shaky first game of every season we've played. I think it's just naturally the team we are, so glad to get it out the way, get the 3 points, and obviously move on to the rest of the season.
I mean, overall, it looked, quite comfortable going into that second half. That 2v5 kind of seemed just to click everything. As soon as that 2v5 happened, the team just kind of lifted. The momentum was with you guys, and yeah, it was quite easy from there on out.
Yeah, I think we started attack. Excuse me. We started attack, and I think I would have preferred to start attack even if we had side choice, because a lot of it's 50-50. It's two sides of a coin, whether you want to start on the stronger side and then try and close the game out on the harder side, well, quote-unquote harder side, whatever you count Villa as. I think it's pretty 50-50 at the moment. But I think as soon as we got a 3-3 split, we were fine. We kind of pulled around out of... I don't know what I can say. Well, Fabian's sworn on the EUL, but I'll try and keep it down. We pulled around out of our arse when we had the disconnect on the statue round. Rolo and Jegs 2v4 or something, then we had a 2v5. When you have individual skill on the team just to pull rounds out like that, you're always going to have an easier time. We struggled with the slight team play on the attack, like we gave away a few silly entries, and I think that's what cost us in a few of the attacks. Otherwise it would have been a bit cleaner, but 3 points is 3 points, doesn't matter how you get them.
You've got a tougher game tomorrow. You've got 86 tomorrow that you guys have to look forward to. Obviously, they were playing in the first game. They looked, I think good in some areas, maybe a little bit weaker in others. What's your verdict in 86 at the moment?
They looked all right. I think that, I don't know, they just crumbled after going 5-1 up, which I think we've had in the past. Like, every team can, on an unfavourable side of a map, start to wilter, especially against the Coalesce style of play. I think it's very hard to adapt to, especially in a best of one. Like, if they catch you off guard on a couple of rounds, they might start to snowball, and once those kind of players like Noah get confidence, that's when you're going to start losing rounds. But I think they took their time out at the right time just to close it out. But I'm looking forward to playing 86 tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Anything you want to say to the supporters out there?
Well, as always, thank you for the TENSTAR support. We're just doing what we do. We're back in action and back for another season, hoping to add to our Rumble victory and show that we have the potential that we can go to the stars.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. I'll let you go, but I know that you will be back later with us in the debrief, yes. So we'll be looking forward to pick more of your brains then.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ryan. There he is. Very humble guy, isn't he? Gave I think credit there to the 86 lineup. That's who they play tomorrow. Jack, 86, they're a side that I think you have to give that respect to.
Yeah, they looked, they weren't 5-1 up, they looked very dangerous. And I said this about Kangaroo Kenny in the pregame, is that he's very meticulous about his preparation for his opponents. He gives them a lot of respect, even when, viewers don't, when casters, when talent don't, when other teams don't. He gives them a lot of respect, and he realizes that that's how you beat teams that are potential slip-ups. And 86, whilst on the balance of it, we would say, yeah, maybe we fancy TENSTAR against 86. Mm-hmm. He's making sure that the slip-up doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Dino, you think about TENSTAR and obviously what they're trying to build towards. Kangaroo Kenny said it there about building from that victory at the Rumble, and they just want to keep gaining momentum and just keep going, and then who knows where they're going to end up.
Yeah, absolutely, and that should be the goal of every team, really, to just keep trying to progress through the tournaments and through the brackets and the leagues. And I think TENSTAR are one of the teams that are going to be able to do it. I just want to point out that is probably the calmest I've ever seen Kangaroo Kenny in a post-game interview, which to me probably signals that he knows that there's a lot that they need to work on ahead of the game tomorrow, and that tomorrow is going to be quite a difficult match for them. So I'm excited to see how much TENSTAR are going to be able to turn around in the next 24 hours in preparation for their game against 86.
Well, let's have a look and see the recap, see how things went on today. If you're just tuning in, maybe you missed a couple of the games earlier on. Let's have a look and see the full breakdown of how the scores went. It was a good old. Oh, looks as if we don't actually have that graphic ready, so we'll just skip that for the moment. But I mean, Jack, overall today it was a good opening. I would say we've seen some teams really show up to the party who I think we kind of expected to. Maybe teams. I mean, I wouldn't say any team necessarily played bad today. Maybe you can make an argument for RCTIC, but maybe there's that their deaths against Victus. But everyone else, I thought, fairly solid around the park.
I think, we said that there would be an upset, but we didn't know necessarily which team would cause that upset. I think the upset of the day was probably Ambush, going 7-4 against M&M Academy, who didn't look particularly great, in all honesty. Coalesce looked good, and I think particularly for us, Demo, and, the kind of British casters, I guess, the UK casters that are more used. We know what to expect from our teams, but we didn't really know what to expect from some of these Nordic teams coming into this NPL. And I've been pleasantly surprised with the relative strength of these Nordic teams. Sure, a couple of them might have lost, but they actually give a really good account of themselves, and that'll stand them in good stead for the future.
Yeah, Dino, what do you think of today? Happy enough with how things have went?
Yeah, it's a good start to the season. There's a lot of games left to come. There's another 17, 18 play days to go. So, there's a lot of chance for some of the weaker teams to really develop and grow, and there's a lot of good siege coming up throughout the rest of this tournament.
Well, we hope so. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll be back later on for our debrief, and we'll have a bit more of a chat with everyone else, and we'll get them all in here, and obviously Kangaroo Kenny's going to return, and we'll have a bit more words to munch with him. So until then, guys, stick around.
There you go, you got it.
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
And try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
Welcome back, everyone, to the debrief. We're ready to kind of chill out a little bit and just relax, as all the action is done for today. Obviously, still more to come tomorrow, so maybe we should be a little bit on edge, but for the meantime, we'll just take it easy and just have a bit of a chat, really, of what happened today. Let's bring back everyone. Obviously, we've got Jack and Dino here. Let's bring back everyone. Let's get the full camera set up. There they are. We've got the 2 casters from the last game.
Oh, it was Ryan.
Ryan's back again. He's joining us here. Yeah, everyone, pleasure having you all here. Great work tonight. Ryan, I think, again, 7-0, that's what you should be aiming for every time. So you need to get improved on that. But yeah, I mean, Ryan, we'll start with you. Ryan's muted. We can't hear him. What seems to be the issue?
No,
Can we let him speak?
I'm
He's
not
trying
muting
his best.
VMix. No.
Alright, let's see what he's trying to say. Let's see if we can... bit of charades, perhaps? Is it a book? Is it a movie?
How many words? How many words?
Have we got you?
2 words?
Now we have him.
Oh, there he is. I liked
It's
that when he
Meeks.
was muted.
There we go.
To be fair, it's actually good that I was muted because I was talking to someone in TS. I didn't realise I was on here. So while Demo was introing, I was just chatting to Leader in TS. But yeah, now we're here. Sorry, repeat the question.
I was saying that you should be aiming for a 7-0 every night. What's happened?
When have you ever seen a 6 Invitational 1-7-0 every game? No one ever wins 7-0 every game. Even G2 Dynasty didn't win 7-0 every game.
You can always be better. You can always be better.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I'll go to the coach.
You strive for perfection.
I'll
but
go to the
Siege
coach.
is
Hold on a
an
minute, Jack.
imperfectible.
Shouldn't you always be striving to be the best you can be? Isn't that right, Jack? If you can 7-0 somebody, you should try and 7-0 them. Isn't that right?
30 seconds, people. 30 seconds.
I don't know. I think that for a team, and I've said this a couple of times tonight, the win's more important, and I think Ryan's probably going to say the same thing. But they needed 3 points tonight, and the season won't be decided by tonight. But it's a warm up into the league, I guess. As much as I do now have to forfeit because they didn't get a 7-0.
Yeah, that should be the task really of the debrief, to find out what Jack has to do, because he said they wouldn't drop a single round. So
Thomas,
there we go.
how have you enjoyed tonight? Because obviously you're kind of like the newcomer to the debrief now. This is very. It does get chaotic. Obviously, Chambers isn't here. If Chambers is here, it's a different story of how things go. But mine's very, relax, take your time, and I'll get you home on time.
I mean, there's a lot of people here at the same time, and I'm usually just used to going straight back from the latest game and just go home, and everyone's like, let's go home, we want to go home. And so to actually have an environment where you get to sort of like debrief, hence the name, and sort of get to talk a little bit with the coaches and players going forward, is I think it's great. I think it's great. So happy to be here, the oldest guy, and I'm still being surprised by this new kind of format that you guys keep throwing at me. I'm like, yeah, there you go.
Old guy.
I'm happy, excited. Yeah, I'm an old guy. There you
Someone
go.
who isn't an old guy, Dino. You're not. You're not that. You're
Is
not
he
an old
old?
guy. No, he's not old.
No.
He's not an old guy.
I'm tall.
He's a
That's
tall
about
guy.
it, though.
I'm old and tall. There you go.
Oh well.
Who's taller?
I don't know.
What's your height in centimeters?
I don't do feet though. So I do. I'm 186 in centimeters. So
That's like
186.
198 in centimeters.
Yeah.
Ah,
198.
He's got
you back you there, I reckon.
All right. I'm tall-ish. Okay. Just give me that.
Tallish. Grace, what are you thinking tonight?
I thought you were going to ask me how tall I am, and I was like...
No, we don't go there. No, we don't go there.
How short you
Talk
are.
to me about tonight, Grace.
How did do you know what? It was well fun. Like, I think I went into this with a lot of expectation. I had so many expectations, and I think that the expectations that perhaps I didn't have were then pleasantly kind of thrown back in my face. The Nordics teams being a perfect example of that. I know Snarl is probably quite pleased to hear that. But again, it's not often that I eat my words, but I was so impressed with the way that Nordics team showed up tonight. And again, I think even you know, if you are those Nordic teams, you are going to sleep tonight feeling pretty proud of yourself. So
I still can't get over the fact that someone said the Ambush wouldn't upset. I was like, no.
I predicted Ambush to win.
Right, same. I called it. Uberos called it. Uberos actually got 100 out of 100, by the way. Like, he nailed all the predictions.
Did. What a nerd.
What a nerd. Long-haired Finnish nerd. There you go. So, Kangaroo, I have to ask you. I'm going to hijack this already because I can't shut up. But, Kangaroo, Nordic teams, go. Power list. Go, 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 go.
Ambush, Coalesce, Riddle, Arctic.
There you go. Good man.
I think Ambush are kind of, I wouldn't say underdogs in how good they are, but I think they'll definitely be the Nordic team to upset the UK teams. I think they can. I mean, what they showed today, they've shown that you can make Clubhouse a kind of fun map, like a basement attack.
Yeah.
To be fair, we were watching the game and they had a basement attack where they pushed kitchen dirt, but they didn't open the kitchen hatch, and we thought that was them trolling, but it was actually genius, because when they tried to retake kitchen, they couldn't get to the site. Genius.
Yeah. The speed with which you had those teams ready to list stuff, I'm pretty sure you've just got like a spreadsheet like printed out on the wall behind you, behind your monitor, where it's just got a power ranking of all the teams and the stats.
It was quite satisfying to enter some things into my spreadsheet again for the first time in 2 months today. I was like, oh, hello, map balance for 86 Coalesce. Oh, let's get Cafe in there, Chalet in there. It was quite... It shapes up. It's annoying when it's blank. I like to have some meat in the spreadsheet.
I can't be dealing with that spreadsheet.
Did everyone look at
Too
that
much.
down, by the way?
See, I know exactly what you mean. I'm just not brave enough to admit it.
Shall we have a look at the graphic for the matches today, just so we can remind everyone how things went? If we can flash that up on screen, and we'll just have a quick breakdown. So obviously 5 games tonight. We had Coalesce versus 86. 86, they looked good in the first half. Second half, a little bit more clumsier from them, but still managing to pull out the win. Then we've seen Victus rip apart RCTIC for all accounts. It wasn't really a contest for the majority of that game. Ambush beating M&M Academy. Not a good first run out for the Academy side, but still there were things that they can definitely pick from and take in good stride. Heroic doing it over Navi, getting that revenge matchup. Obviously, Sloth said it wasn't as sweet as if they had done it in EOL, but still a win is a win for Heroic. And TENSTAR beating over Riddle 7-3 in quite a clean victory.
Demo.
Yep. Yes?
How can you have an MVP who lost?
Because he's that good. Skitty, you have to give credit. Skitty had the ace night, massive stuff from him. I know that Jack thinks it.
But if the only thing that matters is winning.
No, you can be the most valuable player.
Savage is not getting it. Savage isn't getting it. Face the facts, he's not getting it.
No, it's Jags today. No, it's Jags today.
No, it don't matter.
You've seen the impact frags. You've seen the impact frags.
Did they get an ace?
Jags.
Did they get an ace?
No one shot back. Did you watch his ace?
Skinny got an ace. Skinny got an ace. Skinny got an ace. Skinny got an ace. So
you watched that capital ace back and no one shot back.
So I mean,
he was so good, his positioning was perfect. No one was able to shoot back.
Jack, talk to me about Skitty, Jack. You know, this is a player that we kind of highlighted.
Skitty's next up after Savage.
He's next up with Savage.
No, after Savage. I don't know. I mean, there was a comment in Twitch chat, wasn't there, that it was who was it? It was Ambush against Skitty +4, and I think realistically, you know, he does deserve a chance in a good team because he is full of talent. And yeah, he didn't win, and you know, we might not consider that MVP aspect. He didn't drag his team to victory, but he put in one of those personal performances that he does, you know, so frequently that you think, why isn't this guy in a better team yet? And
people say the same about Citizen and G2.
Yeah,
not? You know, you think about Citizen.
Sorry, M&M Academy were a little bit rough today, but he had a stellar performance, and like you say, similar to Citizen on G2 last year, where he's had to put his team on his back to drag them through rounds at times, even if they have lost.
I'm just saying, if it's going to be a UK MVP every round, I'm going to put down the veto, and I'm going to call this a fraud. I'm just saying.
Well, and tell one of your Nordic boys to step up.
Well, I'm not saying. Well, I'm going to tell them to stand up. I mean, obviously, but I'm just saying.
To be fair, like quite a few of the British teams, they do have like a Nordic representation in them.
I mean, I was going to say,
Anuno, you've got Secretly on Navi, you know,
Jags,
Vito on 86,
Vito,
Jags.
Yeah, Jags.
Yeah.
It is,
You got Akari,
you know, not
on
just
M&M.
UK
Wait,
and
does that
Nordic.
mean
It is very much a
everyone
mesh.
apart from Victus. Everyone apart from
Yeah, I
Victus
was going to
has
say.
a Nord.
Yeah. Let's see, Victus. Well, Oscar played in a Nordic. He counts as a Nordic. It's all good. I'm flexing.
He counts as a
It's all
Nordic. You
good.
can't steal him from us.
co-opt him into
I've
That's
already.
not how it works.
Just
I've
playing Nordic on Oscar.
I've already claimed heroic. Okay, so like this is what it's like. I mean, if you go back in history,
You can't just
Grace,
go,
Grace,
here we go.
how can you, as someone who's such a history buff, forget what we tend to do from the Nordic region when it comes to UK? We go over to the UK. We just say like, hey, this looks nice. We'll take this. We'll take this. You know, take heroic. All of a sudden, Kangaroo Kenny's going to be sitting there with a Norwegian flag and a moose instead of a a New Zealand flag, or sorry, Australian flag and a kangaroo. You know, so there you go. It is what it is.
You gotta grow the beard out like yours.
Yeah,
That'll probably take about 4 years. So.
Well, it took me 6 to grow mine, so I got a head start. So it's all good.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
And fresh, it's easy. You think he's trying to go for that, trying to develop that? Starting to get there, Jack.
I heard you had a beard demo.
No, I don't have no beard.
Don't get me started.
I've seen
I'm
Grace,
so
and I've also seen
So
Leonski R6 in chat talking about your beard demo.
Yep.
So I want to know what the story is.
Standard
Have you been growing a little demo beard that you've shaved off today?
Demo had a cheeky little Demo beard that everyone and their nan was like, we love Demo's beard, and then Demo was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to shave it off before the first night of NPL.
such a contrarian.
You've ruined everyone's Easter, you've ruined everyone's Christmas, you've ruined even Halloween.
Jesus stood up from the dead because he heard of your beard, and you just let him down. You let
How
down the
dare.
Son of God.
Right. A little demo. He's just said you've let
Yeah.
Jesus down.
I know Jesus loves me very much, so we'll be having all that. But let's have a look at the standings. Let's see where this kind of puts everything. Obviously, there's not too much to look into. It's only the first play day, so some teams will be at the top, some teams will be at the bottom. One interesting thing, though, that you can see is not a single OT, which is quite strange. Usually, we're used to seeing OTs, especially when we had 5 chances of that today. Not a single one, but you got Victus, TENSTAR, Heroic, Ambush, and 86 all at the top, and everyone else, Coalesce, M&M, Navi, Riddle, and RCTIC still yet to get a point. But that's only the first day. I don't think there's a lot we can read into that.
Stop the count. That's all I'm saying.
Stop the count?
Why?
Yeah.
There's only one Nordic team in the top 4.
2.
Heroic doesn't count.
I'm still playing Heroic.
It doesn't
I don't
count.
care. It's better
You take your day more out of him and stop stealing our team.
If you're using Oscar as an he's honorary, that means Gordy
No,
is honorary
Heroic.
because he's been here so long. But we're not going to do that because that doesn't work.
Norwegian CEO, Norwegian coach, 3 Nordic players. I'm calling it.
Norwegian CEO?
Yeah. For Heroic.
Where's he in the roster list? Did he get submitted in? If he didn't, the admins will be having none of that.
Wait, don't be trying those fancy wordplays with me. Jack earlier tried to say like he's not a sub, he's a content creator. He's literally announced as a sub. You know, so even if we
is he on the roster? Is he on the roster? No. Well, he might be. I don't actually know. He might be.
I was gonna say, like, how could you be so adamant? Like, I will not consider the fact that I asked Shutta today on stream if he was gonna be in NPL today, and he said, "Is NPL today?" So I'm just saying.
Oh
he's
goodness.
You know.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, one day one of the players just doesn't want to play in Shate experience. I think that's a big possibility.
They did that for Yukin, right? They played with.
They did, and Ride.
With Ride as well. God knows why they decided to play with Ride, because he's terrible. But they've been known to do it, so there's a possibility we do see Shate.
Yeah. Oh well, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
It would be interesting to see really Shate come back, and obviously there's someone who has a lot of experience, as we know. We've already had kind of one World Championship play inside of our nationals. Remember we had Pengu way back in the day, so who's to say we can't have another? So yeah, it'll be interesting how the kind of season plays out.
Imagine a game where we get to see Shate, Benja, Uno, Sloth, and whoever, Mr. Officer, Murat, throw him in.
Yeah.
There we go.
We've just dropped Grizzly and Gog, don't we?
Grizzly's got
They're resting. It's a rolling roster. That's what it works like. You know, you have
Why
to.
are we not giving Anarchic back in? Remember Anarchic played absolutely nuclear last
He was
season.
unreal in that.
He was.
Yeah.
Not so much in EUL, but certainly in the Nationals, my word. Team Unleashed. Big roster, big, just take the day off, I'll play. That's probably what they're thinking.
So tomorrow, do you want to do?
Do we have a
quick
graphics for tomorrow games production? Is that something that we have? Because that also would be interesting to see. If not, I'll just call them out. Do we have anything like that? Let's see. Oh, we don't have it. I'll just rattle them off. We've got Victus versus Riddle, Heroic versus Ambush, RCTIC versus Navi, M&M Academy versus Coalesce, and 86 versus TENSTAR. That's the 5 matches. Dino, what one takes your fancy?
86 TENSTAR has to be. Not just because
Oh, we got
our
the
boy
easy
Kangaroo
one.
Kenny's here, but like that is lining up to be one of the most exciting games for the season as a whole, and to get it on Playday 2 is definitely something special.
We played them. Oh, excuse me. We played in Playday 1 of our last Yukon season, and we got absolutely rolled. So I'll be looking for a bit of revenge. Although it's not the same team.
You guys are warmed up. You're warmed up and
You
ready.
took them to a
We
map
took them
that
to
was
Villa.
really strong.
Took them to Villa.
Yeah, I remember.
Because the
And you
and the
should've
living
won that
room
game.
library.
I remember.
Living room library.
Yeah, I remember.
See, this is where I got to zone off because I didn't really get to see much you could last year. But oh well.
Sorry, we didn't get to see much Nordics, don't worry.
I mean, after how you talked about it when you were guesting it, I'm not surprised really because I think you broke a couple of brain cells.
I'm
you
looking
should have
forward to
heard
seeing
him
Ambush. I'll be honest. I think
Ambush?
obviously they wanted it against M&M Academy, who had some slip-ups, or against Heroic. I think this will be their actual test to see if they're the real deal or not. Because if Heroic can really stop them 7-0, what does that really say about them?
They beat Chaos in the Nordic Championship with another roster, so it's not like Ambush haven't been able to beat.
Was
stronger
Jack
teams
still
before.
coaching that team?
That was after you were there, wasn't it, Jack?
Yeah, I don't think I lost in Nordic. I'm not gonna lie.
No, because I
The
think
only thing
you
I
had...
won anything in, but you know.
That you were in the first season of Nordic, weren't you? And I think this was the second
Yeah,
season.
I'm just
Yeah,
looking
this was the
now.
second
Didn't
season.
you win a spot in the Challenger League, Jack?
I did. That's true.
No, but I am definitely thinking that a lot of people either don't know of or are sleeping on Ambush 100%. Like I
Oh wait, no,
I
how
know
am I lost to Ambush?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Oh wait, no, that was the Chaos roster after me. I'm lying.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
For
Jesus.
some reason they've got me
I
in it on
think-
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be an interesting one with Ambush because, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did have a bit of a rough one at the start of the year in Rumble, so maybe this is a chance for them to redeem themselves, and I'm kind of excited to see how that's going to progress, especially if they've already caused a little bit of a wonky upset tonight. So that's pretty much something that I'm going to be focusing
telling
on.
you guys, and gals, that by the end of the season, Kilius is going to auction off his Pringles cans with an autograph and become a billionaire. I'm telling you. People are going to be crying for his name. Like, give me your Pringles cans with autographs. He's going to be a billionaire. Count on it.
Well,
I think
there you
we're
go.
ready
We'll
for
see,
that.
What's the forfeit when that doesn't happen?
I will sleep easy because I don't really care too much because I'm a
You'll
Nordic
sleep
stan
easy.
regardless.
He's made that up. I'll just sleep easy. I don't think twice about this,
I will
Dino.
sleep easy.
See that one coming, did you, Dino? Did you see
No,
that
I'm
one?
not going to go to bed and I'll be like, oh, Kilius, if only you could auction off your Pringles can so I could buy one and be one step closer to you.
Yeah. And
Like,
Dino,
I'll be
realise
fine.
he does not care. You should have realised this. He doesn't
Yeah.
care.
I'm
too old,
with him.
Kieran.
I thought there was still a little bit there, but apparently not. No.
It's all a fake emotion. It's just stone faced. Doesn't care.
I'm too old to be emotionally invested in anything. I'm always disappointed. I've become a cynic. So, you know.
Right, so this is getting really depressing. So, I think it's time probably to wrap things up before Grace gets the tissues out and we start turn into a drama series. So, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this evening's action for our first Playday of the Northern Premier League. Please come back tomorrow whenever we're ready to go live again. I think about 5 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. if you're in Europe at any moment. I think that's our scheduling, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, please come back then and we'll be ready to go again with all of the action. So we'll see you then. See you tomorrow.